Chapter 190. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing, second shift. _1 Chief Chen didn't dare to ask at this moment how Director Liu had offended Bai Lian. Miss Bai, rest assured. Chief Chen's mind spun rapidly. It's just a background check. I will make sure to investigate thoroughly. Even his ancestors won't be able to escape. Bai Lian bent down, picked up her backpack, her eyelashes lowered, and she thanked him at an unhurried pace. Thank you. Chief Chen didn't dare accept Bai Lian's thanks. Such a small matter, and the several suggestions Bai Lian had given him had made him feel on top of the world recently. He stood still, watching Bai Lian leave, and waited until she boarded the bus. Only then did Chief Chen wipe the sweat from his brow. Unable to help thinking, would Bai Lian have torn him apart as well if he had known that Director Liu? After that thought, he shivered with cold. He immediately placed a phone call to look into the issues at Yongfu residential area, and that Liu surname, who truly seemed to have a death wish. Then he called Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xian's words were vague, only mentioning that Shenqing was currently in the hospital and sticking to the same story, that she had fallen down some stairs. Nothing more was said. Linking this to Bai Lian's reaction, Chief Chen almost instantly guessed. This matter must be related to that Director Liu. This Xiangqing, Chief Chen said as he dialed Jiang Fulai's number. Why is it always causing me such trouble? He returned to his car, his demeanor incredibly stern. This Liu surname he's done for. School. Pu Xiaohan saw Bai Lian, and originally wanted to share the news that her video had gone viral. But as her eyes lifted, she saw Bai Lian enter with a wrapping of coldness. Bai Lian gently placed her backpack on the desk. Her black hair gathered behind her head, and those black pupils seemed to swallow all light. The tranquil atmosphere spread outward from her at the center. Even the usually oblivious Zhang Xiai sensed something was off, and became quiet. The physics teacher came to class and found the usually lively class eerily quiet. That's how it should be. Everyone is doing very well today, Zhang Xiai's included. The physics teacher was very pleased. Zhang Xiai's, with his head lowered, was inwardly cursing. He was just scared. Pu Xiaohan passed Bai Lian a note during class, asking her what was wrong. Bai Lian held the note and wrote back briefly, stating that Shenqing was still in emergency care but in need of panda blood. Pu Xiaohan took the note back and, looking at the reply, took a secret photo of it with her phone after class. One big bowl per meal. The young lady who played the Guzheng yesterday. Her aunt is in emergency care. Are there any friends with Rh-negative blood nearby? Xiangqing. Praying hands, praying hands, praying hands. Picture. She hadn't yet shared the good news that her video had gone viral with Bai Lian. She gained 200,000 followers overnight, with views surpassing 5 million, and still rapidly increasing. Her comment section became active again as soon as she posted the video. Alien. Pu Xiaohan looked back down. Do you have your aunt's medical certification? Bai Lian, resting her chin on her hand, quietly gazed out the window. At the sound of the voice, she tilted her head. And sent Xiaohan the photo she had taken the day before. The photo contained Shenqing's information and the name of the hospital. At noon, Bai Lian didn't join them for lunch. She took her phone and left the school. In class 15, Pu Xiaohan gazed at Bai Lian's retreating figure and murmured, her aunt must be very ill. Zhang Xiai's also frowned, scratching his head. It's a pity I'm not panda blood, I'm type B. Pu Xiaohan, busy replying to messages from concerned people, felt annoyed and dismissed him. That suits you well. The whole class inquired, but not one was panda blood. The entire class 15 proceeded to ask other people and their families. At midday, the sun was beating down fiercely. Bai Lian had taken off her uniform and walked out of the school gate with her head down. She walked straight to the bus stop until a familiar car parked to the left of the school gate honked its horn, causing Bai Lian to halt. She looked up and saw the familiar car. Changing her path, she walked over, opened the passenger door, and got in. After fastening her seatbelt, she casually placed her coat on her lap and propped her elbow against the car window. Jiang Fulai watched her quietly, her complexion even paler from the excessive blood drawn the night before. Neither spoke, as Jiang Fulai started the car, and without asking where she wanted to go, drove straight to Xiangqing Hospital. At 12 o'clock, Bai Lian received a message from Lance. The two only communicated on WeChat, although Lance had called her that morning. His grasp on Chinese was mediocre at best, reading the text with difficulty and speaking rather laboriously. So they reverted to WeChat for communication. Lance had arrived in Beicheng. Chapter 191. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing second shift, _2 Lance. My assistant says there's no plane in Xiangqing. We don't know when we'll be able to get here. He then sent a location. They are now looking for a car to drive there. The plane. Bai Lian slightly lifted her face, her fingertips propping up her chin, suddenly turning her head to look at Jiang Fulai. She remembered that someone owned a private plane. It was parked at Damping City. Red light. Jiang Fulai stopped at the intersection. The temperature difference in Xiangqing was quite big, and with the sun at its peak, Jiang Fulai took the chance to look at her, his icy profile glinting with a cold light in the sunlight. Just say it, he said. He didn't even wait for Bai Lian to ask. The surgeon is currently in Beicheng, and my aunt can't wait. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the door, her eyes squinting slightly. It would take until tomorrow even by train from Beicheng to Xiangqing, including the high-speed rail. Time was pressing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai nodded, started the car. Is he reliable? If not, we'll have someone come back from Jiangjing. Should be. Bai Lian wasn't familiar with the medical field or the current level of medical expertise, but she knew from their discussions that Lance's medical skills were definitely extraordinary. Jiang Fulai. He didn't know how to judge her should be. He had just come back from the laboratory, and didn't know the specific condition of Shenqing. He planned to go to the hospital later to get a clear picture, and make preparations just in case Bai Lian's should be doctor wasn't reliable. The hospital. The intensive care unit. Ji Xiaojun was still outside. The consultation with the experts from Xiangqing Hospital was almost useless, and they could only try to report to a higher-level hospital. Suan had already gone back to his business, asking Ji Mulan to stay here with Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian arrived, the chief physician was communicating with Ji Xiaojun and Ji Mulan. The three of them stood at the door of Shenqing's ICU room. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept in a day and a night, looking utterly world-weary. Today, both Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian brought a double dose of low pressure. Although the hospital itself had a low magnetic field and exuded a chilly aura, the chief physician couldn't help but rub his arms. I also told Mr. Su that she definitely needs to be transferred. It's not just that no one dares to operate here, but we also have problems with our equipment. What equipment is needed? Jiang Fulai also took off his coat, holding the black coat in his hand, 2 steps behind Bai Lian at an unhurried pace. He looked through the glass at Shenqing in the ICU before turning to the chief physician. Just say it. The chief physician was originally talking to Ji Xiaojun. When Jiang Fulai arrived, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and began to explain to Jiang. Our hospital is not equipped with ECT and DSA technology up to the required standard. Jiang Fulai took out his phone, quietly listening. Someone will bring it over this afternoon. Jiang Fulai looked at the chief physician, politely asking, anything else? Don't hold back. His voice was very light. Even if you need equipment from MTR Laboratory, it will be here by tomorrow. MTR Laboratory? While ordinary people might not know, the chief physician, being a doctor, was very aware that it was the only laboratory of the World Medical Association, gathering top-notch doctors from around the world. It could be said that almost all special new drugs started from MTR. The chief physician had graduated years ago and had never had the opportunity to visit the MTR headquarters. But his teacher was fortunate enough to have gone. Hearing Jiang Fulai's words, the chief physician's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but stealthily glance at Jiang Fulai. Could he really procure things from MTR just like that? Who was this man? Ji Mulan didn't know about MTR Laboratory, and didn't recognize Jiang Fulai. She just watched him with squinted eyes as he came over with Bai Lian, wanting to say something but not daring to. Jiang Fulai indifferently swept a look at Ji Mulan, then lowered his head to send a message. After composing the message and showing it to the chief physician, he asked, "Did I leave anything out?" The chief physician looked down and was almost terrified to find that Jiang Fulai had noted down all the equipment he had mentioned verbatim. No, that's it. Jiang Fulai's fingertips sent the message. He looked up and saw Bai Lian standing at the end of the corridor, concentrating on the messages on her phone. He walked over. Bai Lian was reviewing the information on President Liu that Qin Bureau had investigated for her. President Liu, Luan Yulin, was planning to dig a hole to acquire Yongfu residential area. Bai Lian, who could usually scan 10 lines at a glance, was reading very slowly today. She scrolled through every line, not missing a single word. When Bai Lian finished reading, Jiang Fulai spoke. I'm going to clear a runway. Call me if there's any situation here. Runway. Bai Lian probably realized. Okay. Chapter 192. 071 Gathering from all directions, converging in Xiangqing second shift. _3 She watched as Jiang Fulai left. Then, she took out her mobile phone to give Mao Kuan a call. The fighting arena. Mao Kuan took off his mask, wiped away some sweat, and lazily grabbed his ringing phone. Upon seeing the caller ID he was startled. Sis? Do you know Luan Yulin? Bai Lian gazed out the window, the eyes beneath her lowered lashes swirling with devilish audacity. The tone of her voice seemingly had already torn Luan Yulin to shreds. Realizing the chill in Bai Lian's voice, Mao Kun's hand shook involuntarily. He sat on the ground and thought carefully. I don't know him. Bai Lian nodded, her voice particularly calm. I'll give you some information. Wait for me at Purist Street later. After hanging up, Mao Kuan immediately sent people to look for Luan Yulin. Lance was to arrive that afternoon, and Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi for leave that afternoon. The students of Class 15 were searching for someone with panda blood. Knowing about Bai Lian's aunt's situation, Lu Lingxi approved her leave and told her not to worry. 2:30. Su En's assistant rushed over in a hurry. Su En was very concerned about the Ji family's affairs, and the assistant, coming out of the elevator, said to Ji Xiaojun, Quick, Mr. Su has contacted Jiangjing Hospital for you. There's a chief physician who says he has a 60% chance. Head out for Jiangjing now. Thank you, Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting outside the intensive care unit, suddenly looked up. I'll go find the chief physician. He stood up, feeling a bit dizzy, almost falling over. Caught by Ji Mulan. Be careful. The assistant had already contacted the hospital, and was there to notify Ji Xiaojun. Mr. Su has already communicated with the hospital, and they will arrange everything to head to Jiangjing as soon as possible. Ji Mulan finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the assistant. Thank you for your trouble. The attending physician had obviously also received the message from the hospital. He hurried over from his office. Are you really going to Jiangjing? He looked at Bai Lian, unaware of others, just now the man who brought up MTR laboratory with Bai Lian. Of course, Mr. Su has arranged everything. Although the success rate is not as high as that of the director, he is willing to give it a try, said Su En's assistant. A surgery hard won by Su En. No need. On the side of the corridor, leaning against the wall, Bai Lian raised her head and slowly draped her school uniform jacket over her shoulders. What do you mean no need? You go to school. Don't meddle in this matter. Ji Mulan's brows subconsciously furrowed. She was accustomed to being assertive and paid no heed to Bai Lian's resistance, and directly said to the chief physician, Please arrange it. Su En's assistant turned his head back, and saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against the wall. Realizing this was the stepdaughter who had diagnosed her condition on the spot yesterday, he looked at Bai Lian in surprise, somewhat doubting what he had heard. Not necessary? Bai Lian didn't zip up her jacket, ignoring Ji Mulan. She met the gaze of Su En's assistant, showing a demeanor that was nonchalant. Thank you, but we've found another doctor. Ah. Who have you found? Su En's assistant was slightly stunned. Bai Lian looked towards the elevator. He has already arrived in Xiangqing. Xiangqing was recently building a new expressway. It was a 6-lane main road. One section had just been constructed up to the city center, from Wallow Road to the roundabout. Both ends were blocked by iron fences, and the accumulated cement on the road was being cleared away one by one. At both ends of the road, there were 2 teams of men in black, preventing anyone from trespassing. Drivers passing this road couldn't help but look over. 2:35. A rumble echoed in the sky, and nearly every resident in the center of Xiangqing saw a white plane slowly circling at a low altitude against the backdrop of clouds. For so many years, Xiangqing had not even built a high-speed rail, and suddenly, seeing a plane hovering in the city center, crowds of people looked up in astonishment. The plane finally aimed for the road under construction, almost skimming over the houses on both sides, and slowly landed on this main thoroughfare. Rumble. The roar as the plane's wheels rolled over the highway stirred up a flurry of dust, and gradually, its speed decreased. Finally, it stopped in the middle of the road. The white fuselage bore no airline logos, the plane's door was opened by people, and the boarding stairs descended from mid-air, with an old man in a polo shirt and sunglasses being the first to step off. 2:40. Lance had arrived. Chapter 193. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _1 Xiangqing Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit. Assistant Su En's gaze shifted back and forth between Ji Mulan and Ji Xiaojun for a long time before he realized that Ji Mulan might not be able to make decisions for Bai Lian. So he focused on Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun stood in the middle of the corridor, looking travel-worn. His eyes were ancient and red. Listen to alien. His voice sounded exhausted. Unlike Su En, Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian had at least once lived in the Bai family. She wasn't the kind to joke around. This is insanity. Assistant Su En couldn't understand Ji Xian's thinking. A 60% success rate was considered above average in China, especially for a surgery on Xinqing. If Ji Xiaojun disagreed, all he could do was to relay Ji Xian's decision to Su En. Right. I heard they've invited a doctor, not sure who. The assistant was mid-sentence. The elevator ascended to their level, came to a stop, and the large elevator doors opened, revealing 3 people inside. The one in the lead was wearing a polo shirt and floral shorts, with sunglasses perched on his nose. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his eyes locked onto Bai Lian brightened. He took off his glasses and opening his arms approached Bai Lian. Hello, Bai. Bai Lian wasn't accustomed to hugging people, so she extended her hand and shook hands with Lance very politely. Okay, Lance said in not quite fluent Chinese, already aware that people from China are conservative. You are truly too conservative. My aunt's chief physician. Bai Lian took Lance to the chief physician who was still standing aside. Please explain the basic condition of my aunt's health, as he will be the lead surgeon shortly. The chief physician looked at Lance in his floral shorts, and was momentarily stunned into confusion, hesitating greatly. Each of the seniors he knew was very serious. The image of this gentleman looked more like someone who would dance in a senior disco. Prepare the sterile room. Lance wasn't as friendly when he spoke to the chief physician. He just ordered, I've brought both my first and second assistants. If you want to observe, you can enter with 5 people. Also, a batch of equipment came with me and is being handed over downstairs. You have 1 hour to swap out the equipment. He reverted to English toward the end of his instructions. I need to ask for permission from the hospital director. The chief physician hesitated. He wanted to ask Lance a couple of questions. When he looked up, he saw the WMA logo on the polo shirt Lance was wearing. His spirit jolted, and he promptly took out his phone, decisively issuing orders. Prepare the sterile room. And also call in 5 available staff from the rest areas. As the chief physician spoke, he glanced at the old man beside him wearing sunglasses. He couldn't help but think that this old man looked somewhat familiar. The entire corridor was quiet. The efficiency was high. In less than 5 minutes, nurses came up to remove the machines from Xinqing and wheeled her into the elevator. Soon, several doctors with chief titles appeared at the entrance to the operating room. The situation was urgent. Lance donned sterile attire and entered the operating room. The red light came on. The hospital and Lance moved so fast that Ji Xiaojun hadn't recovered his senses before the surgery began. He looked towards Bai Lian. Alien, was that the doctor you mentioned? A Western doctor. Bai Lian leaned against the wall. Her deep dark eyes slowly said, his success rate is higher than 60%. There won't be any problems. Uncle, you should rest for a while. You will need to take care of her when Aunt comes out. Ji Xiaojun didn't want to rest but, hearing that he needed to take care of Shenqing when she came out, he lay down on the bench outside the operating room. He couldn't sleep but kept his eyes shut. Ji Mulan and assistant Su En followed as well, exchanging surprised looks with each other. How come there were suddenly so many doctors around? Especially in the assistant's view, the Ji family had reserved the high-ranking wards in advance with the help of Su En. They shouldn't have this kind of network. They didn't know Lance, but they also knew that the surgery was likely to involve the old man wearing sunglasses and a polo shirt with floral shorts. Ji Mulan wanted to ask Bai Lian a few questions, but she dared not speak to Bai Lian. Since Shenqing's surgery was going to last over 5 to 6 hours, Ji Mulan and the assistant naturally didn't feel like waiting around. 10 minutes after the surgery began, the two entered the elevator and went downstairs. Once the elevator doors closed, Assistant Su En turned to Ji Mulan. Pausing, he asked politely, "Madam, did you recognize any of those people just now?" "I don't know them." Ji Mulan was familiar with Beiqing but unclear about Xiangqing. "What about you?" Chapter 194. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _2 As Su En's assistant, he should know more than she does. The assistant shook his head. Ji Mulan also felt that Su En definitely did not know, as all of Su En's connections were in Jiangjing. On his way back, the assistant drove past Wallow Road. From afar, he saw a plane parked on the unfinished section of the 6-lane road and instinctively hit the brakes. Almost as if by magic, he blurted out, "Why is there a plane here?" Xiangqing, a place without even a high-speed rail yet, had a plane proudly parked in the city center. "I have no idea. Could they be planning to build an airport in advance?" Ji Mulan looked over, equally surprised. The assistant immediately called Su En. Ji Mulan was startled, thinking that such a matter also needed to be reported to Su En. Before she had finished thinking, she heard the assistant on the phone, explaining to Su En with a grave expression, "It seems to be an Airbus ACJ350. "What?" On the other end of the line, Su En was also shocked. "Are you sure?" They recognized the plane solely because of a rumor in Jiangjing, with virtually no information about the owner of the Airbus ACJ350 to be found online, but almost everyone in their circle knew which family it belonged to. "It's right here on Wallow Road." The assistant faintly saw the black-clothed men guarding both ends. "Did you see anything about it online?" With one hand holding the phone and the other on the computer's search page, Su En replied, "Absolutely nothing." Leaning against the driver's seat, the assistant muttered, "That makes sense. Who would dare post it online?" "I'll ask around to see if anyone else knows anything." Su En let out a breath. After hanging up the call, Ji Mulan turned to the assistant. "Is this plane important?" "A private jet. Mr. Su heard a bit about it at a banquet." The assistant discreetly snapped photos of the plane's condition before reluctantly driving away. "Madam, this is not just about a plane. It's about being able to use an unfinished road as a runway in Xiangqing, applying in advance for Xiangcheng's flight path. For others, it's as hard as reaching the heavens." With Ji Mulan's imagination, she couldn't fathom such a huge jet being privately owned. Of course, neither Su En nor his assistant knew about the flight path of this plane. It hadn't been applied for in advance but was instead a last-minute report, with all aviation procedures completed in less than half an hour. 6 o'clock. The operating room. The door opened, and Lance, dressed in blue surgical scrubs, raised his hands as he came out, with the chief nurse respectfully changing his gloves beside him. He earnestly looked at Bai Lian. The surgery has a 100% success rate and is nearing completion, but there's a tough issue. She has Rh-negative blood, and we still need a large supply of blood." Ding. The elevator doors opened once more. Standing at the forefront was a tall figure with one hand casually in his pocket, his eyes downcast, his face unclear. As he faintly raised his head, his presence was as cool as moonlight. "Don't worry about the blood supply. There are plenty of people downstairs." Lance looked at Jiang Fulai, initially hesitant to speak. Upon understanding Jiang Fulai's intention, he couldn't hold back. "What? At least 50 people with Rh-negative blood." Jiang Fulai stopped, raising an eyebrow. "Is that enough?" "Enough, of course it's enough. But how could there be so many people with Rh-negative blood, often dubbed panda blood? Lance didn't believe it. In his country, arranging emergency surgery involved calling one by one from a special blood bank, and it would be incredibly lucky just to get one person with panda blood willing to donate. How could such a small place have so many? Lance ran down to the first floor in disbelief. On the left side of the first floor, a temporary blood donation station was set up, and the queue of people stretched from inside the door onto the street. The small Xiangqing, with a hospital that lacks the facilities found in larger cities, had gathered dozens of panda blood donors in less than an afternoon. And there were more donors continuously arriving from surrounding cities. How is this possible? Lance turned back to Jiang Fulai incredulously. Never having experienced such an impressive spectacle, he blurted out in English, "How did you find so many people in such a short time?" While speaking, another woman from the neighboring city hurriedly arrived, dusty from travel. "I saw it in a short video. Is there a lady Xinqing in need of panda blood? I had a major bleeding incident before, and it was a bunch of kind-hearted people who saved me. I hope this lady Xinqing will definitely be safe." Among them, there were contacts from the Yongfu residential area, relatives of classmates from Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, and even more so, strangers who came after watching Pu Xiaohan's video. After hearing the explanation from the hospital, Lance stood there silently for a long time. Your country is really... Chapter 195. 072 Surgery successful. Please be considerate of the feelings of ordinary people. _3 Of course, Lance wouldn't understand. That was the solidarity and tenderness ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people. In the distance, every person who had just donated blood was gifted a care package. A man who had just finished donating blood was live streaming as he opened the care package. "Family, I finished donating blood and I'll live stream my drive home in a bit. The hospital says there are already a lot of people, so no one else should come, okay? They even gave me a bag of milk." He was halfway through opening it when he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Ginseng? Tea cake?" The barrage of comments also began scrolling rapidly, with sharp-eyed viewers identifying the brands. Old Spot Tea? A tea cake worth several thousand per piece? Blood ginseng? Just asking out of curiosity, are they really donating blood instead of worshipping the god of wealth? I'm going today, nobody can stop me or I'll lose it. 8:30 p.m. The operating light finally went off. Approaching 6 hours of surgery, even Lance felt extremely fatigued. He took off his blue sterile suit and walked out of the operating room. Ji Xiaojun, who hadn't fully fallen asleep, woke up immediately, moving his lips and looking at Lance. Lance removed his cap. The surgery was very successful. The patient should wake up in the next couple of days. Thank you, doctor." Ji Xiaojun looked at Xinqing being wheeled out, his voice choked with emotion. "Once your aunt's condition stabilizes in a couple of days, you can take me to your classmate to record an appreciation video." Xinqing had turned the corner, and Ji Xiaojun felt much more relaxed as he urged Bai Lian to go home and sleep. "All right, you go home first, you still have class tomorrow." He then turned to Jiang Fulai. "Xiaojiang, thank you for today." Ji Xiaojun had heard from the doctors that most of the medical equipment was provided by Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai's sleeve was slightly rolled up, and despite running around all afternoon, there was not a speck of disorder on him, from his collar to his shoes. Everything was impeccable and clean. That sharply defined face, which typically exuded a sense of pride and sharpness, now under the hallway lights, seemed somewhat scholarly and gentle. "You're welcome." Bai Lian couldn't help but glance at him. Jiang Fulai returned his gaze, calmly looking at her. "Is there a problem?" "You missed one word," Bai Lian said deliberately, pulling up her zipper to her chin undisturbed. "It should be, you have a problem." Chief Chen, who had just finished investigating Yongfu residential area and Mr. Liu, stepped out of the elevator. "Oh my god, Miss Bai, when you talk about young Master Jiang, could you at least consider the setting and spare a thought for the feelings of us ordinary folks?" Why did he have to hear that remark? Chief Chen very stiffly, at a tenth of the normal speed, put his foot down without looking up, already feeling the icy glance from Jiang Fulai sweeping over him. Lance went back to the hotel to rest. Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian back to Purist Street. Sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Lian reverted to her usual lazy demeanor, resting her hand on her chin. The nurse said you prepared gifts for the friends who donated blood today? Just something I grabbed casually. Young Master Jiang was very cautious, adeptly changing the subject. When did you meet Dr. Lance? He seems to be quite impressive. Bai Lian's pale fingers tapped on her chin. A surgery that no one in Xiangqing, let alone Beijing, dared to touch was handled with ease by Lance. Drop the seems to be. Young Master Jiang adjusted the steering wheel calmly, streetlights outside the window casting shadows over his cold and beautiful features. I got him here by having people from WMA abduct him back. His tone was even, completely unfazed by the startling nature of his own words. By the time Bai Lian returned to Purist Street, Jiang Fulai stood at the entrance of the alley, watching her unlock the door and enter her house before he took out his cell phone to call Chief Chen. His indifferent voice sent a chill down Chen's spine. What are you even good for? Meanwhile, in neighboring Damping City, an elderly man with slightly gray hair just off the plane held his phone in the chaotic wind. You don't need me anymore? I dropped everything just to rush to Xiangqing, and you're telling me the matter is resolved? How often do I get a chance like this, and you're saying I'm missing out on the opportunity to show what I can do? You can ask young Master Jiang yourself, Ming Dongheng coolly replied to him. The old man was at a loss for words, then turned around and boarded the plane again. Never mind, the answer isn't that important. To just change routes and return to Jiangjing. That's what he would do. When Bai Lian came back, Ji Heng had not gone to sleep yet. He was sitting in the living room, embroidering by lamplight with his glasses on. She told him the news of Shen Qing's successful surgery. Ji Xiaojun hadn't slept for 2 days. And now that Shen Qing's surgery was successful, Ji Heng didn't have to be scared and anxious anymore. He could take turns with Ji Xiaojun watching over Shen Qing. As soon as Bai Lian spoke, Ji Heng set aside what he was doing and headed to the hospital. After Ji Heng had left, Bai Lian went back to her room. She changed into a new outfit and left the house with her phone. 10 o'clock. At the dining table, Su En cursed Luan Yulin, that old fox, for not giving away a single piece of information. Instead, he had been forced to drink a lot. Mr. Luan, outside the Wanhe building, Su En watched Luan Yulin get into his car, looking forward to working together. Luan Yulin had a face that seemed gentle, a stark contrast to the sinuous snake tattoo on his neck. Mr. Su, I have to make another stop at Bakhtar Street, so I'll have to take a rain check on the drinks. Hearing Bakhtar Street, Su En's expression shifted slightly. After Luan Yulin's car drove away, the smile on Su En's face disappeared. And just as he was about to leave with a stern face, he caught a glimpse of Bai Lian across the street. Why are you out here so late? Su En approached, following Bai Lian's gaze to where she had been watching Luan Yulin leave. His expression changed slightly. Were you looking for Mr. Luan? Bai Lian shifted her gaze, clad in all black with a snug outfit, her sleeves and pants tightly cinched. A black belt embroidered with gold patterns tightly wrapped her clothing. 2 crossed wooden hairpins stably secured her hair at the back of her head. She looked like a rose mallow blended into the darkness of the night. Because Su En had been very concerned about Shen Qing's situation, and had made many arrangements beforehand, Bai Lian was relatively friendly towards him. This is ridiculous. Your uncle's attitude was clearly telling you that he doesn't want to involve you. This Mr. Luan is not simple. Don't be rash, Su En, observing Bai Lian's casual demeanor, knew she wasn't taking his words to heart, so he spoke more sternly. His name is Luan Yulin. You might not have heard of him, but there are people from Bakhtar Street behind him, and it's said that he's also connected to the Qinglong bar. Mr. Su, Miss Bai probably hasn't heard of him. An assistant interrupted from behind Su En. The assistant looked at Bai Lian with a different explanation. The number of people who have leaped to their deaths because of him isn't 20. Then it's at least 10, yet he remains unscathed, exploiting the loopholes in the law. Don't you understand? So this is the trap he laid for my uncle and others? Bai Lian nodded, smiling faintly. Don't you? Su En was genuinely worried about her at that moment. Rumble, rumble. The sound of motorcycles suddenly roared to life at the street corner. A line of more than 10 bikes roaring past one by one. The noise startled Su En and the others. Screech, the leading motorcycle stopped in front of Bai Lian. The rider took off his helmet, propping himself up with one foot on the ground, revealing a head full of blonde hair as he shouted at Bai Lian. "Sis, we've been following him." "Sis, sis." More than 10 voices called out from behind, thunderous and deafening. Chapter 196. 073 But she is Bai Lian. Second update. _1 Xiaoqi. Give your helmet to your sister. Huang Mao called out to the person behind him. Xiaoqi took off the helmet and tossed the black motorcycle and the helmet to Bai Lian. Bai Lian didn't even look, she just reached out and caught them. The original owner knew how to street race. Almost the moment she touched the motorcycle, she knew how to drive it. She secured the helmet on her head with one hand and gripped the handlebar with the other. Her long legs straddled the bike, and with one foot planted on the ground, she glanced at Su En before flipping down the visor. "Don't worry." As soon as she had spoken, she slowly bent forward, her gaze icy as she looked straight ahead. The black, streamlined body of the bike blended with her clothes, radiating an innate defiance and wildness. With the rev of the engine, rumbling loudly, the motorcycle shot off like a wild horse, hugging the turn and vanishing down the street in a flash. Elegant yet brazen. A gang of youngsters arrived quickly and departed just as fast. Only Xiaoqi remained behind, standing still for a while before slowly heading back to Street with his cell phone. He only gave Su En a brief glance, nodding at him politely. It took Su En a good while to come back to his senses. He could never have imagined that Bai Lian, who usually looked so gentle, even somewhat docile in front of Ji Heng, would be so adept at hugging a turn on a bike. By the time the motorcycle was out of sight at the street corner, the assistant finally found his voice and turned to Su En. "President Su, this?" He had never seen such a scene before. Even before coming to Xiangqing, Ji Mulan had mentioned that Bai Lian was tough and would do anything. But this was their first time seeing Bai Lian street racing. Just like those unruly youths from moments ago. It's no wonder they were the kind of people who needed Su En to arrange a school for them. "Forget it," Su En said with a headache, pressing his temples. "Don't tell Mulan about this. It's fine as long as she's meeting with President Liu. If we can't get this case, it's time for us to head back to Jiangjing," the assistant said, opening the car door for Su En to get in. They had come for Xiangqing's tourism, but now with Luan Yulin here, it seemed like their opportunity was gone. Reluctant to return with the information they had barely obtained, he felt somewhat discontent. Bar VIP room. Luan Yulin, with a cigarette between his fingers, used his polished leather shoe to lift the chin of an old lady kneeling on the floor. He smiled with a sinister softness. "You lead the signing, or you know what I'm capable of, don't you?" I really don't want to resort to such bloody measures." The old lattice gaze was fixed firmly on Luan Yulin's face. "Break one of her hands," Luan Yulin said as he flicked off some ash and turned his head. Bang! The door to the VIP room was flung open. Bai Lian strode in with Mao Kuan and Xiaowu. "Didn't I say," Luan Yulin turned to the door, his eyes dark and ominous, "that no one should come in?" The old lady lifted her head, immediately recognizing Bai Lian as the woman she had seen at the hospital that morning. Anxious, she blurted out, "Youths, why have you come here? From the Yongfu residential area too?" Luan Yulin squinted at Bai Lian, Mao Kuan, and the others. "Take them all down too." Bai Lian didn't even look at Luan Yulin, but walked forward a few steps and helped the old lady up. Bang bang. The few men who came to grab Bai Lian didn't even touch her before being kicked to the ground one by Mao Kuan. "Are you alright?" Bai Lian eyed the old lady up and down, making sure she was unharmed, then instructed Xiaowu to help the lady to the side, to avoid any accidental injuries. Before being led away, the old lady looked at Bai Lian in surprise. When had Ji Xiaojun gotten such a fierce niece? Mao Kun's moves alerted Luan Yulin that something was amiss. He put out his cigarette and stealthily pressed his phone for a rescue call while asking warily, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Bai Lian reached for a bottle of unopened liquor on the table. Weighing it in her hand, she curled her lip at Luan Yulin. Her pitch-black, cold eyes, however, held no trace of a smile. Raising her hand, she smashed the bottle right onto Luan Yulin's head. Smack! Blood streamed down Luan Yulin's forehead as he suddenly looked up. "You dare?" Mao Kuan swiftly stepped aside. What wouldn't I dare? Bai Lian pulled out a tissue, looked down, and meticulously wiped her hands clean. As soon as her words fell, there was another bang. Luan Yulin was kicked so hard that he landed on the table, causing glasses to clatter and shatter to the floor. You're asking for death. Luan Yulin was pinned down by Bai Lian's boot on his chest. He could feel his ribs breaking. Spitting out blood, Luan Yulin realized that Bai Lian was just as dangerous as he was. He sneered, looking up at her. That woman I beat up the other day, who is she to you? Haha, are you angry? So what, can you call the police to arrest me? Aren't you still powerless against me? Chapter 197. 073, but she is Bai Lian. Second update. _2 Bai Lian slowly squatted down, her slender, pale fingers casually picking up a piece of glass. She pressed the glass against Luan Yulin's cheek, forcing him to meet her gaze. Gazing at Luan Yulin, Bai Lian calmly took the cigarette Mao Kuan handed her and spoke with an offhand air. You really are ridiculous, asking me to call the police? The blood on Luan Yulin's body slowly flowed toward her on the ground. She pressed harder with the hand holding the glass and even let out a light laugh. Call the police, you say? Do you think you're qualified enough to have me call the police? Her tone was tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Had it been anyone else, anyone at all, whether it be Lu Lingxi or Director Chun or their ilk, any of them might have talked to Luan Yulin about law and morality, but this was Bai Lian, the Bai Lian who had once slain countless pirates with her own hands. Did she need a reason to harm someone? Luan Yulin, who had always believed Bai Lian wouldn't dare to touch him, felt fear for the first time. He burst out. Do you know who's backing me, huh? Backter Street, Qinglong Bar. The glass Bai Lian was pressing paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Luan Yulin licked his lips, mistakenly thinking Bai Lian was scared. You know about young Master Mao from Backter Street, right? Child, the old lady came over, tugging at Bai Lian's clothes. Let's just go. Before she could finish, Mao Kuan immediately jumped up, pointing at Luan Yulin in disbelief. Damn it, when have I ever known you? Don't fucking frame me. Then he hopped in front of Bai Lian, almost in tears. Sis, I really don't know him. Where did this jerk come from? Daring to frame his white tank top. All right, Bai Lian stood up, looking disdainfully at his spineless state, and brushed off her sleeves carelessly, speaking unhurriedly. Take him back and deal with him properly. Seeing Bai Lian's trust in him, Mao Kuan was particularly moved. Then he turned to look at Luan Yulin, as if he were looking at a dead man. Luan Yulin looked at Bai Lian and then at Mao Kuan, and after realizing something, his complexion turned deathly pale suddenly. The next day, Su En's temporary residence. Early in the morning, Ji Mulan shared with Su En the good news about Shen Qing's surgery. It was actually a success? Su En, just learning of Shen Qing's successful surgery, was quite surprised. Do you know who did it? Which hospital's doctor? The assistant recalled the old man in flowery shorts from the day before. Luck. The assistant pondered briefly. That old man didn't look like a surgeon at all. Otherwise, the assistant wouldn't know how to explain it. He wasn't familiar with medicine, but judging by that old man's disco-era vibes, he really didn't seem like a serious surgeon. Su En appeared thoughtful. Ji Mulan said nothing. That Airbus ACJ 350 yesterday. Su En suddenly remembered the incident. The phone rang once. It was a call from the Su family's main house in Jiangjing, and the caller was old Madame Su. You didn't come to an agreement with Mr. Luan? You know him, Su En replied, falling silent for a moment. The Ji family would have reservations. Su En, you're truly blinded by that woman. On the other side of the phone, the old lady tapped her cane. With such a golden opportunity like Backter Street, you want work with him? You've accomplished nothing in Xiangqing. Wait until you come back for the shareholders' meeting and see how they'll override you. And that woman and her daughter, don't even think about them stepping through the Su family's door. The old lady hung up the phone with a snap. Her voice was loud, and the assistant and Ji Mulan heard everything very clearly. The assistant bowed his head, acting as if he hadn't heard. Ji Mulan still sat upright, her expression unchanged. Don't mind it. Su En patted Ji Mulan's hand, then knit his brows. The assistant glanced at Ji Mulan, worried. If Mr. Lun's case can't proceed, we truly have no other option but to return to Jiangjing. If Master Qin can make a move. I haven't even met Master Qin. Suen held his forehead, his head throbbing, and spoke wearily. Let's not talk about this now. Later, I'll see if Miss Su can ask Master Qin for help on my behalf. Ji Mulan could not fail to understand the look in the assistant's eyes. Yet it was precisely because of Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing that she also felt uneasy. She couldn't advise Suen to cooperate with Mr. Luen, could she? At that moment, a security guard brought someone in. Mr. Su, a classmate named Bai is here to see you. Alien. Suen looked up, surprised to see the figure clad in blue and white school uniform, carrying a black bag. How did you find this place? He hadn't given Bai Lian the address. On second thought, it must have been Ji Hung who told her. Today, Bai Lian appeared carefree and casual, starkly different from the night before. I'll just ask something and leave. Bai Lian didn't sit down. She slung her backpack over one shoulder, holding a document in her hand, slowly rolling it up and tapping it against her palm. I remember you're also vying for the development rights to the Yongfu residential area. How much resettlement compensation would you offer them? Ji Mulan seldom spoke with Bai Lian these days. But at this moment, she was distraught over old Madame Zu's remarks. The tourism businesses in Xiangqing couldn't take off, and Suen was too affected. Now Bai Lian had to touch on what was causing them pain. It was as if she was deliberately rubbing salt in their wounds. What are you doing here instead of going to school? You don't understand these things. What's the use of asking so many questions so specifically? Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her patience running out. She had explained the Bai family's business to Bai Lian countless times. Bai Lian hadn't absorbed a single word. It's fine, it's nothing that can't be mentioned, Suen said. Although he felt a little sore, he still gave Bai Lian a number. I was planning to apply early to the authorities, but Mr. Luen got the jump on us and obtained the demolition rights first. It doesn't matter. Bai Lian didn't even acknowledge Ji Mulan. Listening to the number Suen gave, which was a bit more than Ji Xian's estimate, she stopped the tapping against her palm and with a lazy look in her eyes, she spoke in a particularly disdainful tone. From now on, it's yours. She handed the rolled-up document to Suen. Chapter 198. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang who is good at dealing with aftermath _1. This is, Suen reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he took the document Bai Lian handed over. He seemed to have some realization of what it was. Bai Lian didn't say a word, only waiting for him to take it, without looking at Ji Mulan. She calmly turned and left the room. Suen reacted and followed her. Let me drive you to school. His place was quite far from Xiangqing No. 1 middle school. No need. Bai Lian casually waved her hand behind her, brisk and efficient. There's a car waiting for me outside. She disappeared at the front door. Suen's assistant approached, and he couldn't help but glance at the document in Suen's hand. President Su, what Miss Bai gave you is. Ji Mulan also found it strange. Suen looked down, opened the document. On the outside of the folder was the official seal of the Xiangqing Demolition Authority. And on the seal was a line of red regular script. Yongfu Community Housing Demolition Permit. A permit? Wasn't it taken by President Liu? The assistant exclaimed as if a thunderclap had gone off above his head. Suen stared at that line of text, piecing it together with what Bai Lian said. He too was in a daze for a moment. In business, what counts is the differential in information. Suen initially possessed information far superior to others, but he hadn't expected someone like President Liu to emerge from Bakhtar Street and get hold of the demolition permit before anyone else. Suen then began to consider partnering with President Liu. After the incident at the Ji family, he thought he no longer had any chance to cooperate. But today, Bai Lian had brought the demolition permit to him. How did the certificate end up with her? Ji Mulan regained her senses too, as she too knew what the permit meant for Suen, but her mind was in turmoil. So does that mean you can plan for fundraising now? In Ji Mulan's eyes, Bai Lian had never been obedient or diligent, always up to no good except for serious matters. But wasn't it said that only if Miss Su found that Mr. Chen could there possibly be a chance? How did Bai Lian get it? How did she get it? Her mind was in chaos, for the first time feeling like she didn't understand Bai Lian. We can start fundraising now. Go inform President Liu, Suen exhaled, the frustration that had been building in his heart dissipating, instructing his assistant. Also prepare some nourishing gifts. We're heading to the hospital right away. Going to the hospital naturally meant visiting Shenqing. Ji Mulan was surprised by Suen's attitude. The fact that Suen could arrange a doctor and a hospital bed for Shenqing was already beyond Ji Mulan's expectations. Now that he had obtained the demolition rights, Suen should be 100 times busier than before. Yet he was going to see Shenqing right now? Zu's assistant immediately made arrangements. Looking up to see Ji Mulan's puzzled expression, the assistant paused briefly. Ji Mulan was unfamiliar with the situation in Jiangjing and the circumstances of Bacter Street. Of course, it was hard for the average person to understand. Before this, Ji Mulan, like most people, had never heard of Bacter Street. But Zu's assistant knew that Vermilion Bird Bank headquarters, Asia's largest auction house, fighting arenas, and the most well-informed bars were all on Bacter Street. Obtaining the demolition permit from President Liu of Bacter Street, both Suen and his assistant recognized one thing: Bai Lian was definitely not as simple as she seemed. Suen put the document away, and as he was about to go upstairs, he hesitated. Mulan, he said, looking at Ji Mulan, I think you've always been very gentle and accommodating to people, but your attitude towards Alien is problematic. She is your daughter. She might understand you, but constantly keeping a bad mood for family can chill hearts over time. Outside the Su family home, by the roadside, a silver-gray car lingered. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. Jiang Fulai, his left elbow resting on the half-lowered window, the morning sun spilling carelessly over his slightly cold face, looked at her as she got in the car, reached out, paused his Bluetooth earpiece and seemed surprised. That was quick. Went in and left. Bai Lian closed the car door, fastened her seatbelt, and then took out her phone, opening an app. The Calligraphy Association is recruiting now. You don't need to go there tonight. Jiang Fulai started the car, remembering this. I'll stop by on my way later. Bai Lian had plans to visit Shenqing at the hospital in the evening. Hearing this, Bai Lian had no objections. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she browsed the app methodically. As soon as she opened the app, a barrage of messages flooded in. She glanced at them. Most were internal messages, along with a few from people following her. Internal message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Chapter 199. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who is good at dealing with aftermath _2 site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Site message. Hello, your answer has been included in the reference answers. Whenever Bai Lian encountered a chemistry problem, she skipped it. She did the biology questions she knew but skipped those she didn't. She tackled every single physics and math problem without missing a single one, and sent the ones she couldn't solve to teacher Jiang. Her solutions were always easier to understand than Jiang Fulai's, and her handwriting was more standardized than his. Almost every physics and math question she answered was collected by the system as the correct answer. Can this thing be blocked? She looked at the incessant messaging alerts and, while at a red light, showed her phone screen to Jiang Fulai. It's so annoying. She had already blocked messages from strangers. Every time she seriously worked on problems, the site's messages would suddenly pop up. She had been busy recently and had not logged into the app, so the notifications were even more frequent. Jiang Fulai glanced at it and immediately understood. I'll send you a plugin later. Who wouldn't be annoyed by site messages? Young Master Jiang had once written a blocking plugin specifically because of the site messages. When they arrived at school, Bai Lian got out of the car with her backpack and waved goodbye. She was tall, and the bulky school uniform looked unusually slim on her. Ah, not far away, Zhang Xiais and the rest of class 15 just spotted Bai Lian. He was tall and smiling. Is your aunt okay now? Yes. Bai Lian tilted her head, glanced at him, and slowly spoke. That's good. Hee, I just saw Sister Yan's Weibo when I woke up early. She's coming back to Xiangqing for promotion. Good things come in pairs, Zhang Xiai's nodded. He reached out, wanting to pat Bai Lian's shoulder in a buddy-like manner. Suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, which brought goosebumps to his arms. Zhang Xiai's quickly withdrew his hand. Hiss, my mom wouldn't be cursing me with voodoo dolls, right? Even that won't help me score 60. Jiang Fulai leaned casually against the back of the driver's seat. Only after the group of students disappeared into the school gate did he leisurely press his Bluetooth headset. Continue. On the other side, Director Chen hesitated. That Mr. Lu's VIP room, there's a surveillance camera. Now his family has come looking. Jiang Fulai. Miss Bai really didn't understand that there are things like surveillance cameras these days. He started the car, drove into the stream of people, found a clear space to stop, and said very calmly, now there isn't. What? Director Chen didn't understand. Jiang Fulai reached out, took a laptop from the back seat. His pale fingers pressed the power button, and Jiang Fulai said indifferently, I'm saying the surveillance, it's gone now. Director Chen got it immediately. Oh, okay. Xiangqing Hospital. Evening. When Bai Lian brought Jiang He to visit Shenqing, Dr. Lance had already arrived earlier to check on the patient. Shenqing was doing well. She had been transferred from the ICU in the afternoon, and was now in the VIP ward. Learning that Dr. Lance was the surgeon for Shenqing, Ji Heng showed great respect. He poured Dr. Lance a glass of water. Dr. Lance, please have some water. Dr. Lance was wearing a floral shirt that day. His sunglasses were tucked into his collar while he reviewed the nurse's rounds record for Shenqing. Upon hearing this, he looked up. No, I don't want water, I want Hiqia. Ah. Ji Heng was startled. He thought Dr. Lance was speaking English and called Ji Xiaojun over. Ji Xiaojun had just woken up from a nap this morning and was feeling refreshed. He also had great respect for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, what did you say? Something about he? Chia ka chia. Dr. Lance held the rounds record in one hand and gestured with the other. He chia chia. I want he chia. This was quite a challenge for Ji Xiaojun. Chia. He tentatively looked at Dr. Lance. Yes, chia, Dr. Lance excitedly explained, making a drinking motion. Water? No. I don't want it. Ji Heng, using all his knowledge, still couldn't understand what Dr. Lance was saying, so he suggested to Ji Xiaojun. You should check if Hiqia is some kind of drink. Okay. Ji Xiaojun took out his phone and searched for Dr. Lance. When Bai Lian arrived, Ji Xiaojun was still at a loss. Bai. Dr. Lance stood up, waving his hands at Bai Lian. Bai Lian had exchanged greetings with Dr. Lance and saw Ji Xiaojun searching cluelessly, so she raised an eyebrow and asked a question. Ji Xiaojun was showing Bai Lian his phone and explaining the Hiqia situation, still frustrated at not being able to find anything. Uncle, Bai Lian was silent for a long while, then looked up somewhat speechlessly. He means he wants to drink tea. Finally hearing the words he wanted to hear, Dr. Lance quickly looked up again, excitedly saying, Yeah, that's Hiqia, Chia. Chapter 200. 074 Mysterious and Hidden. Wang, who was good at dealing with aftermath_3, he had been studying Chinese for a while now, and his typing was fine, but when he spoke he found every word awkward. Ji Xiaojun, Ji Heng. Both were very silent. Ji Xiaojun silently went to make tea for Dr. Lance with the leaves brought by Director Chen, earning himself a thumbs up from Lance. Shenqing hadn't woken up yet, but her vital signs were all good. Bai Lian sat beside Shenqing and casually placed her hand on her pulse. Bai, Dr. Lance, holding a teacup, stood aside, and after the previous incident, felt his Chinese wasn't good enough, switched back to English. Is this the Chinese medicine pulse-taking thing you're doing? Bai Lian withdrew her hand as Shenqing's pulse was steady. She exhaled slowly and said leisurely to Ji Xiaojun, Auntie will wake up tomorrow morning. Ji Xiaojun was eating beside them. When he heard Bai Lian speak, he thought she was just trying to comfort him. All right, it's okay, you don't need to worry about me. Ji Heng had stayed here for a whole day and night, would go back with Bai Lian in the evening, and bring food for Ji Xiaojun the next morning. Dr. Lance also followed Bai Lian downstairs. By acupuncture, give me acupuncture. It's acupuncture. Bai Lian corrected. The next day. Morning. Ji Mulan and Su En routinely came to the hospital to see Shenqing. You two are busy, you don't need to come every day. Ji Heng's attitude towards Su En had improved quite a bit. He then told Ji Xiaojun, wash the fruit Xiaochen bought last night. Ji Xiaojun went to wash the fruit. The two of them were grateful to Su En, but didn't feel too close to him. Ji Mulan looked at the fruit Ji Xiaojun washed and placed there, and at Ji Heng's attitude towards Su En, which was not even as good as that toward Xiaochen, who was only mentioned verbally. I still have to go sign a contract with Director Liu. Su En was aware of this and didn't plan to overstay his welcome with the family. I will come again tomorrow. After people left, Ji Mulan looked at Ji Heng and said with an uncertain tone, you are not even as nice to us as that Xiaochen. She hadn't figured it out. When she left Xiangqing, she didn't know that Ji Heng had an old friend who was fond of fishing. Ji Heng frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Ji Xiaojun, who was sitting by the bed, suddenly pressed the emergency bell, excitedly saying, Nurse! Nurse, she's opening her eyes. Because Shenqing had woken up. A bunch of doctors and nurses came again, and the entire ward was crowded with people. Ji Heng stood aside, no longer paying attention to Ji Mulan, just watching Shenqing on the bed, suddenly remembering what Bai Lian had said the night before. That Shenqing would wake this morning. Did she really wake up? A coincidence? For the first time he felt a bit uncertain about his granddaughter, shrouded in mystery. Ji Mulan didn't want to crowd with so many people. Just then her cell phone rang in her bag. She took it out as she walked out. It was a call from Beicheng. Hello. Mulan, it's me. On the other end of the phone was a woman's voice. Ji Mulan stood in the middle of the hallway, pausing, her voice growing distant. Mrs. Song. The person on the line laughed softly, her voice very gentle. You've been out of touch for the past 2 years. Just say what you want to say. Ji Mulan pressed the elevator button and scoffed. You don't have to beat around the bush. All right then. On the phone, Mrs. Song casually snipped off branch tips from a potted plant and threw the scissors aside. Do you know that Bai Lian has left the Bai family? The elevator doors opened, but Ji Mulan didn't get on. At those words, the chill in her eyes deepened. Hearing no reply, Mrs. Song understood and thought for a moment. You know, Song Min and Bai Lian never got along since they were kids. Talking about her son, Mrs. Song's voice became considerably softer. The two of them have different interests. Song Min has always liked research, and he's going to Jiangjing University to be in a lab. The one who actually matches his interests is Xiaoqi. Mrs. Song stopped there, paused, and didn't continue mentioning Bai Xiaoqi to Ji Mulan. That's why Mr. Bai also agreed to annul their engagement. Ji Mulan had always been quite satisfied with Song Min's family background and talents. Mrs. Song talking about annulling the engagement now. Ji Mulan was all too clear about her intentions. Wasn't it just to ally with that illegitimate daughter? Anything else? Ji Mulan asked. You know about the jade pendant that was given when those two got engaged, Mrs. Song said, her voice growing much colder. But Bai Lian has always been reluctant to return it, not taking our calls. Chapter 201. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _1 Isn't it normal for her not to answer your calls? Ji Mulan sneered. It's not that she doesn't want to pay, she's blacklisted you. Bai Lian had even blacklisted her number. Would she answer a call from the Song family? Madame Song was taken aback by Ji Mulan's words. You should go and ask her for the money yourself. Ji Mulan stepped into the elevator, handing Ji Heng's phone number to Madame Song. I can't manage her now. Having said that, she snapped the phone shut with a click. Beicheng Song family. Madame Song looked at the hung-up phone in surprise. A short distance away, Bai Xiaoqi was discussing problems with Song Min. She still hasn't done this problem? Bai Xiaoqi put down her pen, looking at a person's homepage. The problem was released 2 days ago. How has she not done it yet? What's the matter? Madame Song walked over, asking with a smile. Auntie, it's this. Bai Xiaoqi opened the smartphone app and showed her account to Madame Song. Madame Song looked down. It was the blue app of Jiangjing University. Beicheng High School had 10 spots. and both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had earned theirs on their own merits. On the bottom left corner of the public screen, a bunch of prodigies were buzzing. Day 4 without seeing the godlike Bai Jian, missing her. I wish the god Jian logs on today. Forget it, you bunch of useless things, none of you can solve it. An elder with a long history leisurely lit a cigarette. It's like seeing the scene of Emperor L slaughtering through the app years ago. Xiaoqi, you're actually ranked over 300, you will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Madame Song was very satisfied with Bai Xiaoqi, inevitably noticing the name that kept popping up on the public screen. Bai Jian? Who is this person? She emerged out of nowhere this month. I don't know why she's only ranked a little over 100, but her physics and mathematics are terrifying. Bai Xiaoqi explained softly to Madame Song. Everyone on the app calls her the god Jian. Song Min also added uncommonly. Her physics and math solutions are clearer than the standard answers, and every time a problem is released, we are waiting for her analysis, but she has been online very seldom recently. Is that so? Madame Song was very surprised, as she was quite familiar with the app. Then she will definitely get into Jiangjing University. Next to them, Song Min narrowed his eyes slightly, not responding. His fingertips tapped lightly on the smartphone screen. On the screen, there was a private message he had sent to Bai Jian a few days ago. Hey God Jian, you haven't been doing problems recently, are you busy with something? It had been unread all this while. After Bai Xiaoqi went home, Madame Song looked at Song Min, pondering for a moment. Come with me to Xiangqing this weekend. What for? Song Min was scrolling through the app, not finding anything new, so he turned off his phone. To inquire about the mining news, Madame Song picked up her coffee. And have you forgotten that the jade pendant is still with Bai Lian? Seeking Bai Lian for the jade pendant was an added task. After all, Bai Lian wasn't worth them making a special trip to Xiangqing. Upon hearing this, Song Min did not ask any further questions. How is Xiaoqi doing with her Guzheng lessons? Madame Song remembered this matter. In planning to take her to Jiangjing at the end of the year. Madame Song was from Jiangjing. She made this decision after knowing that Bai Xiaoqi had learned to play the Guzheng and could even play the melody in white. Based on this, she had cut off contact with Bai Lian. Quite well, Song Min spoke up. Rarely do we see someone with good grades who still finds time to practice the instrument. Madame Song was quite satisfied. If she could also write in the Liang style, that old gentleman would surely like her even more. Song Min shook his head. Not anyone can master that. That's true. Madame Song felt she could not be too harsh. Xiangqing. Suan was hosting a meeting. He extended his hand, greeting the two people in front of him one by one. CEO Liu, Miss Yan Liu, I look forward to our pleasant cooperation. CEO Liu was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a smile like Maitreya Buddha. Not resembling a businessman, but more like a philanthropist. Yan Liu had black wavy hair and bright red lips, dressed in a black long dress. She looked at Suan's hand but did not take it. Suan was taken aback. Yan Liu, what are you dazing out for? The manager behind her forced a smile. Hurry up and shake hands with Mr. Su? She reached out and pinched Yan Liu's waist. Mr. Su, Yan Liu is a bit shy. CEO Liu also gave Yan Liu a smile, saying gently, when she was little, she used to be very obedient. Yan Liu shook hands with Su indifferently. After signing the contract, Yan Liu left the building with a dark expression and found a restroom. What's wrong with you? Didn't CEO Liu say that Mr. Su is an influential figure, and you dared not reciprocate when he offered a handshake? Her manager scolded her from behind. We finally got this opportunity, and you could have been cast in the great eternal prosperity with just a handshake, breaking away from being a third-tier Xianming. Chapter 202. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement, second update. _2 Yan Liu turned on the faucet without a word, continuously scrubbing her right hand. Scrubbing until it was nearly red. Her manager paused, then said helplessly, How many times have you been criticized for your OCD? Can't you try to change it? I can't change it. Yan Liu pulled out a piece of paper, dried her hands, then put on her mask and left. It's one thing for industry peers, the manager said solemnly. But Mr. Su is no joke. Even President Liu holds him in high esteem, haven't you noticed? Try to avoid this kind of situation next time. Yin Lu nodded. I'll try my best. In Xiangqing No. 1 High School, it was the second monthly exam of the weekend. Sunday morning. The last exam was comprehensive science. Once Bai Lian wrote the last word, she picked up her pen and immediately left the examination hall. The teacher glanced at the test paper in hand, then at Bai Lian, who casually picked up her pen, neatly folded the almost unused school-supplied paper, and stuffed it into her pocket before leaving. He looked especially disheveled. No, you only brought 2 pens for a science exam? There's no need to be so arrogantly unprepared. You handed in your paper early? Zhang Xi's came out of the last exam room and saw Bai Lian. Bai Lian put on her earphones to listen to the English listening test, glanced at him, and mercilessly burst his bubble. You didn't know how to do physics and handed in a blank paper? You're doomed. Zhang Xi's cursed under his breath. I wrote something. If guessing on multiple choice questions counts as writing, then you did write. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Zhang Xi's was speechless. Such a perverted question aside from you, who could answer it? While they were talking, Ning Xiao, who had finished his paper early, came down from another floor and unexpectedly initiated conversation. What? Zhang Xi's. He chose to isolate these 2 people. Bai Lian wasn't going to the library today, but to take another bus, walking a little further with the 2 of them. Ahead was the moat that split open and flowed around the city gate. On the small bridge, a woman with sunglasses stood with both hands on the railing, looking at the somewhat tumultuous river. Her long hair fell behind her back, curling with a lazy grace. Her jawline was sharp, her face pale as jade, dressed in a blue long t-shirt, white boots, and wearing a black leather jacket over it. Yin Lu. Zhang Shi's eyes lit up, and he ran excitedly towards her. Yin Lu's hands paused. She turned her head back and, seeing Zhang Xi's, removed her sunglasses. Don't you have an exam today? I finished early. Zhang Xi's didn't really want to answer that question, so he opened his backpack, took out a snow-white iris, and handed it to Yin Lu. Oh right, my mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight. Yin Lu reached out to take the iris, its clusters white as snow. Got it, she said, touching a petal and strangely glancing at Zhang Xi's. Why do you always give me irises? They suit you. Yin Lu glanced at him and smiled noncommittally. Her gaze moved forward and hesitated upon seeing Bai Lian. Is that your classmate? Yeah, said Zhang Xi's very smugly with some pride. Our Ning scholar and Bai Lian the school belle cutting a swath through everyone. Holding the flower, Yin Lu looked towards Ning Xiao and Bai Lian as they approached. It was Sunday today. Bai Lian wore a white and green long dress, with a meticulously tailored white collared shirt embroidered with green grape bunches and deep brown vines. The white-green gradient dress had a wide hem that swung gently with her footsteps, revealing the green and purple grapes as well as the emerald leaves embroidered into the dress by Ji Heng. Such beautiful clothes. But the girl's face was even more striking. Her almond-shaped eyes, pretty and lazy, squinted slightly, and the sunlight shining on her jaw was like light reflecting off ice and snow. Your classmate is so beautiful. Even Yin Lu, accustomed to the many handsome men and beautiful women of the entertainment industry, was stunned by this sudden surge of beauty. Of course. Zhang Xiai spoke, then introduced Yin Lu to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. With the flowers in hand, Yin Lu said to Bai Lian, Classmate, if my agent saw you, had definitely force you into the entertainment circle. If you entered the circle, you'd be a hit anywhere you went. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Xi's wanted to take Yin Lu for a walk, so he said to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Yin Lu was just enjoying the scenery. I'll take her for a stroll, we want to accompany you too. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow, enjoying the scenery? She somehow felt Yin Lu was more inclined to jump off the bridge. In a coffee shop in downtown Xiangqing, as soon as Bai Lian got off the bus, she saw Ji Heng waiting there. Ji Heng was wearing a black long coat, talking to Director Qin. After they get discharged from the hospital in a while, we'll go fishing. Chapter 203. 075 Divine Picker emerges from nowhere. Annulment of engagement. Second update. _3, how is your sister-in-law feeling? Director Chen hadn't visited Shenqing today. He only dropped Ji Hung off here. I see Brother Ji has been in good spirits these past 2 days. Not bad, Ji Hung replied, looking down and taking a drag from his cigarette. It was only when he saw Bai Lian get out of the car that he said, "She's here now. You don't have to wait with me anymore." Miss Bai, Director Chen straightened up as he saw Bai Lian. He called Ji Hung uncle and Ji Xiaojun brother. And he still called Bai Lian Miss Bai. After all, everyone addressed each other in their own way. Standing 2 steps away, Bai Lian looked through the glass and saw the elegantly dressed Madame Song. As Ji Hung walked over, she listened to an English recording and asked, "What do you want to see her for?" "Don't ask." Ji Hung exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice unclear. He stubbed out his cigarette before entering the coffee shop. Sitting by the window inside the coffee shop, Madame Song was sitting upright. She had been holding her coffee and had noticed Ji Hung and Director Chun at the door for some time. Ji Hung was wearing the kind of traditional Chinese attire he made himself, the very picture of a common man from Xiangqing. Madame Song hadn't paid much attention until Bai Lian walked in with Ji Hung. Only then did she realize that this man was likely Bai Lian's grandfather, Ji Mulan's father. "Mr. Ji, hello." Madame Song greeted Ji Hung very politely, inviting both to sit across from her and ordering coffee for them. "Bai Ao will drink, right?" "No need," Bai Lian said, sitting next to Ji Hung, tapping her fingertips on the table. "Just speak directly to me if you have something to say." "Song Min hasn't arrived yet," said Madame Song, somewhat embarrassed. She had called Song Min, speaking in a low voice. "Alien and her grandfather are here. Where are you?" At the other end of the phone, Song Min hesitated before replying. "I was discussing a topic with Xiaoqi and forgot. Give me 10 minutes. Madame Song had long been aware that Song Min wasn't very concerned about matters regarding Bai Lian. She looked up, helplessly explaining to Ji Hung and Bai Lian. Ji Hung had always been a man of few words. He set his pipe on the table, grunted in acknowledgement, and said no more. Bai Lian glanced at Ji Hung, and seeing that he was still waiting, she closed her reading app and sent a message back to Lance on WeChat. Only then did she open an app, took a pen and a neatly folded piece of paper from the hidden pocket of her long skirt, and began to work on a question. A newly released question on optical physics. Not overly difficult, she glanced at it, quickly sketched the refraction angles on the paper, and began writing down the solution at a measured pace. Ji Hung watched from the side. She never used a ruler when she drew. By the time Song Min arrived, Bai Lian had just finished writing. She was taking a photo of the analysis she had completed. "He's here." Madame Song stood, allowing Song Min to come over, then turned to introduce him to Ji Hung. "This is my son." Ji Hung looked up, turning his attention to Song Min. He had heard from Ji Mulan the previous night that Bai Lian was quite fond of this young man. Today, he was here to see for himself. Song Min, tall and long-legged, sat next to Madame Song, making the space feel a bit cramped. His demeanor was cold, and he only spared Ji Hung a glance, "Hello." As for Bai Lian, he didn't even look at her. He just casually took out his phone and lowered his head to open a question bank. Outside, Director Chen hadn't left yet. He was waiting here, ready to take Bai Lian and Ji Hung back later. When he looked up, he saw Song Min sitting opposite Bai Lian, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly took a photo and sent it to Jiang Fulai. "Not good, young Master Jiang. Miss Bai is on a blind date." Song Min is using the Jiangjing University app. He prefers to solve problems online, and is even ranked in the top 50 for this month, said Madame Song to Ji Hung, smiling as she spoke. Song Min had always been someone to be proud of. However, the two people across from her had no reaction. Madame Song paused, then shook her head. Ji Hung probably didn't know what that was. And as for Bai Lian, she previously tried to cheat her way to getting that spot but didn't succeed, so she likely didn't understand what the ranking meant. "This is the situation, Mr. Ji." Madame Song decided to be direct. "The children were previously engaged, and we gave Alien a jade pendant. Now that the engagement has been called off, do you think the jade pendant should be returned? I know it was the Song family's fault for breaking off the engagement, and this is our compensation." She pushed forward a bank card. Now that Bai Lian had left the Bai family, seeing her with her grandfather, they must need money. Ji Hung didn't say a word, nor did he look at the bank card, simply turning his head to gaze at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was busy uploading her answer to the app. On hearing this, she slightly raised her head. The light came through the window and fell upon her face, lending her marble-like complexion an extra hint of rosy allure. However, her dark eyes were clearly puzzled. Jade pendant? She searched her mind for this detail, trying to recall the jade pendant. Bai Lian remained silent, and no sound came from the coffee table. Madame Song put down her coffee cup and quietly watched Bai Lian, knowing that today it would be difficult to get the jade pendant back. Song Min finally looked up, directly at Bai Lian for the first time. What exactly do you want this time to give up the jade pendant? Another million in compensation? Or perhaps, I could try my best to talk to the school authorities and help you apply for a spot on the Jiangjing University app. How about that? Would you hand over the jade pendant then? Chapter 204. 076. Janshan has already been very law-abiding. _1 Song Min was the biggest dark horse at Beiqing High School in recent years. His rank was closing in on Jiangjing. If he stepped forward to negotiate with the school, there was a very good chance they would vie for this spot. Of course, as the negotiator, Song Min would also assure the school of his rank in the next joint exam. Song Min didn't want to keep entangled with Bai Lian like this. He knew that Bai Lian had always coveted this spot, so he threw her this irresistible bait directly. Ji Hung was unaware of the matter regarding the jade pendant. When he received the call from Mrs. Song, she was afraid that mentioning the jade pendant to Ji Hung would give Bai Lian an excuse not to come, so she deliberately concealed it. He thought he was here to meet Song Min today. Only when Song Min spoke up did he realize the intention of the two people from the Song family. Ji Hung, who was usually silent and reticent, suddenly stood up, burning with rage. What do you mean by this? Bai Lian was still thinking about the jade pendant. Seeing Ji Hung stand up, she hurriedly followed suit, patting his back and trying to soothe him. Grandpa, don't be angry. Mrs. Song across from them was also taken aback. How could she have expected that what seemed to be an honest and simple old man from the 18th tier Xiangqing could burst into such a formidable aura when agitated? Even stronger than many others she had met. Mr. Ji. Mrs. Song hesitated inwardly but put away her contempt. Please don't be angry. This is a matter between the Song and Bai families, and Mr. Bai has already given his consent. It would be one thing to give you anything else, but this jade pendant is an heirloom of the Song family. We have come with enough sincerity to reclaim it, and I will agree to any conditions you put forth. At this point, Mrs. Song felt somewhat of a headache, of course, except for the engagement. You know Alien has left the Bai family, and our Song Min will certainly not stay in Beiqing in the future. They are simply not suitable for each other. Of course, I hope you will cooperate while I am still able to speak to you reasonably, otherwise. Mrs. Song cut straight to the point with a smile. She didn't spell it out, but what she implied was that Bai Lian was simply not worthy of Song Min. The gap between them was too wide. She was able to speak kindly to the Ji family now, but if she lost patience, the Song family could enforce their will directly, and Bai Lian would get nothing. Powerful families always stress equal social standing. If Bai Lian herself had a bit more merit, Mrs. Song might have reconsidered, but unfortunately she did not. Next to Mrs. Song, Song Min was watching Bai Lian with indifference, his eyes devoid of any emotion. You too. Bai Lian, having calmed Ji Hung, turned her head. Her appearance was always deceiving, and now as she faced them, with suppressed eyebrows and a compelling presence, she smiled at them and said languidly, If your brains are bad, that's fine, but make sure to keep yourselves healthy, otherwise, you might die too soon. Outside the window, Director Chen shuddered at Bai Lian's, You two figure out who I should shark next smile. Perhaps it wasn't a meeting for a marriage arrangement? After Bai Lian left the Bai family, this was the first time Song Min had seen her, and her temperament and everything else were too different from the person he remembered. Especially that sentence. Song Min frowned at Bai Lian, annoyed by her sarcastic tone. You? What about me? Bai Lian casually slipped a black pen into her pocket, walked out of her seat, let Ji-hung go out first and lifted her pale, cold chin. If I had that jade pendant, I would have surely burned it for you already, but since I don't, there's no chance for me to do so. After all, the peaceful and friendly modern era barely gave Miss Bai any chance to show her mettle. Living within the law was already very compliant. So what if she was a little less civil? A bit more insulting? The two members of the Song family hadn't yet processed what she meant by burn. Oh right, Bai Lian had Ji-hung leave first, casually tossing her phone in her hand, took a couple of steps, then stopped, and slightly turning her head, she curled her lips slightly towards the two. Your jade pendant is still at the Bai family. With some luck, you might find it in the trash can of the room where Miss Bai used to live. She, Mrs. Song, born into a prestigious family with an even more distinguished maternal family from Jiangjing, had been taught noble etiquette since childhood, always held in high regard. Never before had she been subjected to such insults. Even the well-composed Mrs. Song trembled with anger at her lips. Mother, she's always been like this, Song Min, both unsurprised and unexpected. Given Bai Lian's reputation as a spoiled lady who mingled with ruffians daily, first asked the Bai family. Chapter 205. 076. Janshin has already been very law-abiding. _2 He called the Bai family to confirm if what Bai Lian said was true. I had planned to speak a few good words for her to Bai Qiming when I returned. Mrs. Song took a sip of coffee, calming her anger. But now it seems, there's no need for me to do so. Outside, Director Chen had been looking down at his phone the entire time. When Bai Lian and Ji-hung came out, he hurriedly put his phone back in his pocket. Miss Bai, Uncle Ji, are you two heading to the hospital? Director Chen stepped forward, trying hard not to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian shook her head. Facing the breeze, her attitude was somewhat lax. I'm going to the east of the city. The eastern part of the city was closer to the suburbs because the Calligraphy Association was there, which was in a different direction than the hospital. Ji-hung needed to go to the hospital. Bai Lian decided to take the bus to the Calligraphy Association, while Director Chen chose to take Ji-hung. Only after Bai Lian left did Director Chen dare to ask Ji-hung what had just happened. That was Alien's former fiancé. Ji-hung frowned. He lit another cigarette, clearly displeased. They've broken off their engagement, and he came to ask Alien for the engagement jade pendant. Just mentioning Song Min made Ji-hung feel annoyed. He had originally thought Bai Lian liked her fiancé, since that's how Ji Mulan had described it. But luckily, Bai Lian seemed to really dislike the Song family. You don't need to take me. The hospital isn't far from here. Ji-hung took a couple puffs of his cigarette, settling his nerves. I was planning to buy some embroidery thread on the way. He wanted to take a walk and cool down. He had bandaged his hand at the hospital ward, so when Ji Xiaojun went to teach students, he would embroider and keep him company by the bed. Okay. Director Chen nodded, still somewhat dazed. Miss Bai was engaged? No, she broke off the engagement now? No, wait. How dare they break off Miss Bai's engagement? He typed furiously, indignantly sending a flood of text to Jiang Fulai. Chen Yongquan. Asterisk and amp. % and amp. UN hashtag I asterisk, Chen Yongquan. In any case, he came to ask Miss Bai for the jade pendant. Chen Yongquan was very angry. How dare he break off Miss Bai's engagement? Jiang Xiao. Question mark. Chen Yongquan withdrew a message. Chen Yongquan. Breaking it off was a good and brilliant move. Chen Yongquan. Fireworks, 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 fireworks. Seeing Jiang Fulai did not reply again, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow. Then he scrolled up through the chat history, wondering how he had dared to send so many words to Master Jiang. He took out his cigarette pack and drew out a cigarette to bite on, lighting it up and beginning to reflect on his own actions. Song Min and Mrs. Song also came out of the coffee shop. Confirmed. Song Min received a message from the Bai butler, his expression exceedingly surprised. Her jade pendant really wasn't taken. Even better, Mrs. Song nodded, still furious. As expected, the local conditions breed local people. Let's see what kind of splash she can make here. Director Chen exhaled a ring of smoke. Glancing over at the two, he said indifferently, You two actually broke off Miss Bay's engagement? And who are you? Songmin looked over. Director Chen smiled. Just a passerby waiting to see your regret. After saying that, he took out his car keys and went to find his car. Songmin watched Director Chen's retreating figure, frowning slightly, feeling that the man had an unusual presence. Mom, do you know that man? He was just talking with Bai Lian's grandfather, a friend of her grandfather's. Mrs. Song hadn't taken a good look at Director Chen and didn't care. Never mind, don't pay attention to them. They live here. It's hard for them to understand the outside world. Difficult to comprehend our existence. In this society, without a family background, rising to prominence is very hard. You should get along well with Xiaoqi, Mrs. Song said coolly. Her brother is only a freshman and already has prospects for direct Ph.D. admission. Although he's born illegitimately, it's not a big problem. The Song family was targeting Bai Xiaoke because in terms of ability, Bai Xiaoke was even stronger than Song Min. As for the illegitimate child? Nowadays, illegitimate children also have rights to inheritance, so what about them? The Song family simply didn't care, let alone the fact that Bai Qiming had already divorced Ji Mulan. Song Min nodded, his mind preoccupied with Chief Chen's matter as he slightly furrowed his brow. Before he could think further, his phone beeped. He checked it and saw, on the Jiangjing app's public screen. It was refreshing with messages. God of Answers has updated the answer bank. Everyone go for it. Song Min's attention was captured. He stopped thinking about Chief Chen's matter and immediately opened this month's question bank. He had been stuck on one question for a long time. When the answer came out, he didn't continue working on it but chose to give up and carefully watched the updated answer. It was the familiar, neatly written font. There were drawings on top, and unlike the cold reference answer that only included drawings, this answer had detailed explanations next to it. Song Min seriously looked at the question, his gaze touching the edge of the reference answer where a corner of a black wooden desk had been captured in the shot. He was slightly startled. It seemed somewhat familiar. In the east of the city, at the Calligraphy Association. When Bai Lian arrived, there were already 7 or 8 kids seated in the spacious courtyard. Jiang He was sitting alone in a corner, not practicing calligraphy, but holding a dictionary as big as his face, with his small brow furrowed. Jianzhe was bending over to teach a student how to hold a pen. Seeing Bai Lian coming over, he lifted his head, and after carefully finishing the lesson with the student, he came over while scratching the back of his head. Miss Bai. As he spoke, he shook his hand. He hadn't gotten used to the iridium tied to his hand for several days. After Bai Lian taught him how to practice his posture, he started addressing her respectfully as Miss Bai, especially when Jiang Fulai was around. The day before yesterday, I saw people from the martial arts gym next door come back. Jianzhe mentioned a serious matter to Bai Lian, but he ignored me. Everyone around says that the gym has been closed for 10 years. There used to be students there, but in the end, they all went to Xuguang Taekwondo. Bai Lian looked at the place next door. Mao Kuan had also mentioned this before, and she nodded slightly. Jianzhe led her inside to look at the newly arrived batch of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. I have a train tonight. I'll come back after getting a certificate from the school. He was a junior majoring in art at Beijing University, and basically had no classes left. After touring the entire Calligraphy Association, Bai Lian taught a few children the essentials of studying calligraphy, then took Jiang He out to eat. The Calligraphy Association had a cafeteria, but for the large pot meals that Bai Lian could eat, the picky Jiang He could not. She found a small restaurant nearby, and after finishing their meal, she took Jiang He back to the library to continue searching for questions to practice. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were both there. God of Answers, Ning Xiao said you finished all the physics? Bai Lian had just arrived when Tang Ming wouldn't let it go. Bai Lian picked up a few books from the shelf behind, and hearing the question, she raised her eyebrows at him. Otherwise? Forget it. Tang Ming hadn't finished 2 questions today and sighed. If this month's test is so difficult, what are we going to do about next week's joint exam? Joint exam. Bai Lian put the books aside. Hearing the word for the first time, she opened the app for Jiangjing University, looking at Tang Ming. She signaled a question. Tang Ming nodded furiously, explaining to Bai Lian. Yes, it's the midterm exam next week. Every midterm and final exam, all the high schools in Beijing use the same test paper. The teachers from Beijing make it, and the difficulty is extremely perverse, understand? Compared to next week's paper, what we had today is nothing. The questions from Beijing are difficult. Every midterm and final joint exam, I barely pass math. But there are a few crazies at Beijing High School, especially that one named Song Min. Tang Ming's resentment was deep. Do you know? Last final, I got an 80 in math, he got 137. Even more than Ning the study god by a dozen points. To take an exam with those crazies from Beijing High School, what is that if not torture? As he spoke, Tang Ming suddenly looked at Bai Lian. Wait a second. Chapter 206. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _1 Not just Xiangqing, but schools from other areas in Beijing also face differences in resources compared to Beijing High School. Yet, Beijing didn't care about that. They only focused on making the test questions difficult, regardless of whether other areas could keep up. Even Tang Ming grumbled every time there was a joint exam. The top 100 rankings in Beijing were almost exclusively students from Beijing High School. But that was in the past. Watching Bai Lian, Tang Ming murmured, I feel like there might be a surprise this time. Song Min. Bai Lian was actually surprised. Even people in Xiangqing had heard of this name. Ning Xiao had obviously heard of it too and enlightened Bai Lian. He's the leading candidate for the top scholar in our cohort in Beijing. A hexagonal warrior, without any weak points. Tang Ming added and then looked at Bai Lian. God of scavenging, if only your chemistry was a bit better, you might have been able to compete with him. Bai Lian nodded her head and continued to do practice questions. When Jiang Fulai arrived, Bai Lian had just finished the questions from the new Jiangjing University app and uploaded her answers. Not busy today? Bai Lian put down her pen, leaned lazily against the chair back, and casually rubbed her wrist. Jiang Fulai placed the computer on the table, his expression as noble and indifferent as ever, his eyes naturally pale, and when hit by the sunlight, their cold light refracted, making him appear even more solitary. He sat down, crossing his legs with elegance. It's all right, it's Sunday. Bai Lian felt nothing. But opposite her, Ning Xiao slowed down his writing considerably. Tang Ming didn't dare to lift his head, wanting to escape, so he stiffened his resolve and found an excuse. I'm going down to buy everyone milk tea. What do you want? Ning Xiao was very calm. Coffee. Bai Lian, with a lazy hand propping her chin, opened a book she had taken off the bookshelf called Machine Consciousness and flipped through it. Jiang Xiaoniao and I will have the cherry fruit tea. After saying this, she tilted her head slightly, asking on Tang Ming's behalf. What would you like to drink? Tang Ming had wanted to leave, but now he didn't. Inwardly, he was drumming. No. Did the young master Jiang seem like someone who would drink this kind of thing? Jiang Fulai's icy fingertips pressed the computer's power button, and without lifting his head, his tone was light as a breeze. Jade pendant. What? Not just Tang Ming. Bai Lian didn't quite understand for a moment either. Oh, okay, got it. Tang Ming stood up, dazed. He wasn't much into milk tea, and thinking it was some new kind of milk tea, he hastily made his escape downstairs. Why did he feel as if Jiang Fulai equated to a "you're dead" statement? I'll go with you. Ning Xiao, feeling a sense of crisis, made a swift decision. It wasn't until they got downstairs that Ning Xiao and Tang Ming exchanged a look, and then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they'd come back to life. But when Tang Ming asked about the jade pendant milk tea, the clerk was even more confused than him. Tang Ming knew then that something was wrong. He quickly took out his phone and sent Bai Lian a WeChat message for help. Wait, what milk tea are you talking about? Bai Lian, with her middle finger and index finger holding the pen, spun it in her hand, propped up her leg, raised an eyebrow and asked, You scared Tang Ming to death. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, the setting sun through the window offering little warmth, profiled his high nose from the side. He gazed at Bai Lian, his pale eyes deeper than usual, and didn't speak right away. Fine then, Bai Lian spun her pen, and was just about to reply to Tang Ming the same way. Young Master Jiang withdrew his gaze and continued to stare at the complex patterns on his computer screen, inquiring very politely, "Did you find your ex-fiancé's jade pendant? Or do you need help looking for it?" His face was as cold and beautiful as always, showing little emotion. "Bai Lian, thanks, but," she hesitated for a moment before answering cautiously, "it shouldn't be necessary, I've returned it already." "Oh." Jiang Fulai's face remained cool. Bai Lian, touching her chin, took out her phone, typed a few characters to Tang Ming, thought for a moment, and then showed Jiang Fulai. "So is this okay?" Jiang Fulai took a glance at the unsent chat on Bai Lian's phone that read, "Cherry fruit tea, double the sugar for him." Double the sugar? Jiang Fulai glanced at the line and then silently looked at Bai Lian, his gaze lingering on her face for a long while. What exactly gave her the false impression that he liked double sugar? "It's fine." He nodded and looked away. Bai Lian sent the message, and Tang Ming eagerly showed his urgent request to the clerk. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao returned with an array of drinks. First, they gave Bai Lian and Jiang He their drinks, and then with both hands, Tang Ming held out young Master Jiang's double-sugared drink. Of course, why would such a cold and aloof person like young Master Jiang actually like double sugar? Chapter 207. 077 Ginger TT is online. Dean Jian personally pays a visit. Second update. _2 Tang Ming wouldn't dare make such a complaint. Jiang Fulai casually took a sip of his milk tea with one hand, and inserted the straw nonchalantly, his expression serene. However, the hand holding the milk tea was pale and cold, seemingly colder than the iced milk tea itself. Bai Lian took a sip and observed him for a while before pulling out the test Ning Xiao was writing and slapped it down in front of Jiang Fulai. "Mr. Jiang, could you take a look at this problem?" Jiang Fulai's expression returned to that indifferent look. He bent down to look at the question. Then he explained it to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao, who was still in the posture of holding a pen, looked puzzled. Should he not be here? After finishing her problems, Bai Lian went to visit Shenqing in the evening. She would always avoid Ji Mulan and Su En. She didn't hide this fact, so Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun acted as if they didn't know. Sometimes, when they were about to run into those two, they would inform Bai Lian in advance. But today, Ji Mulan and Su En had already visited in the morning. Bai Lian didn't expect to bump into them just as they were coming out of the hospital in the evening. Due to the last incident, Ji Mulan had a complex look in her eyes upon encountering Bai Lian. Su En, on the other hand, greeted Bai Lian openly. Bai Lian tugged at her lips, the greeting perfunctory at best. Mao Kuan had been squatting at the hospital entrance waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't care about Su En at all. As soon as he saw Bai Lian, his eyes lit up. "Sister, the thing you wanted is ready." He handed her a cloth bag. Bai Lian unfolded it to find the plum blossom needles she had requested neatly arranged inside. Ji Mulan frowned instinctively at the sight of Mao Kun's blonde hair. She wanted to say something, to inquire about how the issue with the Song family was resolved that day, but this time she dared not speak. Su En gave her a glance before stepping forward, surprised. "Silver needles? What do you need these for?" "Dr. Lance wants to try our acupuncture." Bai Lian put the silver needles away, answering dismissively. She didn't talk much with the two of them, and turned to head towards the inpatient department. Mao Kuan stood in place. Only after Bai Lian left did he take out a cigarette from his pocket, light it, and glare at Ji Mulan with a menacing look. "What are you looking at? Want to lose your life?" Mao Kuan, who could attract serious police attention and still dare to challenge the cops, only restrained himself in front of Bai Lian. "Other people? Do you think he would take them seriously?" Not to mention Ji Mulan, even Su En was startled by him. Once Mao Kuan left, Ji Mulan frowned. How come she makes these kinds of friends even after coming to Xiangqing? Su En didn't speak, only remembering that that night, the gang of youths on motorcycles, the leader seemed to be this blonde guy. Shenqing's ward. Bai Lian arrived shortly after Lance did. He was talking with Ji Heng. "Yi Lake is very beautiful." Lance pointed at Ji Heng's robe and kept talking. "I'd like one too." "This alcohol." Bai Lian entered holding the silver needles. After checking Shenqing's pulse, Bai Lian saw that Shenqing's ventilator hadn't been removed, and there was a tube inserted in her nostrils. She couldn't speak, but it was clear that her spirits were good. Bai Lian was relieved. Lance kept chattering away, and Bai Lian grew impatient. Grandfather, just make one for him. She was somewhat puzzled. Ji Heng shouldn't refuse such a request. He should be happy to oblige. Ji Xiaojun beside her almost laughed. He lowered his head, pointed at Lance's flamboyantly patterned shirt, and explained to Bai Lian, Dr. Lance wants a robe in that kind of pattern. Bai Lian, that aesthetic sense was stepping on Ji Heng's toes. She couldn't begin to picture a robe made with such patterned fabric. She didn't try to persuade Ji Heng further. I'll go back and make it for you. In the end, Ji Heng agreed to make the clothes that might ruin his reputation. It'll take about a week. Fine. Lance clapped his hands. Ji Heng didn't understand English. Lance spoke in broken Chinese when talking to him, but when talking to Bai Lian he switched back to English. Because Ji Heng wouldn't mock him. But Bai Lian would tell him seriously that his accent sounded a bit like a gorilla. Acupuncture today? Lance saw the silver needles in her hands. Bai Lian drew out a needle and leisurely made gestures over his head, raising an eyebrow. But I haven't done acupuncture in a long time, are you scared? Lance thought Bai Lian was joking, and bravely said, not afraid. He sat on the couch, waiting for Bai Lian to do the acupuncture. Bai Lian, holding the needle, stood behind him and found a spot on his head. Under the light, the plum blossom needle shone with a cold glint, quite dazzling. Chapter 208. 077 Ginger TT is online, Dean Jian personally pays a visit, second update. _3 Ji Heng was startled by her. Alien, what are you doing? Without any hurry, Bai Lian precisely located the acupuncture point and inserted a needle, mouthing to Ji Heng. Experimenting Ji Heng. Every 5 minutes he would go and ask Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, are you all right? Okay, fine. Dr. Lance, are you still? Anticipating his question, Dr. Lance exclaimed, okay. Dr. Lance, K. Lon 1. Assured that Dr. Lance had survived Bai Lian's experiment, Ji Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Monday. The first class was still Lu Lingxi's, and one of the 3 notorious latecomers, Zhang Xiai's, arrived punctually at 8:01 a.m. as always. Lu Lingxi threw a piece of chalk out. The joint exam is the day after tomorrow. And you're still late? Look at you. Fixing your test paper almost made your physics teacher pop a nitroglycerin pill. Zhang Xiais reflexively replied. No way, I didn't guess a single answer correctly. Lu Lingxi. Stand outside and come to your senses. After finishing a Chinese lesson by Lian during the break, the students were all wailing about the joint exam. Her phone in her desk shone briefly. She checked it and saw a message from a friend, dog friend. Is this you? Dog friend. Video. Upon checking, Bai Lian saw it was a video sent by Pu Xiaohan. Dog friend. Is this you? Although it's blurry, I can still discern your beauty, Bai Lian. One dog friend. You're one and Jimmy again? Bai Lian. On the other side of the phone, at Beijing International class, Bai Lian's dog friend cursed and showed the video to the person behind her. Watch carefully, this lady plays the guzheng amazingly well. Really? A crowd gathered around. Who is it? Because she rarely praised people. Most of them turned their gaze that way. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, who were discussing a question, also looked over, both sensitive to anything about the guzheng. Especially Bai Xiaoqi. The dog friend, with her leg propped up, raised her eyebrows. Classmate Bai Lian, I sent the video to you. Hearing the name Bai Lian, Bai Xiaoqi lost interest and turned away. Looking at Songmin also frowned briefly, letting go of his inquiring gaze. Bai Xiaoqi pulled out her phone and a message popped up. She was stunned. Songmin, I think. I passed the first round of Principal Jian. What? Songmin quickly took Bai Xiaoqi's phone to look at it. The message on Bai Xiaoqi's phone read, Hello Bai Xiaoqi, your video has passed the preliminary round. Please bring your ID to Jiangjing Art University on the 27th. I really passed. Songmin looked up at Bai Xiaoqi and calculated. After the joint exam, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing. Having said that, he took out his phone and sent a message to Mrs. Song. An academy member in Jiangjing? Songmin's deskmate exclaimed, "By, you're terrifying." The others also came over upon hearing this. As Songmin's deskmate provided some background, they all marveled. Not being from Jiangjing, they didn't fully grasp the situation there, or exactly what it meant to be associated with academy member Jian. Only Songmin, who had stayed in Jiangjing, knew how terrifying this news was. Fortunately, Songmin felt some relief for having asked Bai Lian for the jade pendant back the day before. As for Bai Xiaoqi, she remained calm amid the others' praises. Showing no self-satisfaction on her face, she just looked at Songmin. "My brother is also in Jiangjing, you needn't bother. But be careful in the upcoming joint exam. I've been improving a lot in math recently." "I'm looking forward to it," said Songmin, putting down his phone and lifting his eyebrows. He liked the feeling of being equally matched. "Stop showing off at Versailles." Songmin's deskmate turned his head back and teased them. "Can't you two perform a little worse in math, just once, so the rest of us have a chance to live? This time I'm betting on young Master Song for first place." Hearing this, the two of them exchanged smiles. They were right though. The students in the class were all exceptional. And those two were the ceiling for math, with everyone placing bets before each exam to see whether Songmin or Bai Xiaoqi would come in first. This time was no different, some bet on Songmin for math. Others favored Bai Xiaoqi. After all, if it wasn't one, it was the other in first or second place. As for the rest, they didn't even consider them. At Xiangqing High School, Pu Xiaohan was browsing private messages on her phone. Her video had gone viral, attracting a lot of private messages that she couldn't possibly read them all. Today she just happened to open one. Jian Zhongyou. "Hello, do you know the girl playing the guzheng in the video? Jian Zhongyou. Could you give me her contact information? Jian Zhongyou. Please." Pu Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. She clicked on this Jian Zhongyou's profile, curious about who this person was and how they dared to set their sights on someone from her class. It wasn't until she saw the profile that, account name, Jian Zhongyou 1. 12 billion likes, 12 following, 162. 89M followers verified. Honorary Fellow of the Royal Music Academy, President of the Music Association, Dean of Jiangjing Art University Music School. Chapter 209. 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Filai. How awesome was the Daong era? _1 A long string of yellow verification badges dazzled Pu Xiaohan's face. Although she didn't understand, Pu Xiaohan knew this was someone important. She very unladylike mimicked Zhang Xiai's. "Holy shit." Pu Xiaohan quickly followed this Jian Zhongyou, then turned around and held her phone screen towards Bai Lian. "This person wants your contact information. Should I give him your phone number?" Pu Xiaohan said, and was about to send Jian Zhongyou the number. Bai Lian was doing problems. Upon hearing this, she looked up, her gaze falling on the profile page she had opened. "Jian Zhongyou? The academician Jian?" She continued to work on her problems, her expression extra lazy. "No need." Ha! Pu Xiaohan didn't understand music and didn't recognize Jian Zhongyou, but seeing the number of followers, the string of verifications, and the Royal Music Academy along with Jiangjing Art University, she could tell how impressive this person was. She lowered her voice. "I think I should still give it to him. This person looks like..." Bai Lian silently looked up. Her eyes were beautiful from every angle, clear and bright, with black pupils reflecting a clear upside-down image of Pu Xiaohan, like a beautiful white cat lazily sprawled on the table. Pu Xiaohan always found it hard to refuse. She fell silent. "Okay, I got it." She reluctantly replied to the Dean Jian. "Sorry, crying." Jian Zhongyou seemed to have been waiting for her response. Less than a minute later he responded. "Okay, then I will ask again tomorrow." Pu Xiaohan quietly returned to the main page and followed Dean Jian. By the way, Pu Xiaohan always had her own thoughts about short videos. She held up her notebook for Bai Lian to see. "I'm planning to do an edition about the Great Yong Dynasty. What do you think of these key contents?" Pu Xiaohan had a nimble mind. After one of her videos went viral, many teams had approached her, but she hadn't accepted any offers. She wanted to post content that she liked. Bai Lian was originally doing her problems when Pu Xiaohan spoke, and her hand hesitated for a moment. Pu Xiaohan didn't notice. She excitedly chatted with Bai Lian. I've edited a collection of figures from the Great Yong Dynasty, and I've already scheduled the character charts. I'll post it tonight. Can you take a look for me? As she spoke, she wanted to show Bai Lian the edited video on her phone. I am not good at this kind of thing. Bai Lian paused, continuing to write with her pen, her voice emotionless. Aren't you reviewing? Bai Lian wasn't lying. She really didn't know how to edit. I'm reviewing and editing at the same time, Pu Xiaohan said, excited about her own ideas. But Bai Lian always studied intensely minute by minute, so she went to discuss with the arts and entertainment representative on which aspects to edit the video. Chemistry class. The teacher taught the class with a worried expression, and then called Bai Lian out. Zhang Xiais and his group were joking around. Seeing the chemistry teacher call for Bai Lian, Zhang Xiais spoke out. She must have scored a 0 in chemistry. Go and see if that's the case. He teased Wang Qi by his side. Wang Qi recalled a day and rubbed his chilling neck, replying expressionlessly, You go, you're the one sitting behind her. The group argued for a while, but no one dared to actually go, until Pu Xiaohan saw them and remarked solemnly, Isn't life good? Group, outside. The chemistry teacher looked at Bai Lian, lips pursed, his face angry, and a few hairs on his head standing on end. Bai Lian, why did you score 70 in biology but still a 0 in chemistry? Are you isolating me? Bai Lian was startled and explained, Teacher, no, I haven't fully mastered biology yet. She also spent a lot of time on physics, and maths was relatively okay. She had some memories from the original body, so it wasn't too hard to learn. It was just that she favored physics over biology and chemistry, which she didn't like much. Enough, the chemistry teacher interrupted her coldly, his aura commanding. So you want me to beg you before you're willing to learn? Bai Lian wanted to explain further. Fine, the chemistry teacher looked around stealthily, making sure no one was around. Then he put his hands together and whispered, Then what if I beg you, would that do? Bai Lian. Teacher, I'll do my best. The chemistry teacher put his hands behind his back again, returning to a stern and cool demeanor. Lunchtime. Class 15 had a bunch of people gathered together for lunch. Pu Xiaohan, getting her meal, sat down next to Yang Lin and looked at the banner stretched across the cafeteria. Who is this Xiao Lu? He actually donated a scholarship to our school. Apart from the Chen family, it was rare for anyone to donate to the school. Pu Xiaohan was quite surprised. Chapter 210. 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Fulai. How awesome was the Daong era? _2 Bai Lian held her chopsticks, slightly leaning against the back of her chair. She seemed languid all day. Her mood not very high. She spoke at a leisurely pace. I don't know him. I know. Zhang Xiais was very excited, filling in Pu Xiaohan with information. One of the shareholders of Time Entertainment, he even came to Xiangqing with Sister Yan this time. He's Sister Yan's boss and also a philanthropist, having donated a lot to orphanages. There were many media reports about General Manager Liu's charity work. Time Entertainment, that's Manzai's company. Wang Qi chimed in cheerfully. Zhang Xiai shot him a glance. What man she? She's not even as pretty as my sister Yan. Why don't you stand my sister Yan? Yan Lu. Wang Qi shook his head. No way, she's ranked several tiers below Manxi. Manxi is list, your sister Yan is okay, C list. Happy now? Can you even compare? Plus, Manxi is the entertainment industry's recognized goddess beauty. Her acting is great, and she can sing too. My sister Yan is clearly prettier. Zhang Xiais disagreed. The two of them started arguing about who was prettier. No need to argue anymore. Pu Xiaohan slammed the table, settling the matter. None of them are as pretty as Sister Lian. Zhang Xiais and Wang Qi both touched their noses. That was a point they couldn't refute. Sister, Zhang Xiais suddenly picked up his chopsticks, addressing Bai Lian. If you go into the entertainment industry, you'll crush Manxi. Her fans blindly hail her as a goddess beauty every day. A bunch of ignoramuses. You should go and show them what true goddess beauty is. Wang Qi cursed him out. Yanlu can't beat our girl, so you're seeking outside help, huh? Sister Lian is the one who needs to dominate the academic world. Zhang Erbi, watch out. The principal might climb up to your bed in the middle of the night. Yo, you're scared, Lulululu. Pu Xiaohan was used to it. She shrugged at Bai Lian. That's how fervent fans are. Yanlu saved your life or something. That's why you like her so much? Wang Qi couldn't out-argue Zhang Xiai's, so he muttered. Zhang Xiai's leaned back, raising his eyebrows. That's right. Wang Qi. I fell into a river when I was little. I was about to get washed away. Zhang Xiai shared the story for the first time with people at the dinner table. Sister Yan jumped in and saved me. Wang Qi. No way, you're serious? West City Cemetery. The old gatekeeper watching TV saw the woman in a black dress lingering at the foot of the mountain for a long time, and he couldn't help sticking his head out. Miss, are you here to pay respects to someone? Don't remember the way. Yanlu took off her sunglasses, tilting her head back slightly and smiling at the old man. No. The old man glanced at Yanlu, feeling she looked somewhat familiar. Then hurry up and leave. This place has heavy yin energy. Sure. Yanlu lifted her chin, the warm sunshine illuminating her exceptionally bright face. Grandpa, how much is a grave here? Here? 12,000 a spot. The old man switched channels. He didn't have many people to chat with, so he talked a bit more with Yanlu. Are you preparing it for an elder? Then you should hurry. The price is going up next month. 12,000, not expensive. Yanlu thanked him. I will buy one before then. As she turned to leave, the old man suddenly remembered who she was. I remember now, aren't you that celebrity Yan Yan? Yanlu paused. As a minor 18th tier celebrity, she almost never needed to wear a mask when going out. She didn't expect to be recognized. Yanlu. Right, Yanlu. The old man became somewhat excited. My granddaughter really likes you. She has many of your photos in her room. Could you give her an autograph? He took out paper and pen. Yanlu stared at the paper and pen for a long moment, signed her name, and murmured softly, Please thank her for her fondness for me. Evening. Ji Heng, who had been providing companionship at the hospital all day, was worriedly designing robes for Lance at home. Bai Lian intended to take the bus to the hospital. She hadn't yet reached the bus stop when she saw a car parked by the roadside. She opened the passenger door and sat down. In the back seat, Jiang He, who was twisting a Rubik's Cube, looked up at Bai Lian silently, then sighed dejectedly and continued with the cube. Jiang Fulai was in the driver's seat, his left hand lightly resting on the steering wheel. His presence notably chilly, he turned his head slightly to look at Bai Lian, his fingertips absently tapping on the black steering wheel. Bai Lian casually greeted him, seemingly no different from usual days. He seemed thoughtful. Bai Lian felt that Jiang Fulai must have known she was going to the hospital. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been waiting for her. However, once she got into the car, he didn't speak for a long time. He just rested his hand on the steering wheel, looking out the window, offering her only the very sharp profile of his face. Chapter 211. 078 Disdain for all things Jiang Fulai. How awesome was the Daong era? _3. What are you spacing out about? Bai Lian opened the app, checking the new questions while slowly repeating his own words back to him. Dressed in a casual white shirt and leaning against the car door, Jiang Fulai looked over when he heard her. I'm thinking about a problem. What problem? Bai Lian asked casually. Why do you always drink cherry-flavored fruit tea? Jiang Fulai stretched his body and started the car. Bai Lian studied the question carefully. Of course, because it's tasty. Oh. Jiang Fulai responded with an expressionless tone. Just when Bai Lian thought the topic had ended, someone suddenly chimed in. I thought it was because your ex-fiancé liked it. Turns out it's not. His tone was as calm as ever, with an air of aloofness that was intimidating. But it sounded somewhat strange. Every time Bai Lian heard about Song Min, she felt cursed. She sat up straight and warned Jiang Fulai. Don't contaminate my milk tea. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, glanced at Bai Lian, and then quickly looked away, languidly saying, "You think I want to mention him? I'd rather curse Jiang Xiaoniao." Jiang He from the back seat. When Jiang Fulai parked the car in the hospital parking lot, Chief Chen, carrying a basket of fruits, hummed a tune as he got out of the opposite car. He had barely taken a step when he felt a chilling gaze. He paused, slowly looking up. Seeing someone with one hand in his pocket, giving him a faint glance, Chief Chen quickly straightened up and shut his mouth. "Chief Chen." Bai Lian greeted him in a friendly manner. Chief Chen was very cautious. "Miss Bai. Xiaojiang Yongquan, you guys are here too." In the ward, Ji Xiaojun was wiping Shenqing's hands, then instructed Bai Lian, "Alien, pour them a glass of water." Bai Lian nodded, picked up the kettle to go outside to fetch water. Chief Chen's heart skipped a beat, hastily putting down the fruit basket. "Miss Bai," he reached out to take the kettle from Bai Lian's hand. I'll do it." With Mao Kuan not there, no one competed with Chief Chen. Chief Chen took the kettle outside with a slight hint of pride. Jiang He glanced at Chief Chen, not understanding what there was to be proud of just for fetching water. Shenqing looked at Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian, blinked her eyes, motioning to Ji Xiaojun that she wanted to remove the oxygen mask and the tube as she couldn't eat yet, and was on him for drip. Bai Lian checked Shenqing's pulse as usual. "Uncle, go find a doctor. I think Auntie doesn't need to wear these anymore." Jiang Fulai looked at her. Bai Lian slowly withdrew her hand. Ji Xiaojun also felt Shenqing had lost a lot of weight from not eating, so he stood up to find a doctor. "I'll ask the doctor." The doctor soon came to examine Shenqing. On regular days, the chief physician talked a lot. Today, because of Jiang Fulai's presence, he rarely even raised his head, only daring to say a few words when Ji Xiaojun asked. Finally, Shenqing's oxygen mask was removed. She blinked her eyes, finally able to speak. "Cough, cough." Shenqing's voice was very hoarse. She looked triumphantly at Ji Xiaojun. The first thing she said was, 2 million, I didn't take it, I listened to you, right?" Ji Xiaojun pursed his lips, he didn't speak. After a long while he then said, "Next time you can take it." Bai Lian sat on the edge of the bed, one hand lazily propped on it, listening to Ji Xian's words. She just looked at Shenqing, curved her lips and spoke leisurely. "Right, Aunt, feel free to take it, leave the rest to me." Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing both smiled, taking it as a joke. Only Chief Chen sitting behind on the sofa. He glanced at Jiang Fulai, who seemed as if he hadn't heard anything, still noble and contemptuous of everything, and thought, "Oh, now it's really over." The next day, Tuesday. As soon as Bai Lian arrived at class 15, she heard excited chatter. "We've gone viral. This time it's really viral. After 1,000 years, as soon as we bring out the Bai family army, these people are still helpless." Everyone was discussing it, including Zhang Xiais, who was very excited. Even Yang Lin, who was normally an exception, held her phone and watched for a while. Bai Lian returned to her seat languidly with her backpack, pulling out one book after another. "Lian." Zhang Xiais knew that Bai Lian seldom looked at her phone. Bai Lian rarely even replied to messages. "Did you see the video Pu Xiaohan made? It's truly awesome. It topped the trending searches overnight." Bai Lian was quite calm today. She leisurely placed her backpack under her desk, her brows and eyes strikingly cool, her entire demeanor laid back with a touch of nonchalance. "Oh, I haven't seen it. I told you." She definitely didn't watch. "I win." A few people had been betting on it. After all, Bai Lian was different from them. She seldom looked at her phone and hardly ever played games. Pu Xiaohan struggled to turn around from the crowd and quickly sat down next to Bai Lian with her stool. The group from class 15 still wanted to linger around Pu Xiaohan. They looked at Pu Xiaohan, then at Bai Lian. Bai Lian lifted her head from the book, her eyes pitch black and bearing a trace of laziness. She didn't make any move, just quizzically lifted her eyebrows at the group, still looking every bit the good student. Whoosh, the crowd dispersed. Pu Xiaohan clutched Bai Lian's wrist. "Whoa, Lian, you're so amazing." "Get a grip," Bai Lian remarked. "Your teacher Jiang is the amazing one." Pu Xiaohan. He shouldn't count as a person, right?" Suddenly feeling her comment was inappropriate, Pu Xiaohan spit out a sound and quickly changed the subject. "Oh right, Dean Jian came looking for you again. She opened her app. Because there were too many background messages, her phone froze for a moment before she found the direct message from a follower and handed it over for Bai Lian to see. Bai Lian glanced over. Jian Zhongyou. Would she be willing to give me her contact information today? Bai Lian replied on behalf of Pu Xiaohan. After replying, she handed the phone back to her. Pu Xiaohan watched silently by the side. When taking back her phone, she started typing to explain to Jian Zhongyou. The thing is, her one usually means got it, now leave it at that. After typing this, Pu Xiaohan then deleted it one by one. Hello, this one actually means she is unwilling. Bai Lian didn't concern herself with what she was typing. Rather, she rested her chin in her hand, squinting out the window. After so long, she had flipped through many books of this era. The only books she hadn't flipped through were history books. The only thing she hadn't looked up was the Great Yong Dynasty. She was afraid of seeing a brief description like, by Zhongyu, year 4 to 32 of the Great Yong Dynasty. She was afraid that a brief sentence in a history book would mark the end of their lives. Bai Lian faced the morning sun outside the window, stretching out her hand to let the sunlight fall on her palm, then gently closed it. It was warm. She thought she was truly alive. Let me see it, she said. See what? Pu Xiaohan didn't understand. Bai Lian looked at her phone quietly saying, the video you made. Oh sure. Pu Xiaohan had been reluctant to bring up the video, feeling that whenever she mentioned these things, Bai Lian exuded an inexplicable sadness. But today, the sadness about her seemed much less than yesterday. Pu Xiaohan opened the video she posted last night and handed her phone to Bai Lian. Bai Lian bowed her head and watched quietly. The black screen, following the music and the opera vocals swelling from soft to loud, gradually revealed hues of ink and brush boom. With a forceful drum beat, a line of bold white characters suddenly appeared. Just how formidable was the era of the Great Yong Dynasty. Chapter 212. The Unstoppable Bai Family's Young Miss returns. Second update. _1 The first image that followed was of a man in white wearing a ceremonial headdress, with the caption, Brilliant Strategies, trampling over Jiangjing with the Emperor Jiangwudi. The next image was of a kindly old man, with the caption, Teacher of the Universe, the greatest minister of all time, Liang Zuan, whose tax policy laid the foundation for the golden age of the Great Yong Dynasty. General Bai Li, with iron cavalry to secure the 9 provinces. Abandoning the pen for the military, 1,000 white-clothed cavalry out of Zhejiang, by Zhongyu. Alone she went for a diplomatic marriage, leaving behind the grand sights of Jiangjing, Princess Huaiyan. The video wasn't long, just 30 seconds. Bai Lian quietly finished watching it before clicking on the comment section. Just overnight, there were already 500,000 comments. This Bai family, they must be cheating, right? How impressive is the Great Yong Dynasty? Let me put it to you this way, you know Jiangjing University, right? In its celebrity statue square, the front 2 rows are filled with their statues. Among these people, 2 surnames have been passed down to this day. You can figure out for yourselves just how impressive that is. Why did the Bai family not have any descendants? With such fantastic genes, brother Bai died at 28, why didn't he marry? Qingyi must have been in agony. General Bai took him out of the beggar's ranks, watched Bai Xiangjuan grow up with Bai Zhongyu, and in the end, could only watch the members of the Bai family die one by one before his eyes. He probably regretted not rebelling against Emperor Jiangwudi sooner. Perhaps then he might have managed to preserve the last seedling of the Bai family. Liang Zuan must have been in agony too. He knelt for 3 days and 3 nights in front of the imperial city, pleading with Jiang Wendi to send troops to save his disciple. Historical records show that before he died, his eyes were always fixed in the direction of Xiangqing, never closing. Now I finally understand why the Chen family so venerates the Liang style. So why didn't Bai Xiangjuan retreat with General Chen Yi when he went to Emperor Jiangwudi with the command tally to rebel? Only this comment had a strangely uniform response below. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family. Because she is a member of the Bai family, she could die standing, but she would never desert her troops. Can you imagine? In the last battle of Xiangqing, Chen Yi left with the elite troops to defect to Emperor Jiang Wudi, while she led 800 elite soldiers to fend off 10,000 enemies. None of those 800 survived. 597,155 likes. And right at the top, a comment pinned by Jiangjing University. Surely no one still doesn't know that Bai Xiangjuan is the universally recognized senior sister of all of us at Jiangjing University. Right? Yan. 999,752 likes. Bai Lian quietly looked at these comments. There was no judgment of right or wrong. Emperor Jiang Wudi had died, which was within her expectations since she had sent Chen Yi with the command tally to Jiang Yi, aiming for Emperor Jiang Wendi's life. The sun crept higher, shining painfully in people's eyes. Bai Lian squinted as if feeling the heat, unzipping her school uniform jacket, and her long eyelashes gently lowered. Old Teacher Liang, he knelt for 3 days and 3 nights? Her voice seemed very soft. It took Xiaohan a moment to respond, realizing that Bai Lian was asking her. Yeah, he and a dozen civil officials knelt outside the palace, begging Emperor Jiang Wendi to send troops, but Emperor Jiang Wendi didn't see them. Later he helped Emperor Jiang Wudi subvert the dynasty. It's all in the history books, Xiaohan explained, somewhat surprised. Bai Lian, aren't you a liberal arts student? Ah, Bai Lian came to her senses, seemingly with a laugh. There's too much to remember, I forgot that. Physics class. The physics teacher was still lecturing at the front, throwing a piece of chalk in frustration at Zhang Xiais, who looked sleepy. Zhang Xiais, are you planning to score 0 for me in tomorrow's joint exam? Zhang Xiais was startled awake. After class, the physics teacher asked Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to go to the office to get some exercise papers. When Bai Lian went to the office, a group of teachers were discussing the joint exam for the next day. The physics teacher began talking about Zhang Xiais. In this joint exam, Zhang Xiais is definitely going to come last in physics, no doubt about it. This should be the last joint exam, Lu Lingxi said, sitting back down. Long before this conversation, Bai Lian had heard about the joint exam from Tang Ming. During every midterm and final joint exam, over 100 schools in Beijing would participate together. It wasn't only to measure each student's abilities, but more importantly, Beijing's exams were set by those involved in setting the national college entrance exams. Although the exams were tough, the test papers were extremely important for the students and teachers. Xiangqing did not have as good educational resources as Beijing. Hence they placed great importance on each joint exam. Why is that? The physics teacher quickly stood up, frowning. Lu Lingxi sighed. There are too many county-level cities participating in each exam, and the results vary greatly from ours in Beijing High School. They don't want to take the exams with us. In simpler terms, Beijing High School didn't want to join those from municipal cities and below in the game anymore. This time, students Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu from our school have a good chance of making it into the top 50. The physics teacher settled back into his chair and slowly said, Are they planning to knock out everyone with one blow? It's useless. Lu Lingxi was calmer than the physics teacher. Unless someone from other schools outperforms them this time, nobody else stands a chance. Isn't that a joke? That Song Min, he's being compared to those monsters from Jiangjing, the physics teacher said, exasperated. He had seen Song Min's name in physics competitions. Who in Beijing could possibly surpass him? As the two of them were talking, they saw Bai Lian with Ning Xiao. The physics teacher stopped talking about the topic at hand. He handed over the problems to the two students with a smile, his voice especially gentle. These are from the head teacher of class 8 for you too. Study them well, and give it your all in the test tomorrow. Bai Lian slowly took the problems with both hands. Her blue and white school uniform wasn't zipped up all the way, revealing the white shirt underneath, her eyes and eyebrows cast downward. Thank you, teacher. Ning Xiao followed with thanks. Seeing her and Ning Xiao, the physics teacher felt a little better. Hurry back to class, he said warmly. After the two left, the physics teacher watched their retreating figures and suddenly remembered something. Teacher Yang mentioned that Bai Lian is very strong in physics. I wonder if she has a chance this time. He wasn't part of the training class, so he was unaware of the level there. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao always scored full marks in physics, but that was on Xiangqing High School's papers. which were not comparable to Beeching's. Clear your head. A colleague came over, opening his cup and placing it in the physics teacher's hand. That Song Min is a once-in-20 years genius in Beijing. Don't set unrealistic expectations for your students and put too much pressure on them. The physics teacher was taken aback. I'm just thinking, he said, taking a sip of water, helplessly. I didn't say I expect Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to be like Song Min, but it would be nice if Bai Lian could also do well in the other two subjects. It was clear to them that apart from physics, Bai Lian was rather lackadaisical with the rest. Alas, the physics teacher sighed again. In my lifetime, I don't know if I will see Xiangqing High School become a top 100 high school, so we won't have to live at the mercy of Beeching's mood. At these words, the other teachers in the office also fell silent. Class 15. Bai Lian took the problems back to her seat. For the first time, she didn't immediately work on physics problems. Instead, she took out her copied biology notes and, after thinking for a bit, pulled out her phone to send a message to Mr. Jiang. Do you have biology and chemistry materials from Jiangjing? Mr. Jiang replied quickly. Yes. Bai Lian. Suddenly, I feel like everything is fine. Mr. Jiang. Congratulations. Bai Lian then borrowed a biology question bank from Yang Lin. Sister Lian. Zhang Xiai's was quite surprised as he looked at the thick stack of problems Yang Lin pulled out. What's gotten into you? Bai Lian took the question bank. She casually flipped through the biology questions, her eyes subtly lifting as she playfully pursed her lips at Zhang Xiai's. I'm preparing to live and study seriously. Zhang Xiai's. You mean your study attitude hasn't been serious enough? What am I then? You're a joke. Wang Qi took the opportunity to tease. Ning Xiao, sitting next to Zhang, also looked pensively at Bai Lian. Was your previous effort not considered serious? Bai Lian didn't respond to them, and closed her eyes slightly. In fact, ever since she arrived here, she only saw herself as an onlooker, sometimes even doubting if this was a dream before she died. She avoided history. She was afraid to face history. She lived carelessly and perfunctorily, treating life in Xiangqing as a mission etched into her very bones. But from today, she would confront this life head-on. She too could live for herself. No one gave up on her, neither her soldiers nor Xiangqing. She thought. The teachers knew why she had to die outside the city gates. To be the final straw that broke the back of Emperor Jiangwen. The Bai family's troops would never be traitors, but as the last person of the Bai family to die for this muddled emperor, the armies would wash the imperial city in blood. Liang Zuan knew, but he forgave her grave disobedience. She thought. It was time to make a break with the past. Bai Lian slowly opened her eyes and turned the pages of her biology workbook. From this moment on, the eldest sister from Jiangjing University, Liang Zuan's most outstanding student, the indomitable heiress of the Bai family from the Great Yong dynasty who commanded armies, she was making her comeback. Chapter 213. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beeching's top 10 schools. _1 Scholar God. Look at Sister Lian. Zhang Xiai, sitting behind Bai Lian, felt it most acutely. For a second, he seemed to sense a chilling sternness pouring out from Bai Lian. But Zhang Xiai's, with little ink in his belly, couldn't describe it and just gazed at Ning Xiao, finally squeezing out. Has she changed a bit? Ning Xiao glanced at him but didn't answer. He stared at Bai Lian, who was seriously grinding through problems in front of him, and reflected painfully on why he had just wasted a minute, then quickly pulled out a math question bank and began to work on the problems. The king of slack, Zhang Xiai's, reflected for a second. Forget it, the country has them, he could rest easy. He continued to sneak out his phone, and made arrangements to play games with Wang Qi and others. Why did he have to sneak to take out his phone? Because when Lu's mom saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao with their phones, she turned a blind eye, something Zhang Xiai's couldn't believe, since those two would hold their phones for problem-solving, not playing games. But if she saw phone in hand with Zhang Xiai's and the others at school, that's it, 1,000-word self-criticism was a certainty. Bai Lian's phone lit up again, a message from Jiang Fulai. He probably guessed she was studying biology. Biology. Memorize the textbook. Don't look at the book when doing problems. Broaden your horizons. He must be busy and took a moment to send 2 simple messages. Classmate by. One by Lien slowly replied with a number. In fact, over the past month, she had roughly understood. Biology probably had the highest return on effort among these few subjects. She had memorized the biology textbook by heart, and just hadn't done many practice problems. Biology wasn't as hard as physics, but some questions were tricky with words. The knowledge tested wasn't as broad as physics, it was detailed down to the wording, and could even extend from the footnotes to outside the textbook. Young Master Jiang had only this phrase to offer. Broaden your horizons. Next to her, Yang Lin, with a sidelong glance at Bai Lian, pondered for about a minute before quietly telling Bai Lian, "You should organize a mind map for each chapter yourself, make frameworks, so you can remember every little piece of information. After doing problems, we ultimately have to go back to the textbook. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Yang Lin was first in biology across the whole school. She almost represented the school in a provincial competition, but on the departure day, she didn't show up. Bai Lian held her pen and tilted her head to look at Yang Lin, who was bathed in sunlight. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly and gave a gentle smile to Yang Lin. "Okay, I will." 200 days remained until the college entrance examination. There was still time, because Shen Qing had already awakened and was recovering well. Bai Lian made a phone call to Ji Xiaojun today and did not visit the hospital. In the evening, she went to the milk tea shop to find Jiang He and ordered a cup of milk tea for both him and herself. Qi Yundai had already noticed Bai Lian and Jiang He from the kitchen, and after finishing today's cakes, he took off his chef's hat. He then tossed the remaining cake to Yang Lin. After that, he casually took the 2 cups of milk tea ordered by Bai Lian to find her. "Miss Bai, young Master Jiang He." Qi Yundai seated himself next to Jiang He. "Thank you," Bai Lian said as she spread out biology exercises on the table, a pen still between her middle and index fingers. She looked at Qi Yundai and suddenly remembered something. "You are a litigator, right?" Qi Yundai wiped off sweat with a paper. "Ah, yes." "Litigator?" That was a new way had been addressed. If it were this case, Bai Lian put down her pen and showed him a screenshot on her phone. "Could you litigate?" Qi Yundai set down the paper and glanced from afar. Seeing a few key words, he frowned. "Domestic abuse? That's hard to define." After a brief contemplation, he explained to Bai Lian the intricacies of the matter, how the law finds it difficult to pass judgment because it counts as a family dispute, and he hadn't taken on such minor cases before. But he was willing to make an effort for Miss Bai. "I'll try my best." "I see." Bai Lian snapped her phone shut with a click and slowly started to speak to Qi Yundai. "Then you don't have to worry about this." Qi Yundai could even see Bai Lian narrowing her eyes slightly, nonchalant yet somewhat presumptuous. Without needing to speak, Qi Yundai roughly got what Bai Lian meant. But who came up with the term domestic abuse? Bai Lian frowned, as if she would take up arms against them if she knew who it was. Qi Yundai, "No, that's not." He started to sweat. Why did young Master Jiang and people around him, one by one, all enjoy challenging the law so much? Jiang Fulai was busy today. Bai Lian took Jiang He home. Before leaving, she handed over the packaged milk tea to Ming Dongheng. Chapter 214. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beijing's top 10 schools. _2 What is this? Ming Dongheng held the milk tea in the brown bag with both hands. He was very tall, standing outside the milk tea shop, looking utterly cold and indifferent. A stark contrast to the cutesy milk tea bag he was holding. He instantly noticed the note on the order. Note: add ice double sugar Jiang He's? Bai Lian got into the car slowly. It's for your young master. Ming Dongheng was surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. When Bai Lian arrived at Purist Street, he didn't drive but took out his phone and began furiously typing in the group chat with a poker face. Ming Dongheng. Jiang Xiao actually drinks double sugar. Ming Dongheng. Image. He sent a photo of the fruit tea. A very cutesy design, with the double sugar prominently visible. Su Nanjing. Jiang Shijue. Screenshot taken. Ming Dongheng retracted a message. Ming Dongheng retracted a message. Su Nanjing. At Jiang Shijua, you're so ruthless. Su Nanjing. At Ming Dongheng Xiaoming. Now you see who truly loves you the most as a brother. Chen Beixian. At Su Nanjing, you just didn't think to use a screenshot to threaten Xiaoming. Alien. The owner of store number 112 has been doing killer business recently, and when he saw Bai Lian with Jiang He from afar, he greeted Bai Lian, get Xiaohao a Wangzai milk. Bai Lian took some time to get a Wangzai milk for Jiang He. By the way, she made it Mao Kun's job to come and help the owner move goods whenever he was free. Alien seems to be in a really good mood today, the owner said after he moved down a box of beers, wiping his face with the towel hanging around his neck, his bronze face showing a smile. Young people should be lively and peppy. There's no need for all those troubles. The first time he saw Bai Lian, she was standing here looking at the ancient tree, and he thought she was burdened with worries. He figured she must have gone through a breakup. Of course, the owner couldn't fathom why someone would reject such a girl. But it was okay. The young are in their prime, and at her age, she could afford the loss. It wasn't too late for anything. The owner chuckled to himself and went back to moving stock, genuinely happy for her. 10 minutes later, Mao Kun came reverently with a few followers to help the owner move stock. A new police officer hiding in the dark opened his mouth wide in surprise. Unbeknownst to Bai Lian, the store owner who watched TV every day had been secretly concocting all kinds of dramatic love and hate stories about her. She took Jiang He, who was sipping on his Wangzai milk, and went back. In Ji Hing's courtyard, he was sitting in front of the embroidery frame, a piece of deep blue satin already stretched on it, with a paper on the fabric, outlining the pattern of a robe he had drawn for Dr. Lance. Dr. Lance, how do you like this one? Dr. Lance was curiously observing the well and banyan tree in the courtyard. He hadn't stopped exploring the ancient charm of the alley for a moment. On hearing the question, he pushed up his glasses to look closer at Ji Hung's drawing. His eyes lit up as he saw it. Fine. Beautiful. What's this? He pointed to one of the patterns. Dragon. Ji Hung narrowed his eyes and replied. Loan. Dr. Lance seemed to have heard of it and brightened up. I like this. Ji Hung nodded, then fetched a bunch of embroidery threads from the storeroom and started splitting them. Dr. Lance's eyesight wasn't great, but he could see Ji Hung splitting a fine silk thread into 12 or so finer threads. The first time witnessing embroidery, he was amazed for a long time. With a squeak, Bai Lian pushed open the door and entered. Dr. Lance retracted his jaw and turned to look at Bai Lian. Today treatment? Bai Lian greeted Ji Hung and Dr. Lance and answered Dr. Lance, yes. She took off her school uniform to reveal the white inner garment embroidered with green leaves and twining vines, then retrieved silver needles from the room. How long will it take? Dr. Lance asked about the treatment duration as he sat on the stone stool. Having been treated by Bai Lian with the needles for 2 days already, he didn't feel any change. Bai Lian raised the silver needle leisurely, and after a conservative estimate, replied, around a month. Really? Dr. Lance switched to English, eager for Bai Lian to proceed with the acupuncture. Hurry up, please. Dr. Lance was short-sighted. He had considered laser surgery, but laser treatments could cause regression, accelerated aging, thinned corneas, and worsened glare and night vision, so he never went through with it. Jiang He pulled up a stool in front of Ji Hung and started to twist a fourth-order Rubik's Cube while watching Ji Hung embroider. Ji Hung took out the needles wrapped in oil paper and looked up to see Bai Lian holding a needle above Dr. Lance's head, gesturing. I asked other traditional Chinese medicine practitioners why they don't know this. Dr. Lance inquired while Bai Lian was inserting needles. It has been too long. Bai Lian bowed her head, finished inserting a needle seriously, and then explained to Dr. Lance thoughtfully. Many things have been lost to time. There are still quite a few old masters who can perform this technique. You just haven't found them yet. Chapter 215. 080 Lian Jie just wants to challenge the law. Beijing's top 10 schools. _3 Perhaps they are like her, without even a certificate. In the past, scholars read by the light of oil lamps, which was extremely harmful to the eyes, and there were no eyeglasses back then. The imperial physician compiled this set of acupuncture treatments. It saved the eyesight of the majority of scholars with poor vision. I see. Lance nodded without asking further. Just the thought of being able to stay here openly for another month excited him. Lance really liked the local customs here. After being needled, Lance, his head full of silver needles, replied to his assistant. For the next tasks in Xiangqing, I will be staying here for the time being. Whoever wants to find him, come to Xiangqing. On the other end of the phone, the assistant, looking at the message full of Chinese characters, silently found a translator. Started wondering whether they should also learn some Chinese. Little Xiangqing has already begun to gather various big shots. The next day, Wednesday, Beijing University joint exam. This wasn't a monthly test but a large-scale joint examination, so the timing system was completely according to the college entrance exam. The exam started at 9 o'clock. Aside from Zhang Xiai's and a few others, Class 15 students still arrived at the classroom after 7. When Pu Xiaohan arrived, she saw Bai Lian and Ning Xiao already seated at their desks, doing practice questions, and she quietly took out her phone to show Bai Lian. He messaged again. Jian Zhongyo. What about today? What did she say? Bai Lian slightly lifted her eyes, black pupils, calm and composed. That was a steadfastness of needing to study hard. Pu Xiaohan immediately understood and replied to Jian Zhongyo with a heavy heart. Hello, she has declined. Jian Zhongyo wasn't too surprised, replying promptly. Then he'll come again tomorrow. Someday, he would touch this classmate's heart. Right. Lu Lingxi came to the class before the exam. This exam will be rather difficult. Everyone relax a little. If you encounter a question you don't know, skip it. Don't get stuck on one question. Beijing's exam papers were always tough. To avoid students having a breakdown after the exam, teachers of each class would give a heads-up in advance. Is it that difficult? Right after Lu Lingxi finished speaking, the whole class began to wail. Lu Mama, I might not even pass this time. Lu Lingxi looked at the group with amusement. All right, after the exam, I'll treat everyone to hot pot to unwind. This is probably your last time participating in the joint exams. The last part of her sentence was somewhat softer. Of course, most of the class didn't hear that. They only heard Lu Lingxi's, I'll treat everyone to hot pot. Lu Mama, I love you. Ah, Lu Mama, I will do well on the exam. Behind Bai Lian, Zhang Xiai's was the most enthusiastic in his shouting. Only Bai Lian silently looked up at Lu Lingxi, beginning to calculate the cost of treating the whole class to hot pot. How much would Lu Lingxi have to spend? The examination was strict, and the school had already posted the exam numbers the previous night. 8:40. Everyone entered their respective examination rooms, and Bai Lian picked up her pen to find her own room. The first subject was Chinese. Bai Lian took her seat, the bell rang, and after the teacher finished the introduction, the Chinese exam papers were distributed. Bai Lian took the paper into her hands and looked down at the name of the test. Beijing 10 schools joint examination paper. She glanced at the names of these 10 schools. At the top of the list, unsurprisingly, was Beijing High School, followed by Beijing No. 4 Middle School, and then Beijing No. 7 Middle School. As for schools similar to Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, naturally, they had no chance to appear behind these 10 schools of Beijing. The fact that schools like Xiangcheng's were allowed to participate in the joint exam was already the greatest regard from these 10 schools. Bai Lian scanned the names of these 10 schools of Beijing. She just knitted her brows slightly. Chapter 216. 081. That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. _1 The Chinese language exam was challenging, but Bai Lian wrote quickly, her handwriting clear and well-ordered. This unique and stylish calligraphy drew the exam proctor's attention to the characters she penned on her answer sheet. So much that she didn't want to leave. The proctor stood by her side for a full 5 minutes. When she realized what she was doing, she hurried away, fearing she might be putting too much pressure on the student. After returning to her desk, she then looked towards Bai Lian. The student remained seated upright, unhurriedly flipping over the answer card. Even the proctor's long presence by her side hadn't affected her pace. Admiring Bai Lian's composure, the proctor internally exclaimed with admiration. Although Lu Lingxi had already given Class 15 a heads up, they still gathered at lunch to complain about the joint exam's difficulty. I didn't understand the poetry analysis at all, Zhang Xiais complained over a mouthful of food. And the essay, what was that even about? Was it just telling us to study hard? The essay was several lines of classical Chinese, meant to guide the theme, which Zhang Xiais hadn't understood. Idiot, Wang Qi scoffed the moment he finished. It was telling you to behave yourself. Zhang Xiais thought Wang Qi was just teasing him until Ning Xiao nodded at him, leaving Zhang Xiais speechless. I heard, Pu Xiaohan said with furrowed brows, sharing news she overheard from the teachers during the exam, that we won't have joint exams at the end of the semester. That's great news, Zhang Shi's eyes lit up. But why? Ning Xiao spoke calmly. Beijing's top 10 schools don't want us to join them anymore. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Xiais was taken aback, frowning. I admit I'm not smart, but you guys are. Even Wang Qi, who had wanted to tease Zhang Xiais again, fell silent, scratching his head. Are we dragging them down? They all knew about the school's special training class. Everyone in there was outstanding. It has nothing to do with you. Ning Xiao shook his head. At noon, a guilty Zhang Xiais was unusually vested in his math book. Of course he couldn't understand a thing. Smiling in the afternoon, it was time for math. Even the likes of Lian Ningxiao and Chen Zhu couldn't help but groan upon receiving the test. Beijing's idea of setting questions was, if it doesn't kill you, make it brutally hard. The level of difficulty was about this. Please state how many stars there are in the galaxy, and calculate their numbers and positions. Many students were brought to tears by the difficulty. The last problem was an unusual function question with a couple of simple parts, asking for the range of values for a under different conditions of the function. The question was short, and the shorter the question, the harder it was. Of course, more people didn't even get a chance to glance at the last 3 big questions. Bai Lian finished the math exam with 10 minutes to spare. She reviewed the test from beginning to end before submitting it. The proctor, sitting with his legs crossed on the podium, was surprised to see Bai Lian turn in her test, thinking she couldn't do it. He lifted his chin towards her, motioning her to place her answer card on the pile. After Bai Lian left, he glanced at the test paper. When he turned to the second page, he was somewhat stunned. This student had actually completed it all. But being a history teacher, even if Bai Lian had finished, he couldn't understand it. After Bai Lian submitted her test, no other students had come out of the school yet. She took her pen and paper to the milk tea shop. Through the glass, she saw Jiang He and Jiang Fulai sitting face to face. Jiang Fulai still had a laptop in front of him, his eyelashes drooping as he browsed through files on the screen, the cold profile of his face visible through the window. His pale fingertips tapped on the laptop keyboard, exuding an air of casual aloofness. Possibly sensing someone's gaze, he glanced outside for a moment, raising his eyebrows. You haven't been too busy the last couple of days, Bai Lian said as she pushed open the beaded curtain and entered, the sound of the wind chimes echoing softly. She casually took a seat beside Jiang He and leaned back. Jiang Fulai pushed the 4 books near his hand toward Bai Lian, his tone indifferent. I wanted to congratulate you in person. Bai Lian then remembered the congratulations he had sent her the day before. She nodded her head and looked down at the 4 books. 2 were Jiangjing University textbooks on chemistry and biology. The other 2 were question banks from Jiangjing High. I've worked through the 2 question banks before, Jiang Fulai said, his fingertips thoughtlessly tapping the table. They're decent. If he described them as decent, the question banks must be quite good. How did the exams go? He asked casually about the joint test. Bai Lian propped one hand on the books and grabbed an unopened milk tea from the table with the other. Her response was nonchalant. Easy. She made the most arrogant statement with the laziest poise. Chapter 217. 081. That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. _2 The last question in math finally reached the difficulty level of the Jiangjing University app. Jiang Fulai was well aware of her recent success in acing the math and physics questions on the app, Otherwise, why would someone come knocking on her door? Is your app blocking messages? Right. Bai Lian replied as she inserted a straw and took a sip, her voice steady and unrushed. There's a quantum mechanics teacher who wants to find you, Jiang Fulai guessed, with a reluctant expression. But he knew where Bai Lian's interests lay. His physics and quantum mechanics are very good. Bai Lian's eyes shone brightly. Compared to you? Jiang Xiaonyao listened from the side, her forehead twitching, knowing only she would dare use young Master Jiang as a unit of measure. Second only to me. Young Master Jiang smiled. After getting Bai Lian's approval, Jiang Fulai opened his phone and tapped open a chat. The conversation still showed the other person's messages. She's ignoring me. She's still ignoring me. Damn, she didn't even read it. Jiang Fulai looked at it several times, then replied to him leisurely. Young Master Jiang. Really? Dinma. Yeah, you have no idea, she's colder than you crying. Young Master Jiang. Can't be Young Master Jiang. Image. Young Master Jiang. Look, she's following me Dinma. After enjoying the moment, Young Master Jiang arrogantly slid Bai Lian's business card over. At the other end of the phone Dinma, Jiangjing High School. The principal thought about it all night, and still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, he summoned the biology and chemistry teachers for a meeting. Did you not set the questions correctly? Is there a mistake? The teachers all had looks that said, are you talking nonsense? We reviewed the questions ourselves. How could there be a mistake? Those who teach here all have their capabilities. Naturally, they wouldn't allow such defamation from the principal. They answered with complete confidence. I thought the same. The principal placed his hand on the table and silently looked up. But last night, the Jiang family butler came to me for the chemistry and biology question banks. It was young Master Jiang who specifically asked for them. The teacher who had just spoken's cup trembled, as he adjusted his glasses with some effort. Hold on, there might really be a mistake, let's go back and check. Beijing High School. The students here didn't have it easy after the math exam either. Bai Xiaoqi scored 3 places behind Song Min, sitting 3 seats behind him. After the bell rang, she just finished the penultimate major question. The teacher was collecting the papers and, seeing her still writing, passed her by to collect the others first, then gently reminded, it's time to hand in your papers. Bai Xiaoqi handed her paper to the teacher. Then she began packing her things. Song Min was waiting for her at the door. Bai Xiaoqi sighed. Did you do the last question? No, Song Min shook his head. The calculations in the previous ones took too much time. I only just read the last question. If he had enough time, he probably could have done the last question. The questions for every joint exam of the top 10 schools were very difficult, created by a team of teachers from the National College Entrance Examination and Competitions, hired by Beijing for a hefty fee. Although difficult, the questions covered a broad range of knowledge points. Each question was a classic. You two are really something else, someone aside muttered. I didn't even get a clear look at the second to last question. But now that it's all over, how many points do you think you got? Let's be clear, this time I'm betting on you, Song Min, for first place. I'm betting on Xiaoqi. Anyway, it's either him or me, Bai Xiaoqi said amusedly. Do you guys want to bet every time? It's the fun of it. Song Min accompanied Bai Xiaoqi to the Bai family to retrieve the jade pendant. Bai Qiming was offering incense in the clan hall. Upon hearing Bai Xiaoqi coming back, he hurriedly came out. Xiaoqi, I'll accompany you to Jiangjing tomorrow. No need, Bai Xiaoqi refused. At the side, a clan elder objected. No way, Xiaoqi, this is a big matter for our Bai family. That's Din Jian, and you've passed his first interview. Qiming must go with you. Bai Xiaoqi wasn't surprised by their attitude. The butler returned Song Min's jade pendant to him. One half of the white jade dragon and phoenix ring pendant. Seeing the familiar pendant, Song Min breathed a sigh of relief. On the side, Bai Qiming and the clan elder knew what the pendant was. They sat down on the couch, picked up their teacups, pretending they hadn't seen it. Compared to Bai Lian, they preferred Bai Xiaoqi to take over the marriage affairs. Only the butler hesitantly spoke up. I heard the eldest young miss plays the guzheng quite well, and it seems she's also switched to science. Chapter 218. 081 That is the limit of the test paper, not the limit of Bai Lian. Second update. _3 This was when he saw Ji Mulan's friend circle. Switch to the liberal arts stream? Bai Shaoqi, who had been silent all along, said with a sly smile. Song Min was also very silent. Bai Qiming thought of the incident when Bai Lian was kicked out of the top class and frowned. His granduncle was chuckling as he tried to smooth things over. Oh? Does she play better than Shaoqi? The butler chuckled awkwardly. How could they even compare? All right, Bai Shaoqi turned to go upstairs. Don't compare me with just anyone. Of course, miss, you've already passed the first round of interviews with Dean Jian. How can anyone compare with that? Knowing had said too much, the butler hastily changed the subject. Nobody present was interested in Bai Lian's current life. Behind them, Bai Qiming watched Bai Shaoqi's departing back with increasing satisfaction and said to Song Min, Aren't you two having a joint exam in the next few days? Last year Shaoqi's older brother was Biqing's top scholar. This year it's all up to you. Thursday. Science in the morning. Bai Lian stared at the large science exam paper before her, first skipping over chemistry and biology to finish physics. Physics was as difficult as math, but she completed it quite swiftly. Only after finishing physics did she leisurely start to look for biology questions. She was best at genetics, and having spent the entire day practicing, she even managed to solve some particularly tricky ones. After finishing all the questions she knew how to do, only chemistry remained. She fell silent for a moment, then looked at the first question. Polycarbonate bisphenol A, with excellent optical properties, is prepared by the following reaction. Bai Lian. What is this? Goodbye. It was still early, and she couldn't hand in her paper this much ahead of time. She decisively set the science exam paper aside and took out some draft paper to begin writing down the chemical equations she had reviewed the night before. Jiang Fulai had said there was no need to rush through practice questions for chemistry. First, memorize all the equations. She wrote down all the chemical elements, then wrote everything from the reaction between sodium chloride and sodium hydroxide to the passivation phenomenon. Only after finishing writing, when it was time to hand in the paper, did she go up and submit her answer sheet. In the afternoon, after the English exam was over, nobody from class 15 had left. They were all in the classroom, waiting for Lu Lingxi to come back and take them out for hot pot. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, when Lu Lingxi arrived, the principal was meeting with someone from the Board of Education. Ms. Lu, your timing is perfect, the principal said with a headache as he saw Lu Lingxi and immediately got up. Please tell Director Pan, how is Ning Xiao expected to score in this exam? Director Pan also looked at Lu Lingxi with hope. After pondering for a moment, for she had asked Ning Xiao, she said, he didn't finish the last question in math. It's probably only about 122 points, and he's average in the other subjects. Director Pan was the head of the office of the Ministry of Education in charge of education in Xiangqing. He had also received reports about Biqing's big move. It would be the final joint exam. Hearing that Ning Xiao scored only 122 in math, he was quite worried. That's a big gap. It's doubtful he'll make it into the top 20 of Beijing. There was no way around it. The disparity in educational resources did exist. It was harder for them to get a spot at Jiangjing University's app than it was to reach heaven. Even though Beijing High School got 10 spots without having to do anything. What about Chenju? Director Pan remembered him. The principal shook his head. No good, he scored lower than Ning Xiao in this monthly exam. For a while, the atmosphere in the office turned silent once again. The principal picked up his teacup and took a sip, the cold tea sliding down his throat calming him. It seems we can only withdraw from the joint exam. Lu Lingxi looked out the window. We just do our best. She said goodbye and left the office. For a moment, Director Pan's energy deflated, and he stood up. I should also. Wait, the principal suddenly thought of something. There's actually another person. Who? Student Bai Lian. In the last 2 monthly exams, she was first in both math and physics, full marks, the principal said as he put down his teacup with a clack. 150? Director Pan's eyes lit up. But student Bai Lian, the principal paused. Her chemistry isn't very good. Director Pan's mood suddenly sank, his hesitation palpable. How much did she score in chemistry? 0, the principal said somberly. Ah, that. Director Pan's heart felt as if it had been swept away by the chill of an autumn breeze. Then that's no use. Can she even score higher than those students at Beijing High School in math and physics? You have a point, the principal sighed. The two fell into silence again. Of course. They both thought the monthly exam questions from Xiangqing were much easier than the 10 schools joint exam. It wasn't very special for Bai Lian to score full marks in math and physics alone. After all, Ning Xiao and Chen Zhu had also achieved full marks before. But when it came to the 10 schools joint exam, the gap between Ning Xiao, Chen Zhu, and the students from Beijing High School became quite clear. Naturally, they didn't know the 10 schools joint exam questions were indeed very difficult, but could they be harder than the Jiangjing Preparatory Camps app? Bai Lian got 150 in math, 110 in physics for the monthly exam. That was only the limit of the paper, not the limit of her, by someone. Chapter 219. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _1A Firepot restaurant next to the school. Lu Lingxi had reserved 3 private rooms in advance. Bai Lian, Xiaohan, and others were all in the first private room, sitting around a large round table where a waitress was holding a menu for people to order. The menu and pen quickly reached Bai Lian. She glanced at the price of the half portion of beef rolls for 38 yuan. Her brow twitched. Then she calmly marked a green vegetable and plain noodles before passing the menu to the next person. Zhang Xiais asked in a low voice, "How many pitchers of beer shall we order?" "No sneaking beer." Lu Lingxi's voice conveniently came from outside the door, as she carried in a big bottle of milk and Sprite and placed them on the table. Zhang Xiais. "Lu Mom, we are adults now." Lu Lingxi sneered. "So you think you've grown wings?" "Yes, I've grown wings." Zhang Xiais stood up, slammed the table, and defied Lu Lingxi. "We real men don't drink such childish stuff like milk and Sprite." Then turning to the waitress, he said, "Beauty, bring us a bottle, no 2 bottles of cola." "Ha ha ha. Who is like you?" Wang Qi turned his head away. "At least order a pitcher of beer." "These noticeable packages," said Pu Xiaohan very speechlessly to Bai Lian, "really undermine Lu Mom's sophistication." The waitress, amused by such a group of handsome men and beautiful women in one private room, giggled. All right, I'll bring you 3 bottles and 1 on the house from our boss, plus a big plate of fruit." "That's too much, your boss will scold you," Pu Xiaohan worried. The waitress blinked. "Shouldn't be a problem, right? If he scolds me, I'll just tell my grandma." She had her grandma to cover her back. Pu Xiaohan exclaimed, "Ah," as she realized that the beauty was working at her family's Firepot restaurant. My apologies. Lu Lingxi went to remind the other private rooms as well. Since there were many people and a large volume of dishes, and it was a restaurant, the place was very busy. While waiting for the hot pot at Bai Lian's table, they started playing a game of werewolf kill. It was Ning Xiao and Bai Lian's first time taking part in a class entertainment activity, and everyone was quite excited. Bai Lian had never heard of the game, but after Xiaohan explained it to her and searched it up on her phone for her, Bai Lian more or less understood it. In the first round, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, Zhang Xiais, and the sports committee member each received a werewolf card. Discounting the other 2, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao exchanged looks. They knew the outcome of the game was already decided. Xiaohan was the first to speak. Good person card. No information the first night, waiting for the prophet to come out. The prophet card was held by the cultural committee member. She spoke clearly and logically, but since there were not many others speaking yet, she just called for votes and affirmed Xiaohan's good person identity. Then, it was the turn of those who stood out. Zhang Xiais, as the first werewolf to speak, was very righteous. "I am a good person. I believe the cultural committee member is the prophet. Everyone vote with me for the cultural committee member." Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and the sitting good people. 6. As a werewolf card holder, Ning Xiao sacrificed a teammate, Profit card. The cultural committee member is a werewolf who jumped out aggressively with me. Zhang Xiais is the charge wolf. Let's vote out the aggressive jumper today, and go for the charge wolf tomorrow morning. I'll verify by Lian tonight. If she has high intelligence and is a werewolf, she needs to be voted out sooner, and if she is a good person, all the better. Even if I am killed tonight, I believe she can lead the team. Ning Xiao neatly killed himself off that night, giving the sheriff badge to Bai Lian. The god cards and villager cards doubted each other and dragged each other down. Bai Lian wasn't suspected by anyone from start to finish, struck whoever she pointed at, and the werewolf team was invincible. Until the game ended. Yang Lin, who was the witch card, still couldn't believe it, lifting her head to look at Bai Lian, hesitating. Because she trusted Bai Lian's judgment, she poisoned the hunter card. Even after the results were out, she still couldn't believe that the hunter card was a good person. No way, shouted Wang Qi, the hunter card, protesting the injustice, completely bamboozled by Bai Lian's logic. Bai sister, you and student god are on the same team. How are we, the good people, supposed to play? There's no way around it. I was practically offering myself to be voted out, and you still lost. Zhang Xiais was excessively smug, not considering it shameful but rather a badge of honor. That's your own problem. Pu Xiaohan said somberly. Yeah, you such a good person. Wang Qi immorally shared this joke with the class group. The people of class 15 were about to die laughing at this good person. Others even tagged Zhang Xiais in the group chat, asking him to change his group nickname to a good person. Chapter 220. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _2 Bai Lian didn't really move her chopsticks much. Only blanched a few greens she had ordered and leisurely twirled her legs as she ate noodles. Later, it turned out she did the right thing because Pu Xiaohan was flipping the beef rolls in the pot with public chopsticks, scanning the group. Whose meat is this? Not me. This person's eyes darted away. Zhang Xiais, stroking his stomach, spoke up warily. Neither is it mine. Your intestines, you eat them. Someone was accusing another. Don't talk nonsense. This damn thing is clearly your intestines. The group jostled and shoved each other, full of suspicion and blame. Oh, not a single person dared to admit that the meat in the pot was theirs. In the end, Bai Lian and Yang Lin cleared up after everyone, and there was practically no food left in their private room. Lu Lingxi was surprised when she came to check on them. School was still in session on Friday, so after the meal, the group of high school seniors dispersed. As the evening drew in, Lu Lingxi arranged for the students to go home. Remember to report in the group chat once you're home. Bai Lian and Yang Lin walked at the back. Bai Lian hadn't brought her backpack that day. The hot pot restaurant was warm, and she hadn't put on her school uniform, just casually carrying it. Do you know where your family's household registration book is? Yang Lin was slightly startled. She tilted her head, her thick bangs nearly covering her eyes, revealing only her pallid face. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately didn't speak, simply following Bai Lian, and continuing to walk slowly forward. Bai Lian seemed to have brought it up casually. There were no further questions after that. Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi's house was near the school and he walked home. Opening the door, he saw Yin Lu and his mother sitting at a table eating. Zhang Shi's dad had been away on a business trip for several days, and he had grown accustomed to his dad being gone for a month at a time. Taking advantage of my absence, the two of you sneakily enjoyed so much delicious food. Zhang Xiais looked incredulously at the full table of dishes. Mom! His mother rarely cooked, to the point that he had to buy breakfast for her every morning even though he got up early. Zhang's mom rolled her eyes and then looked at Yen Lu with a smiling face. Xiaolu, go ahead and eat. Don't mind this fool. She picked up a peeled shrimp for Yen Lu with her own chopsticks. Yen Lu nodded and ate without hesitation. And the two didn't use public chopsticks as they dined. Zhang's mom would ask about her work. The two families had known each other since they were young, and Zhang's mom had always been fond of girls, treating the girl next door, Yen Lu, as her own daughter. After Yen Lu saved 5-year-old Zhang Xiais when she was 9, her treatment was more than 3 times better than his. However, When Yanlu was 12 and her parents died, Zhang's mom really wanted to adopt her, but she was taken away by distant relatives and rarely returned to Xiangqing after that. The relatives were quite wealthy, and Zhang's mom didn't want to hold back Yanlu's future, so the family sent her away. But they kept in touch over the years. Zhang's mom really wanted Yanlu to stay now that she had finally returned. However, Yanlu was now a somewhat famous star, so she had to reluctantly give up on that idea. After dinner, Yanlu received a phone call from her agent, Sister Xian. "Why didn't you come to tonight's charity dinner?" Sister Xian was very surprised and also troubled. "Why do I feel like you have such a grudge against President Liu? He's a shareholder of Time Entertainment and your big boss, an upright and kind-hearted man. Yanlu, even if you're a germaphobe, you should at least make an appearance for appearance's sake." Yanlu stood in a garden full of flowers, not knowing which words touched a nerve. Her left hand hanging by her side clenched fiercely into her palm, her eyes filled with intense hatred. "I won't go again, sorry, Sister Xian, please find another artist." She abruptly ended the call. "Ah!" Zhang Xi's was startled when Yanlu turned around suddenly. He touched his head and then handed her the flower he was holding. "Here, Yan sister, these iris flowers just came in today. I picked the prettiest one for you." Beneath the moonlight, the iris flower was as white and pure as snow. Yanlu looked down at the white iris flower for a long time. "Thank you." She gently accepted the flower. After Bai Lian returned, the lights in Ji Heng's yard were bright. Director Chen had made sure to switch out for super bright lights for Ji Heng, so he could work on his embroidery in the yard even at night. It wouldn't strain the eyes. Lance visited every day to check on the progress of the clothes Ji Heng was making for him, and incidentally, to wait for Bai Lian to perform acupuncture on him. The clothes he wanted were extremely complex in their craftsmanship. Ji Heng had already embroidered 2 golden dragons, and during the daytime, a neighboring aunt who knew embroidery would come to help out, so he was making swift progress. Bai Lian, as usual, finished giving Lance his acupuncture before heading back to her room. She turned on her phone and began searching for traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, practitioner qualification certificates. Getting certified wasn't easy, the first requirement being a diploma from a school of Chinese medicine, and having internship experience. The hot pot was served quickly. With over a dozen people at the table, they split into 2 pots. Chapter 221. Elder Bai is an authority wherever he goes. The Bai family mistook the fake for a real gem. _3 She continued to look down, noticing that the Chinese medicine exam consisted of 4 subjects. The first one was the foundational theory of Chinese medicine along with herbal medicine, which wasn't a problem, but then she saw internal medicine of Western medicine. Doom. Bai Lian looked up, pondering that this certificate was not absolutely necessary to pursue. She wasn't really a formal practitioner of Chinese medicine. She had only been taught a few sets of acupuncture by the imperial physician. When she was in the military, she had frequently practiced by giving acupuncture to the soldiers. She searched for acupuncture therapy certification. Not bad, this was a certificate she could accept. Back to WeChat. She noticed an addition to her friend requests, a new person's card. Ma Tongfeng by classmate. Image by classmate. Jiang Fulai replied quickly, "It's him." Bai Lian went back and clicked to accept the friend request. Ma Tongfeng's online name was his real name. Bai Lian. Smile. He must have been busy because it took him 5 minutes to see that Bai Lian had accepted. He hastily replied to her message. "Your mathematical and physical logical reasoning are very good. Are you interested in physics?" Bai Lian indeed had an exceptional talent in mathematics and logic. In the past, when Bai Zhongyu and Chen Yi were studying at the Imperial College, 16-year-old Bai Zhongyu would coerce 8-year-old Bai Lian to help him with his Imperial College homework. Bai Lian's clerical script was forcibly practiced from that time. When Chen Yi was 15, he skipped school to go horseback riding, and her 2 brothers forcibly dressed her up as a boy and made her go to the Imperial College in place of Chen Yi. Over time, the teachers at the Imperial College all knew she was being tormented by her 2 brothers. They basically turned a blind eye to it. That day's lesson happened to be on Zhou Bai Swan Jing. a required course of the Imperial College. She answered the questions fluently. It was the first time Liang Zuan noticed her. That was Bai Lian's first encounter with mathematics, and later on, she also became familiar with the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. The Pythagorean theorem, trigonometry, circle cutting, she knew them all. Even in this world, after she rounded out her knowledge in integral calculus and differential calculus, mathematics and physics were still her strong suits. In her era, mathematics was leading the world, and Bai Lian was always very confident in her culture, and in what she learned from Zhou Baisuan Jing. Only chemistry. She was really starting from scratch. Bai Lian. Write Ma Tongfeng. Link. He sent Bai Lian 3 links in a row. These are quite interesting, classmate. Dark matter is not at all fun. Quantum mechanics is the real essence, smile. Bai Lian. Okay, smile. The two exchanged information amicably, both very satisfied with each other's smiles. All the citywide joint exam papers were scanned into computers and uploaded to the Beijing education system. Finally, the grading was done uniformly on machines. The rules and regulations were nearly identical to the Gaokao. Everyone would log into the education system to check their scores and rankings. This was also a big event for the Beijing education system. Grading exams would take 3 to 4 days, and the results would be tabulated and ranked by the system. By Monday, everyone could log into the system to check their scores. In most cases, each school would compile and re-rank the scores of their own students. Saturday, Jiangjing Music Academy. Bai Qiming and Song Min both accompanied Bai Xiaoqi to attend the audition for Master Jian's disciples. Among the many candidates were not a few of Jiangjing's nobility. Bai Xiaoqi picked up her performance number, and although the 3 of them could move heaven and earth in Beijing, here, they were no different from ordinary people. Only by jumping out of the fishbowl can one realize how big the world is. Inside sources say that Master Jian's disciples will shrink from 2 to just 1 this year, whispered a beautifully dressed woman ahead, talking with the young man beside her. The young man was shocked. Just 1. Spots were already tight. How come it suddenly changed to only 1? I heard that 1 spot has already been decided. A group of people were discussing the latest news. Bai Qiming quickly turned to Song Min. Do you know about this? It was no secret that Song Min's mother was from Jiangjing, and the Song family's information network was always ahead of any in Beijing. I had no idea. Song Min shook his head. The Song family was not all powerful. In this circle, the information disparity was controlled by a few. The Song family from Beijing just took advantage of the fact that Song Min's mother was from Jiangjing. She would know many policies in advance, as well as news about education and economics. However, compared to those who were truly in the upper echelons of Jiangjing, the Song family's informational advantage was insignificant. Only 1 spot. Bai Qiming looked at Bai Xiaoqi, knowing the chances were slim but still offering encouragement. Perform well. Even if Master Jian doesn't notice you, there will be other teachers who will value you. Bai Xiaoqi went in carrying her instrument. She played a perfect rendition of Master Jian's signature piece, The White-Robed Journey. She was very skillful, and her emotion was exactly right. Several teachers around nodded. Very good. Has the makings of a concert master. Master Jian, sitting in the center, also nodded slightly after listening, uttering a and gave her 80 points. Bai Xiaoqi had always been composed. Hearing this high score, she was overjoyed, showing happiness for the first time. Thank you, teachers. She bowed. Exiting the hall, the looks in Bai Qiming and Song Min's eyes were full of anticipation. She nodded slightly, her demeanor modest yet calm. Master Jian gave me 80 points. He said I have the makings of a concert master. It wasn't the highest score of the day, but it was definitely within the top 5 of Master Jian's scores. Many students and parents nearby couldn't help but come over to chat and make friends upon hearing this. 80 points, you're quite impressive. You're sure to get into Master Jian's academy. If she couldn't become his personal disciple, entering his academy was more than sufficient. Suddenly, the previously ignored trio of Bai Xiaoqi were surrounded by many wanting to befriend them and add them as friends. Bai Qiming finally puffed up his chest. He smiled as he added quite a few Jiangjing business parents as friends. Then he shared the great news with the Bai family clan. The Bai family clan immediately lit incense and set off firecrackers in the ancestral hall. The clan's great-uncle even offered incense to the ancestors, murmuring a prayer. These two siblings are truly dragons and phoenixes among men, bringing great honor to our Bai family. Having their names recorded in the city's history is just around the corner. It was fortunate that you visited them 3 times that day to bring these siblings back, commented the clan leader admiringly. At that time he had not favored the illegitimate children, but now he had to admit, the great-uncle's vision was extraordinary. You indeed have foresight. The Bai family boasts a top scholar and will soon have an artist as well. You shouldn't have gotten involved when Qiming and Ji Mulan divorced, the great-uncle lectured him. Luckily, Xiaoqi didn't bear a grudge, or else we would have lost out much more. As for Bai Lian and Ji Mulan, they had long been forgotten. Jiangjing Music Academy. Bai Xiaoqi received a flood of congratulatory calls and messages from the Bai family. Bai Qiming also sent red packets in the group chats and boasted on his social media. Meanwhile, in the concert hall, Master Jian Zhongyo, waiting for the next performer, couldn't help but take out his phone and sent a private message to a blogger. Hello, did she agree today? Chapter 222. 083 Tremor, Lianlian's ranking second update. _1 Nowadays, very few men learn to play the guzheng. Most people seem to equate the guzheng with femininity. But Jian Zhongyo is one of the men who study guzheng. And despite being called effeminate as a child for it, he never allowed others' words to define him. Throughout history, there have always been male figures among the guzheng masters. He rose to fame because of the white robe journey. And from skepticism to the present, his journey has been arduous and long. He understands the piece very well. Today many students performed the white robe journey. But compared to what he had seen in the video, something was always missing. The video where one eats a big bowl of noodles, the girl playing in it might not be fluent, and her technique could even be considered rusty. But only Jian Zhongyo knew the emotions she poured into this piece. Dazzling, splendid, yet ultimately fading to silence. To make friends through music. If guided properly, Jian Zhongyo believed she could play this piece to perfection. Valuing and loving talent, he was unwilling to give up on such a promising young plant. He would rather inquire daily. One day, he would move this future music academy's prime student. The next student to perform was ready, and Jian Zhongyo put down his phone to listen seriously to the performance. When Pu Xiaohan sent Bai Lian a screenshot of Jian Zongyi's message, Bai Lian had just finished a meeting with the Calligraphy Association. Jiang Fulai was discussing financial issues with Qiu Xuezheng, who had specially interviewed someone to take charge of the association's finances. Bai Lian sat to the side, not quite understanding, so she turned on her phone and worked on practice problems. While replying to Pu Xiaohan. Understood. Jiang Fulai sat by the octagon table, while Jiang He did not wish to stay with him, learning calligraphy outside with a group of children instead. Qiu Xuezheng flipped through his notes, then suddenly looked up, somewhat excited. They've drawn up a new bus route across the street, and it's going to start service next week. This matter had not been fully announced yet, and many businessmen had bought up a bunch of properties in advance, waiting to sell them after the new bus line opened. Qiu Xuezheng was also privy to this news. Jiang Fulai was not surprised by this information. Xiangqing Culture and Tourism Bureau had good planning. He rested his left hand on the table, casually leaning against the chair back, appearing languid yet erect, while flipping through the financial report of the association with his distinctively jointed hand, closing the report. It's almost there, and in the future, there will be high-speed rail too. Ah, really? This news was genuinely new to Qiu Xuezheng. He sat up with a jolt. The thought of Xiangqing being connected by high-speed rail was beyond his wildest dreams. Jiang Fulai responded indifferently. He had seen the plan, and the document wasn't issued yet. It was held up in Jiangjing, and very few people knew about it. Jiang Fulai, curious about Xiangqing, had asked someone to check it out. He handed the notebook back to Qiu Xuezheng casually. Qiu Xuezheng wanted to ask whether Jiang Fulai had actually read through all those pages of notes. But he truly didn't dare to ask. Jiang Fulai flipped through his phone, which showed several unread messages from Ma Tongfeng. Dean Ma. She is very polite and even sends me smiles, but he had sent Bai Lian several messages about quantum mechanics research, and she had not expressed her views on it. Dean Ma was really anxious. Even Jiang Fulai would occasionally indulge him, painting a pie in the sky, saying he would find him after finishing research on dark matter. Bai Lian, not drawing any pie at all, seemed even more like an old man than he did. Dean Ma. Polite and aloof, not much of a talker. Dean Ma. Can you ask her what she thinks for me? Jiang Fulai took a casual glance and replied leisurely. How do you know she bought me milk tea today? Image. There was no helping it, young Master Jiang couldn't find anyone else to show off to. Jiang Xiaoniao would bring out an even bigger cup of fruit tea. Ming Dongheng simply couldn't understand. Director Chun? He would go fishing with Ji Heng every day and even fraternized with Ji Xiaojun as brothers. Young Master Jiang felt irritated just looking at him. After going through the list, only Dean Ma was left. Dean Ma. On the other end of the phone, Dean Ma was speechless. Is there something wrong with young Master Jiang? After downing a large glass of water to calm himself, Dean Ma, not daring to curse, decided to ask about something else. Did you do something to the affiliated middle school? Jiang Fulai. Dean Ma. They came to me today, asking if there's something wrong with the chemistry and biology question banks that they missed. With one glance, Jiang Fulai knew what was going on. No, I borrowed them to do practice problems. Dean Ma. Great. Even when not in Jiangjing, Jiang Fulai could still randomly scare some people to death. Chapter 223. 083 Tremor, Lianlian's ranking, second update. _2 The people from the affiliated high school hadn't slept well for 2 days, checking all the problems one by one. Be a person. Thank you. Jiang Fulai put away his phone after replying and glanced at Bai Lian. Shall we take a look next door? Next door was the closed Xingyi Martial Arts School. It was exactly what Bai Lian wanted. When the two reached the door next door, a dark-skinned middle-aged man was shooing away 2 men in suits. Scram, I'm not selling. It was nearing November, and the weather had turned cool. Most people were wearing coats. The middle-aged man was still in a t-shirt, and when he lifted his arm, the well-defined muscles were visible, his eyes were sharp, and at a glance, one could tell he was a powerful martial artist. He glanced at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Are you here to buy the property too? I'm not selling. No, Hall Master Jean, Bai Lian just smiled. We just want to see what the old martial arts school looked like. Today was Saturday, and Bai Lian was wearing a light brown pleated skirt with a loose jacket of the same color series, lazy and relaxed, only embroidered with delicate white auspicious cloud patterns at the cuffs and neckline. Her long hair was still casually tied up behind her head. Her appearance was always deceptive, polite and modest, winning the affection of elders. Even Hall Master Jean was no exception. I haven't been the Hall Master for a long time. Hall Master Jean opened the door, letting them in. Feel free to look around. The Xingyi Martial Arts School was much larger than the Calligraphy Association. Upon entering the school, there was a huge practice ground. To the right of the practice ground were 8 rows of wooden posts, 10 in each row, spaced 1 meter apart, with 3 stone tables behind them and stone stools stacked next to them. A large space was left open. In the middle was a 1 meter wide flagstone path, with grass growing in the cracks between the stones. To the left was a practice ground enclosed by stone bricks, with 2 rows of weapon racks near the surrounding wall where weapons used to be placed, but now they were empty. Following the flagstone path straight ahead, one could see a porch, and walking through it revealed many rooms on both sides. There were changing rooms, meditation rooms, sandbag rooms. Passing this long corridor, one could see the accommodations in the back, with a well. Hall Master Jean lived in the corner and was drawing water, with huge dormitories on both sides. This indicated how prosperous the martial arts school once was. After looking around, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai politely said their goodbyes. What do you think? Jiang Fulai opened the gate, slightly bowed his head and asked. Bai Lian shook her head. stretching out her hand to shade the sunlight in front of her eyes, and spoke softly. "I'll ask around some more." She still didn't know how the martial arts school had gone under. Monday. All the high schools in Beijing were tallying student scores. Xiangqing High School was no exception. The principal had arrived at the school early and convened a meeting with the homeroom teachers. Teacher Lu. As soon as Lu Lingxi arrived, the principal and head of education urged her. "Quick, see how many points Ning Xiao from your class got." Lu Lingxi knew they were anxious. Sitting in front of the computer, she logged in with her homeroom teacher ID, retrieved the class student scores, and directly searched for Ning Xiao in the search bar. The page kept spinning. Today, all the high schools in Beijing were pulling up scores, and the Beijing Education Network was clearly overwhelmed. It took nearly a minute to display. Name, Ning Xiao. Subject, score, ranking Chinese, 122, 74 math, 121, 5 English, 131, 109 science comprehensive, 248, 25 total score, 632 rank, 3131. The principal was startled by the ranking and couldn't help exclaiming. This ranking showed the overall ranking for the entire Beijing. Last time during the joint exams, Ning Xiao was still ranked outside the top 100, and now he suddenly soared to 31. Could this match up with that international class of Beijing? The director of studies also couldn't help but speak up. They all knew about the international class of Beijing High School, with a total of 40 students, the most competitive school in Beijing, with several students getting into Jiangjing University each year. Hearing this, other teachers looked over. How did his grades improve so quickly? Chenju is only ranked 80, right? There had never been a student from Xiangqing in the top 50, and today was the first time. A bunch of teachers were extremely excited. Look at his math, top 5. And the natural sciences comprehensive, also in the top 30. 121 points, said the head of the math department while adjusting his glasses. I heard that Song Min got 130 in math. Ning Xiao isn't much behind him. Right, top 5. Not many from the international class of Beijing High School can match Ning Xiao. The director of studies said, looking at the principal with excitement. You asked Director Pan, is this score decent enough? In the next joint exams, will Beijing still provide us with resources? Never had there been a student in Xiangqing who ranked in the top 10 in any subject. Ning Xiao was the first. Top 5 in math. What did that mean? Even in Beijing High School, this was 1 in 10,000. The principal knew this, of course, as he stared at the page and called Director Pan. Feeling that this time, they might truly have a chance. Lu Lingxi was also startled by Ning Xiao's results. People were congratulating Lu Lingxi with looks of particular envy. Being able to mentor a student who ranked in the top 31 of the whole Beijing. It wasn't just an honor for the school, but also for Xiangqing. Only the homeroom teacher of class 8, looking at Lu Lingxi, suddenly spoke up. Search for student by Lian. Oh. Lu Lingxi snapped back to her senses and started to search for Bai Lian's name. She pressed the enter key. The web page was still loading. The other teachers were much more relaxed than before. Student Bai, her chemistry is a bit weak, not sure how she did in math. Last time she scored 5 points more than Ning Xiao in math. Ning Xiao missed a multiple choice question. Could she also be in the top 10 in math? One teacher boldly speculated. Most teachers didn't know much about Bai Lian, but they knew she was a girl. I doubt that. I feel Bai is good at Chinese, and this time math was so hard. She can't have scored higher than Ning Xiao. Everyone was guessing casually when Lu Lingxi chuckled. She knew Bai Lian very well. Don't underestimate girls, okay? Just watch. Student Bai Lian might even have a score of 120 in math. After all, it was rumored that Song Min only had 130. Lu Lingxi knew her students well, but didn't think about competing with someone like Song Min. As they spoke, swoosh, Bai Lian's results came up. Name, Bai Lian. Subject, score, rank Chinese 150, 1 math 150, 1 English 126, 137 natural sciences comprehensive, 182, 966 total score. 608 rank, 97 beneath the computer screen. These few lines of scores were so clear. The several teachers who were still joking, including Lu Lingxi, were motionless. They just silently looked at the first two lines. Chinese 150, 1 Math 151. The principal, who was on the phone with Director Pan, naturally saw it too and went silent in an instant. The whole classroom was as quiet as could be. For about a minute. The usually refined homeroom teacher of Class 8 quietly uttered a word. Damn. Chapter 224. 084 Dimensional Reduction Strike _1 With his call, a small number of people also came to their senses. Is she that good at math? No, which school did she transfer from? So freakish. Now Beijing High School is going to be interesting. Not to mention the homeroom teacher of Class 8. Even Lu Lingxi was particularly shocked. Just Bai Lian's overall ranking in the top 97 was enough to shock people, let alone her Chinese and mathematics scores. First place, perfect score. Either one would be enough to dominate the field. Lu Lingxi had always known that Bai Lian was very good at Chinese. This time the classical Chinese reading was obscure, and the essay was even more bizarre. Many students in the school misunderstood the meaning of their essay, seriously deviating from the topic. Bai Lian's 150 in Chinese was beyond her expectation, but not too surprising, for Bai Lian's palace-style calligraphy was a significant bonus. But a 150 in the joint exam for mathematics. In Xiangqing, that was simply a science fiction event. She had always thought that Bai Lian's math was on par with Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao's rapid progress in math this time, reaching the top 5 in Beijing, had already blown away all the teachers in the office. And there was Bai Lian, silently dealing everyone a crushing blow. Hello. The principal stopped midway through speaking, and on the other end of the phone, Director Pan, unable to wait for him to finish, couldn't help but speak up. Why have you stopped talking? That question brought the principal back to reality. Director Pan, the principal began solemnly. I think not just possibly, but we really have won this time. I think so too. Director Pan was also excited. Ning Xiao has improved too fast. Math in the top 5, such a talent is in high demand at Beijing High School, right? If Ning Xiao were a senior, he would definitely make it into the provincial team. No, the principal said after hearing him out. There's more news now. Student Bai Lian scored perfect in both Chinese and math, first place. As the principal had anticipated. The voice on the other end of the phone instantly vanished. Director Pan could be heard breathing hurriedly. She scored higher than Song Min? Yes, Song Min got around 130 in math. At this moment, not just Xiangqing High School, but also the people in the Education Bureau office were extraordinarily excited. Director Pan hung up the phone, his eyes sparkling. Contact Beijing Education Bureau. And I remember Jiangjing University has a liberal arts-focused recruitment program, right? Since the top scholar from Beijing was admitted to Jiangjing University last year, it was all over the news. This year, all major colleges had heard of Song Min. And if there were no dark horses from Beijing next year, he was the certain top scorer, especially in math. Before today, no one thought that anyone could surpass him in math. Yet Bai Lian rose unexpectedly in this joint exam. As for poor performance in science, not a big issue. Jiangjing University's liberal arts-focused recruitment program is designed for candidates with uneven academic strengths. Xiangqing had never seen anyone admitted to Jiangjing University before. So if they had the first one, they couldn't even begin to imagine how sensational it would be. Lu Lingxi printed the results and returned to class 15. The answer sheets were handed in to be scanned by the school, which had not yet been distributed, but their exam papers had not been handed in. The first period was Lu Lingxi's Chinese class. Most of the students did not do well on the Chinese exam, so she did not announce the grades but instead analyzed the papers. After finishing a period, her mood had finally eased. She called Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to the office to discuss their scores with them. This was the principal's request, to prevent them from getting too excited. The principal, unable to stop smiling, said, "Students, do you know how much you scored? Ning Xiao, you are 5th in Beijing for math, and in the overall top 30. And you, Bai Lian, are even more impressive, first in Beijing for math. He rattled off everything. But he found the two in front of him unresponsive. Oh. Ning Xiao looked up, his tone quite calm. Always somber, Ning Xiao raised his eyebrows, emanating an air of melancholy, his voice devoid of any excitement or joy. Wearing a simple school uniform, Bai Lian with her clear and shallow eyes was more composed than Ning Xiao. I understand, thank you, Principal. Principal. He couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Lingxi. What's going on here? Look, did you two not hear what I said? The principal tried to explain. Ning Xiao, you are 5th in math in Beijing, and Bai Lian, you scored perfect in both Chinese and math, 1st in Beijing. Ning Xiao turned aloof. He nodded slightly, showing he understood. Yes, perfect in Chinese and math, I heard it, thanks, Principal. Bai Lian recalled chemical formulas, then replied unhurriedly. Principal. Chapter 225. 084 Reduction Strike _2 Lu Lingxi looked at the two children, and couldn't help but smile, telling them to go back to class. Once they had left, the principal finally turned to Lu Lingxi, looking particularly disheveled. It's just Teacher Lu, those two students. What's going on? They don't look happy at all. Aren't they excited? Didn't they know what these results meant? Of course, the principal didn't understand. Ning Xiao had the apps exercises, and every weekend Jiang Fulai would go to the library to teach them the more challenging problems. And then there was Bai Lian, whose explanations were even more meticulous than Jiang Fulai's. Ranked 5th in Beijing, these results were impressive in Xiangqing and Beijing. But Ning Xiao knew that if young Master Jiang discovered he scored only around 120 on the joint exam, even failing to answer a major question entirely, he would definitely be scolded. This wasn't an exaggeration. Apart from Tang Ming, he was the worst student young Master Jiang had ever taught. Happy, excited? Right now, Ning Xiao was only worried about whether he'd be scolded tonight. He was in no mood for joy or excitement. As for Bai Lian, she had initially stood out among the many talents of the great Yong dynasty, accepted as a disciple by Liang Zuan in a special exception. Even today, people say of her, the great Yong dynasty owes her a position as the top scholar. Would she care about this? The two left with ease. The principal truly couldn't understand it, and turning to Lu Lingxi he said, I didn't even get to tell them about the Wencheng plan. The Wencheng plan was specifically designed by Jiangjing University for students with special talents. It involved interviews and written exams between October and November each year, and those who passed could be admitted to Jiangjing University with a 50-point deduction from their college entrance exam scores. If they performed exceptionally well, the reduction could be even greater. The principal had come specifically for this Wencheng plan. But the reaction of these two students baffled him, and he let them go without saying a word about it. They're about to have class, said Lu Lingxi, more composed than the principal. After a moment's thought she added, I'll have a good talk with them at noon. That works. The principal was dizzy with confusion. Suddenly he felt, even if he had mentioned the Wencheng plan to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao just now, their reactions would probably have been the same. Oh. Thank you, Principal, I understand. Thinking about this, the principal couldn't help but wipe his face. After all, it was best to leave such matters to Lu Lingxi. Beijing High School. International class. This class consisted of all top students. Competition created pressure, so when the results were released, the homeroom teacher immediately posted the printed score sheet on the left side of the blackboard. As soon as the scores came out, it wasn't Song Min and the others who were concerned, but rather a group who had privately placed bets. A bunch of them crowded to the left side of the blackboard to see the latest development in the math competition. From top to bottom, the homeroom teacher posted everyone's scores and overall rankings according to their positions. The first one was Song Min name. Song Min subject, score ranking Chinese, 131, 5 math, 130, 2 English, 142, 3 science composite, 275, 1 total score, 678. One Song Min's deskmate wasn't surprised by Song Min's overall ranking. He just looked at Song Min's math score, turned around, and let out a tragic cry. Brother Min, I admire you for scoring 130 on this kind of paper, but you've really disappointed me. The first place is actually Xiaoqi. You couldn't have gotten 135 in math, could you? Most were startled to see that Song Min was second in math, and began to exclaim. Aside from the major joint exams, Beijing High School had a monthly exam for the 10 schools in Beijing. In mathematics, Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi consistently ranked second and first respectively, a tradition at Beijing High School. Only a very few instinctively looked for Bai Xiaoqi's ranking. Name: Bai Xiaoqi. Subject score ranking: Chinese 133 for math, 126, 3 English 137, 20 science composite 259, 9 total score 655, 3 Hey, he blurted out subconsciously. It's not Xiaoqi who's first either, her math is third. At this exclamation, not to mention those grouped on the left side of the blackboard, even the normally focused Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi turned to look in that direction. Song Min stood up frowning. She's third. Yes, who in our class had an exceptional performance, even surpassing Brother Min? Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exchanged glances. They both pushed back their chairs and walked to the left side of the podium to check the scores. The crowd whooshed aside, making way for Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi to view their math scores, then continued looking downward. The class had a 4th place, a 6th place, but no 1st place. Others were also wondering where the 1st place might be, because no one in international class had ever considered that this math 1st place could belong to someone else. Yet it was nowhere to be found. Aside from the two of them, the highest was 4th place, with 123 points. So, where was the 1st place? Without mention of 1st, where was 5th place? Beijing High's international class was the most competitive in all of Beijing and had the strongest teaching staff, especially since the international class homeroom teacher, a math teacher, had previously coached several IMO potential candidates. Chapter 226. 084 reduction strike _3. The class had nearly swept the top 10 in the province for math. Who exactly is in 1st place? Song Min's desk mate touched his head, incredulous. Min bro, your 130 is already freakish. But someone's even more freakish? How many points did they have to score? I'm going to find the homeroom teacher, Song Min decided on the spot. The homeroom teacher of the international class was in the office. He had applied to review the answer sheet of that top student as soon as the scores were released. Soon, the staff called him, saying the test paper had been retrieved. The answer sheet was retrieved from the machine, and to ensure fairness and justice, it did not display the school or the name. The homeroom teacher of the international class only saw a clean, neatly arranged test paper. All the multiple-choice questions were correct. All the fill-in-the-blank questions were correct. He paused for a moment, took the mouse, and clicked through to the major questions this student had answered. There were a total of 5 major math questions, and the first 3 were still fine. He had spent an entire weekend figuring out the last 2 questions, and had even cross-referenced the answers. These 2 questions were beyond the syllabus of the international class, so he even prepared detailed explanations against the answers, to make sure the students would understand. But seeing this student's answers, he even felt a sense of, so that's another way to solve it. The approach was different from the answers, and this student's method was even clearer and easier to understand. Pristine standard, every step of the reasoning was clearly written. 150 perfect score. At first, he didn't know what the top score was and thought the other person was only a point or 2 above Song Min. He wondered who this dark horse was, but he never imagined it would be 150, a perfect score. Where on earth did this guy come from? Cheating? The homeroom teacher of the international class hadn't even considered it, not to mention the answer was different from the standard answer. The clarity of the logical process alone let him see the student's potential value. Principal, the homeroom teacher of the international class directly called the school principal. The Education Bureau can pull up information on the person who came first in math, right? Send me that guy's data. By the time Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi arrived, the homeroom teacher had just hung up the phone. I knew you two would come. The homeroom teacher took a deep breath. That first place, 150, Song student by student. I can only say that you two didn't lose unfairly this time. 150. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi exclaimed simultaneously. The homeroom teacher nodded. Yes, with a score that terrifying, I think. This guy's math might even match those from Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School. The name Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School might be very foreign to others. But the people from number 1 high school were well aware. Are you talking about Liang Wuyu and them? Song Min asked, almost in astonishment. Even with his confidence, he had never thought about comparing himself with Liang Wuyu and his peers. That was a natural gap. After all, the Liang family were top educational aristocrats, and the resources they had access to were different from the outset. But Song Min had also never imagined that this person with a 150 score would be so highly regarded in the eyes of the homeroom teacher. To be mentioned in the same breath as Liang Wuyu? Teacher, who is he exactly? Song Min couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Still checking. Bai Xiaoqi recovered her composure, her demeanor always elegant and her appearance lovely, finding it strange. If his math is that good, why didn't he make it into the top 10 overall scores? After all, the top 10 overall were from their class. He might be lopsided in his studies, the homeroom teacher explained. That was plausible, but for the time being, neither Song Min nor Bai Xiaoqi had the mind to worry about how this person was lopsided in their studies, because that score of 150 had both of them utterly disconcerted. When they returned to report to the class, and everyone heard the score of the first place, most of them exchanged looks. First place, 150. Second place, 130. Third place, 126. Some thoughts they dared not voice out loud. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction assault? Since when did such an incredible person appear? The homeroom teacher of the international class was also pondering this question, until he finally received a phone call from the staff. The information and scores of the first place student had been found. Teacher, it has been sent to your email. The homeroom teacher quickly ended the call and logged into his email, indeed finding a new message. He clicked it open right away. The score of the student who had executed the dimensionality reduction assault sprang into his view. Chapter 227. 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, Second Update. _1 The information provided by the Education Bureau was precise, from the school to the homeroom teacher. Name, Bai Lian Class. Xiangqing No. 1 High School, Senior Year Class 35 Homeroom Teacher. Lulingxi Student ID. 20145. Subject, Score Rank Chinese 150, 1 Mathematics, 150. 1 The homeroom teacher of the international class spotted the 2 Rank 1 students in the first 2 rows at a glance. He refocused on the name column, Bai Lian. This name, he frowned, is identical to that Bai family member. The Bai family had previously used their connections to send Bai Lian into his class, where she became the laughingstock on the first day of school. In high school already, she knew nothing when asked, hindering the progress of the international class. He couldn't stand it for a day and immediately transferred her to the liberal arts class. It must be a coincidence in names. It was unexpected that she was also a girl. Her mathematics was genuinely good. Only 182 in science comprehensive. The homeroom teacher glanced at the score, feeling less threatened. That was nearly 100 points lower than Song Min's. The international class homeroom teacher never believed this could be the Bai Lian he knew. He was aware that the Bai Lian he knew had been expelled for cheating. And as for where she went afterwards, how could he possibly care about that? Xiangqing No. 1 High School. The principal was almost ready to hold a banner celebration for the 2 students. Good, let's continue with the joint exams. I will announce this good news to everyone, the principal said in his office after hanging up the phone from the Education Bureau. He saw Lu Lingxi finish speaking, and then hung up. Teacher Lu, the principal's smile did not fade. The joint examination for the top 10 schools is not cancelled. This was no surprise to the principal or Lu Lingxi. Bai Lian's sudden emergence was likely unforeseen by the schools in Beicheng. They thought that the other schools had almost no impact on the top 10 rankings, and were dragging the progress of the joint exams, which is why they decided to cancel. Now talk about dragging progress? No impact on the rankings? Upon seeing that 150 score, the heads of the top 10 schools dared not speak another word. I asked Bai Lian does not want to participate in the Wenchong plan. Lu Lingxi sat across from the principal, slightly contemplating. Lu Lingxi remained calm. Bai Lian said she doesn't like any of the 10 majors offered by the Wenchong plan. Principal, I mean to actually pick and choose among Jiangjing University's offerings? Since getting to know Bai Lian, the principal felt he had gained much insight. Class 15. Bai Lian pulled out 2 practice books to start solving problems. She was mainly working on biology, leaving chemistry to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming while she finished with biology before swapping with them, making the most of everything. After school in the afternoon, Tang Ming, mingling with a group from class 15, was also very anxious. God of fortune, don't you think you scored a bit too high? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, her eyes exceptionally clear and cold. Could it be that you scored too low? Tang Ming. Pu Xiaohan was taking photos on her phone for materials, and Zhang Xiai's looped his arm around Tang Ming's shoulder, taller than him like brothers. You hang out with our class every day, why don't you transfer to class 15? Tang Ming was in no mood to joke with Zhang Xiai's, just making a bitter face. Don't ask me first. When they arrived at Mother Zhang's flower shop, Zhang Xiai's went his separate way from Bai Lian's group. He stroked his chin, watching Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's retreating figures. What's up with these two? They look like they're preparing for a heroic sacrifice? Before he could figure it out, his mother, holding a watering can, knocked him on the head. What are you dazing about? Hurry up and deliver the prawns I made to Xiaolu. Library. 2nd floor. Bai Lian sat with her legs crossed, spreading out her books, then took out her error notebook, flipped open the tip of the pen with one hand, appearing lazy and casual. Across from her, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were not so relaxed. Jiang Fulai sat beside Bai Lian, his left hand resting on the table, leaning slightly forward with his right hand holding the math and science papers Bai Lian had given him. He scanned them from beginning to end. After spending 3 minutes scanning, he laid the papers on the dark brown tabletop, his fingers clearly defined pressing down on the paper, looked up, his face pale yet sharp. 121.95? His tone was unhurried. Those were Ning Xiao's math and physics scores. Ning Xiao straightened up. Yes. Did you take a nap during the exam? Master Jiang genuinely inquired. Ning Xiao. I didn't. Then I truly don't understand. Master Jiang glanced at the paper, sneered. How you could lose 30 points on such an exam? Remember, the human brain is meant to be used. Ning Xiao, just curse his slow thinking and not being quick enough in calculations. Jiang Fulai's gaze turned to Tang Ming. Tang Ming quickly sat up straight, nervously awaiting Master Jiang's critique. Chapter 228. 085 can't afford to provoke, second update. _2 However, when Jiang Fulai looked at him, upon reaching Tang Ming, he just sneered and said nothing more. Mr. Jiang, Tang Ming started to speak timidly. Jiang Fulai raised his hand. Since I've taught you, don't call me Mr. Jiang. Tang Ming. Cack, whimper, he's not John von Neumann, possessing a mighty brain, studying mathematics at 3, mastering calculus at 8, finishing undergraduate studies by 10. He's just an average top student. There is indeed a barrier between geniuses. All day today, Tang Ming had been showered with praise from the homeroom teacher and other subject teachers. After all, his progress had been remarkable. Chen Zhu only scored 110 in math. In the past, Tang Ming wouldn't have dared to dream of such a day. Yet here, young Master Jiang didn't even bother to scold him. Of course, the people Jiang Fulai often criticized were all of the same type as he one, the distinguished alumnus of Jiangjing University. When it came to Tang Ming, young Master Jiang truly didn't know where to begin with his criticism. After all, most of the questions in the papers were as easy as 1 + 1 to him. With Tang Ming's score of 111, Jiang Fulai only wanted him to disappear from his sight right now, immediately. If President Ma found out that someone he had taught scored like this in mathematics. Thinking of this, His gaze turned coldly towards Tang Ming once again. Mr. Jiang. Bai Lian twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Jiang Fulai. His math is now ranked 3rd in the school. Jiang Fulai took the water subconsciously. Are there only 3 people who took the test? Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai. He glanced at Bai Lian, silently took a sip of the mineral water. Don't you have to go to the hospital to visit your aunt? Young Master Jiang changed the subject. Bai Lian unhurriedly retracted her gaze, started to pack her things, and spoke with a nonchalant tone. Just 3 people taking the exam? She countered. Jiang Fulai. On the other side, Jiang He looked up solemnly at Jiang Fulai. Sister is first, he said. After the 3 left, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao finally came back to their senses. Tang Ming was acutely aware of the long road ahead. Across from him, Ning Xiao also lowered his head in reflection, knowing ever since he found out that Bai Lian only slept 5 hours a day, he had been far too relaxed. With Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian around, yet being unable to outperform Song Min in math was truly unacceptable. Xiangqing Central Hotel. Zhang Xiais brought a lunchbox to Yin Lu. Yin Lu was staying in room 1205 of the hotel. When Zhang Xiais arrived, Yin Lu hadn't come back yet. He sent a message to Yin Lu, and Yin Lu told him to leave the lunchbox at the door. She would be back later. Zhang Xiais set down the lunchbox, but saw a letter half-stuffed through the door crack, with what appeared to be blood stains on the envelope. Knowing that Yin Lu had many cyberbullies, he frowned. He took out the envelope and left the lunchbox as he went out. After returning to the flower shop, Zhang's mom learned about his exam results, and almost hit him with a kettle. Zhang Xiais agilely retreated to his room and shut the door. He opened his phone to find someone to play games with in the class group chat. In the wait to group up for the game, he thought of the cyberbully and pulled out the envelope from his pocket. Snap! 4 photographs fell to the ground. Zhang Xiais stared at the photos that had landed on the tiled floor, stunned. Clearly, the photos had been captured from some videos. Even though he was alone in the room, he swiftly picked up the photos and clamped them down on the table. Each photo had a line of words written on the back. You think you can escape me? Come here at 11 tonight. You wouldn't want these videos to appear online, would you? There was an address left. Zhang Xiais felt his head buzz, everything crashing down. Good guy, why aren't you hitting ready? From the phone, the voices of Wang Qi and the others came through. Zhang Xiais lifted his head, his normally sunny, handsome face now covered with a layer of gloom, like a clear sky obscured by dark clouds, oppressive and suffocating. The blood-stained white envelope was crumpled in his grip. Veins on his forehead and arms stood out. He abruptly raised his hand and wiped his eyes. After a while, he pulled open the door and left. I wonder if Xiaolu ate well. Zhang's mom was pruning a pot of flowers, hearing the door open but not looking back. 15 in physics. Just wait until your dad comes back and see how he scolds you, she murmured. Normally, Zhang Xiais would come over to help her trim the flowers and ask her not to tell his dad. Today, however, Zhang Xiais was very silent. He put on a black baseball cap and also took out a pot full of white iris flowers from the bucket. The snow-colored iris flowers in bunches were very elegant. Zhang Xiais wrapped up an entire large bunch. Chapter 229. 085 Can't Afford to Provoke, Second Update. _3 Xiangqing Hotel Room 1205. Knocking. Inside, Yin Lu was taking a shower in the bathroom. Knowing her propensity for cleanliness, her sister knew it would be a long one. She opened the door to find a tall, handsome young man standing outside. Ah, are you little brother Zhang? Zhang Xiais did, after all, represent the face of the male students at Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. Her sister recognized Zhang Xiais and called out to the bathroom. Yin Lu, little brother Zhang has come to see you. Bathroom. Yin Lu's hand shook, and the razor blade slipped from her wrist. She quickly stood up from the water, dried herself off, and got dressed before coming out. With her tall stature and long legs, she wore the hotel's slippers as she came out, drying her hair along the way. What are you doing here instead of doing homework at home? Just received a bouquet of flowers, Zhang Xiais chuckled. taking out a large bunch of iris flowers from behind him and handing them to Yen Lu. I brought them to you. The motion of Yen Lu drying her hair came to a halt. She looked down at the bunch of pure white irises, glistening with water droplets. It took her a while to hesitate before she reached out and took them. Thank you. Zhang Xiais reached out and gave Yen Lu a very light hug for the first time, speaking softly. Yen Lu, it's going to be all right. After speaking, he pulled his cap down. He turned and walked out the door. The door closed behind him. Only then did Yen Lu's sister turn around with a stunned expression, looking at Yen Lu holding the flowers, and she couldn't help but doubt. You're faking your germophobia, aren't you? Yen Lu ignored her, put the flowers away, and went back to the bathroom to throw the razor blade in the trash can. The next day, Bai Lian arrived at school, and Pu Xiaohan asked her usual daily question. After receiving a negative response, she relayed the message to Dean Jian. Looks like this good person is going to be late again today. Just before class started, Zhang Xiais still hadn't arrived, prompting Pu Xiaohan to glance at his empty desk with a raised eyebrow. Him being late was the norm for class 15. Bai Lian opened her book, not surprised by this either. However, today was out of the ordinary for everyone, as Zhang Xiais didn't come to school at all. Even Lu Lingxi had no idea what the specific situation was. In the evening after school, Bai Lian and a few others, including Pu Xiaohan, decided to inquire at his mother's flower shop. Zhang's family lived above the flower shop, but the shop had not opened that day either. There was a backyard. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, holding a phone in one hand and a question bank in the other, gestured with a nod of her chin. Pu Xiaohan understood the signal, and began to knock on the backyard door. Aunt Zhang, are you home? I'm Pu Xiaohan, Zhang's classmate. Zhang's family living room. Yen Lu sat on the couch in a daze. Next to her, Zhang's mother's head was buried in her knees, her expression obscured. Of the three women, only her sister was somewhat composed, pacing the living room. Yen Lu you. She initially wanted to ask Yen Lu about Zhang Shi's connection with Mr. Lu, but seeing Yen Lu's expression of total despair, she couldn't bear to press the question. I'm going to look for the Lu family. Yen Lu suddenly stood up, a cigarette unlit in her hand and her eyes cast downward. And see what they want to do about this. You're just going to go like that? Don't you know what kind of people are in the Lu family? Her sister shook her head, like scolding Yen Lu back to reality. What's most important right now is to seek the other party's letter of forgiveness as soon as possible, and then find a lawyer to sue. Knocks at the backyard door interrupted her. She looked towards Zhang's mother. Those people outside. Zhang's mother's gaze was vacant as she looked up, as if coming back to her senses only now. Yes, they're classmates of Aze. Their class has good relationships. Zhang Xiais had missed a day of school, and Bai Lian and the others must have come to inquire about his situation. Her sister opened the door and saw several people in Xiangqing No. 1 middle school uniforms. Classmates, little brother Zhang has some issues and needs to take some time off, her sister said with a smile. Something's happened? Bai Lian, holding her phone, squinted at Yen Lu's sister with a casual smirk. Yen Lu's sister met Bai Lian's gaze, and under any other circumstances, she would certainly have asked Bai Lian if she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but now wasn't the time. She nodded. Yes, I'm helping them look after the shop, so you all better go home and do your homework. She closed the door, and let out a sigh of relief. The girl just now was good-looking, with a seemingly casual expression, but those dark eyes made one feel completely exposed. I sent them away. Yen Lu's sister returned to the living room, and her phone finally rang. The other two looked at her anxiously. She answered, and it was Time Media calling. She had contacted them first thing in the morning, and all three had been waiting for a reply. Little Exine, I can't handle this matter. Forget about getting a lawyer. You should also find a chance to extricate yourself as soon as possible. You know what the Xinming family is like. Lu Exine had even managed to arrange a meeting with that person from the Su family. How bold you must be to mess with the Lu family. The other party hung up after speaking. Calls back went unanswered. Yen Lu's sister looked at the nervous Yen Lu and Zhang's mother and sadly chuckled. Lu Xin's father has already arrived in Xiangqing, and the Lu family's background is not that clean to begin with. His son is now in the ICU. Not to mention, Mr. Su is also in Xiangqing. Mr. Su. Zhang's mother lifted her head, her voice hoarse, hearing the name Mr. Su for the first time. Mr. Su, even the Lu family has to curry favor with him. He's from Jiangjing. Those people have enormous power. Even our boss might not dare to intervene, we and them. Being in the entertainment industry, Yan Lu's sister was the clearest about these things as she shook her head. You have to be prepared, little brother Zhang's case, we might all be unable to extricate ourselves. Her sister had sent those students away moments ago, without saying much. Firstly, there were already enough people involved, and the few decent ones left in her circle were distancing themselves from them. She feared involving the students as well. Secondly, this matter was complicated, and not a single person from Time Media dared to touch it, so it was futile to talk to those students. Chapter 230. 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-Notch Legal Team _1 Alien. Outside, Pu Xiaohan watched Xinming close the back door and couldn't help but look at Bai Lian. Something feels weird. Bai Lian looked up at the doorframe, her phone idly twirling in her hand. Not sure, she gripped her phone tightly, pausing to think. You go home first, ask around. When the students from class 15 left, they did not have the same ease as when they arrived. But no one from class 15 could have imagined. What sort of thing could the usually sunny Zhang Xiais have done? At worst, it might be a family emergency, the most serious being Zhang Xiais falling ill, or perhaps a car accident. Pa. Pu Xiaohan slapped herself in the face. Such a jinx. That was what most people in class 15 thought. Bai Lian took the opportunity to visit her aunt in the hospital. Ji Heng had only come by during the afternoon to bring Shinqing chicken soup. It was ill-timed, as Su En and Ji Mulan were there, and the room was filled with the health supplements they had brought. Seeing Bai Lian arrive, Su En greeted her with a smile. Alien is off school. It was all very typical. He always knew how to keep a proper distance in his dealings with others. He never crossed the line. Bai Lian didn't have much animosity toward him, but that was about it. With Ji Mulan standing beside her, Bai Lian just hummed in response. The most courtesy she was willing to show. Mr. Su, what brings you here tonight? Ji Xiaojun had just finished teaching not long ago and poured water for Ji Mulan and Su En. Today, they hadn't made use of Bai Lian. Mainly because Ji Xiaojun felt Bai Lian had animosity toward Ji Mulan. And he was afraid Bai Lian would splash water on Ji Mulan's face. Su En smiled. After exchanging routine greetings with Shen Qing, he reflected a moment. One of my business partners is in ICU. I'm going to see him later. I see, Ji Xiaojun nodded, not prying further. Then you should go quickly. Su En also knew that Ji Mulan and Bai Lian, mother and daughter, didn't get along well. He wasn't clear about the past between the two, but he could feel that Ji Mulan's attitude toward Bai Lian had been problematic for some time. After he left with Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun turned to Bai Lian, gesturing for her to help herself to some water. You and your mother. He wondered if there was any possibility of reconciliation between them. After all, they were mother and daughter. Now Ji Mulan's relationship with Ji Heng was somewhat mended. Stop. Bai Lian couldn't stand hearing about Ji Mulan, placing her workbook on the table. Uncle, I came to see my aunt. To others, it seemed there wasn't much of an issue between Bai Lian and Ji Mulan. But only Bai Lian knew the original Bai Lian was already dead. Dead in the icy cold lake. Ji Xiaojun silently watched Bai Lian sit by Shenqing's bedside, instinctively checking Shenqing's pulse. Shenqing even gave him a white-eyed look, annoyed at his meddling. Ji Xiaojun then turned to make Bai Lian a cup of tea. His familial bonds were thin. Ji Mulan was his sister, and he couldn't let go. Alien, your grandfather said you've been going to bed past midnight and getting up before 6? Shenqing could now sit up and lean against the headboard, her head swathed in bandages. Her voice was becoming stronger as well. In short, she was recovering very well. Ji Heng had woken up in the night to use the bathroom, and saw that Bai Lian's window was still open. That day, he came over worriedly to discuss this matter. So on behalf of Ji Hung, Shen Qing spoke. Your health is important. We can take our time, there's no rush this year. Bai Lian withdrew her hand, looked up still in her school uniform with an unzipped jacket revealing her white shirt underneath, and said to Shen Qing with a voice both soft and slow, But I need to study, Aunt. Shen Qing. Right, studying is most important, but try to go to bed by midnight if you can. Ji Xiaojun placed the tea to one side, listening and utterly speechless. Is this how you persuade someone? After seeing Shen Qing, Bai Lian went back home, as she still had Lance waiting for her at home. After she had left, Ji Xiaojun glanced at Shen Qing. Dad asked you to persuade her, not to indulge her. Why don't you say it then? Shen Qing leaned against the headboard. Ji Xiaojun was even less helpful than Ji Hung. Before Bai Lian could speak, he likely would be the one to start saying, It's okay, alien, whatever time you study until it's fine, your uncle will stay up with you. Ji Xiaojun opened his mouth. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know where to start. Illogical. He could only bury his head and go to the bathroom to fetch water for Shen Qing. Outside the ICU at the hospital, at the age of 60, Liu's father looked into the glass room at Lu Xinming with a fierce gaze. No matter who it is, I want them dead. Get me Zhao Jingzhou, even if it costs 10 times more. Chapter 231, 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-Notch Legal Team _2 Zhao Jingzhou, the top legal team of Time Media. Originated from Red Circle firm. Always unbeaten. He was extremely popular online and had never lost a case. The least successful outcome was a settlement between both parties. Director Liu, we are already in contact. A person beside whispered. President Su has arrived. As they were speaking, the elevator door opened, and Suan followed by Ji Mulan walked over from the end of the corridor. Director Liu put on a mournful expression. President Su, thank you for remembering my son at this critical time. Rest assured, I will handle his affairs on his behalf, and it will definitely not delay your important matters. Director Liu, company affairs can be put aside. After shaking hands, Suan looked at the familiar ICU. What exactly happened to Director Liu? Is he still in danger? While they were talking, the deputy director came for the rounds. He was carrying the medical record, and looking at Director Liu he said, Mr. Liu, we have tried our best. The perpetrator was very cruel, and the success rate is less than 10%. You need to transfer to another hospital quickly. Director Liu had already sent the medical information to Beijing Hospital. Beijing Hospital gave the same response. As for why they were still at Xiangqing Hospital, didn't your hospital have a similar case before that was successfully operated on? Director Liu stared at the doctor. Beijing Hospital said it's better to stay here than to transfer. Hearing this, the deputy director was taken aback. He subconsciously looked toward Suan. Suan had also been present during Shen Qing's case. Director Liu noticed the deputy director's glance and quickly looked at Suan. President Su, this matter. Suan also felt troubled. I don't know that, doctor. Ji Mulan looked at Director Liu and tugged on Suan's sleeve. Just ask Alien for me. She's still having tea with my dad every day. Director Liu gratefully looked at Ji Mulan, then made as if to kneel down. President Su, I beg you, please save my son. He has done so much charity work, and to be harmed by a thug. Hey, Director Liu, please don't be like this. Suan knew Lu Xinming was a well-known philanthropist online, having donated a lot to orphanages. I will do my best, and if there's a chance, I will help you make contact. The deputy director said on the side. However, even if that gentleman comes now, the success rate is still very low. The person who beat up Director Liu was clearly aiming for his life. It was also because the Liu family was wealthy and lucky that just before, Jiang Fulai had shipped in a batch of medical equipment. All sorts of devices were keeping him alive, otherwise he would have died that very night in any other place. Ji Hing's courtyard. When Bai Lian returned, it was almost dark. Lance still had not left. Jiang He had stayed here last night, and at the moment he was squatting beside Ji Hung, watching Ji Hung sew clothes. In just over a week's time, Ji Hung and the neighbor lady took turns tirelessly, and finally completed all the embroidery patterns. This was also because of Ji Hung's exquisite craftsmanship. There was almost no need to unpick and redo the stitching. If it were someone else, it would take at least half a month to finish the embroidery. This is really amazing. Bai Lian returned to see Lance praising the nearly finished garment. Amazing! Bai Lian looked at that robe. With a deep blue satin base, it reflected light under the large lamp. The garment was about 130 centimeters long, and the hem of the robe was embroidered with layers of wave patterns, one layer blue, one layer yellow, another red, then blue again. This continued for more than a dozen layers. Above the wave patterns were embroidered auspicious clouds. The first 3 colors of the auspicious cloud patterns were very small, and the crepe myrtle patterns spread out at the hem, matching the sleeve cuff in color and pattern. From the collar to the middle of the robe, however, there were numerous dragons embroidered on a gold and red base, with gaps filled with different colored patterns, the flowers that Lance liked. Although it looked gaudy, yet it possessed a unique style. Upon seeing it, Lance couldn't take his eyes off it. "Let me try it on." He took off his flamboyant jacket and couldn't wait to try on the robe. Bai Lian came out of the room with the silver needle and saw Lance wearing the robe. He wasn't very adept with the button loops, so Ji Hung helped him fasten them. Lance was used to being out of tune on a regular day. Floral pants, floral shirts. Today's robe still featured his favorite colors, but the deep blue satin and the exquisite embroidery made the otherwise gaudy flowers appear like a piece of fine craftsmanship. Jiang He sat on the side, watching Lance transformed and marveling. He was astonished at how Lance had gone from a disco old man to a handsome old man with a change of style. Not bad. Bai Lian slowly pulled out a silver needle and gave her assessment. With her discerning eye, she could naturally see that Ji Hung was not only a master of embroidery, but the materials he had chosen for Lance's garment were also top-notch. Chapter 232. 086 The Grandpa with Secrets, Top-Notch Legal Team _3 It's just. Bai Lian glanced at the warehouse. The fabrics in Ji Hung's warehouse were almost all very precious. Where did he get them from? Yeah. Lance put on the robe and didn't want to take it off anymore. He sat down on the chair, signaling to Bai Lian to just sew for him like that. Wash. He was not willing to take it off to wash for the time being. Do you want one too? Ji Hung wrapped the embroidery needle in oil paper, and when he looked up, he saw that Jiang He was full of amazement. Jiang He usually didn't talk, but after Ji Hung spoke, his eyes clearly lit up significantly. Ji Hung opened the oil paper again. What pattern do you like? Before asking, Ji Hung hadn't thought he would get an especially absurd answer. After all, aside from Lance, everyone else he knew, including Bai Lian, had quite normal aesthetic preferences. Until he heard Jiang He's response, he had never imagined he would hear this kind of answer. Cabbage. Ji Hung. What? Jiang He looked up, worried that Ji Hung hadn't heard him, and gestured with his hand. I want a big cabbage. In Ji Hung's mind flashed 1, 2, 3 big cabbages. Really? He was very relieved that his granddaughter had a very normal aesthetic preference. Otherwise, surrounded by the tastes of people like Jiang He and Lance, he would one day doubt this world. Xiangqing Police Station. Yen Lu was supporting Zhang's mother, suppressing her emotions and asking the police in a clear and organized manner. Can't we visit? We want to see if he's all right. The police knew that this young man had brutally beaten a philanthropist to such a state, and was very indifferent towards the two of them. Sorry, before the sentence takes effect. Family members are not allowed to visit, except for the defense lawyer. Having said that, he didn't bother with the two people anymore. He simply left. This wasn't their first visit. Zhang's mother was sobbing. Xiaozi wouldn't do such a thing. Let's leave first. Sister Exine pulled the two of them away forcefully. With a criminal case, even if the Lu family is willing to settle privately, the sentence won't be short. Right now there are two very important things. First is to find a lawyer, and second is to try to get a letter of forgiveness from the Lu family. The problem was, how did Zhang Xiais get involved with Lu Xinming? Sister Exine couldn't figure it out. On the desolate roadside, Zhang's mother shook her head. I don't know, he usually just plays basketball and video games, has no other hobbies. The most is that kid from the Chen family. She knew Zhang Xiais very well and couldn't find a trace of connection between Zhang Xiais and Lu Ximing. This is strange, Sister Xian frowned. Yan Lu, however, seemed to have remembered something, and she went back to the hotel to check the surveillance footage from the day before. Sister Xian knew Yan Lu had unusual feelings for the Zhang family and accompanied her to watch the surveillance. Why are you looking at yesterday's surveillance? She sped up the video to 16x. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a stranger left a letter in front of Yan Lu's door. Is this a hate mail? Sister Xian was startled. Yan Lu pursed her lips and didn't speak, sliding further down the timeline. At about 6 o'clock, Zhang Xiais came over, casual and carefree, holding a lunchbox. He checked his phone at Yan Lu's door, then put down the lunchbox. He picked up that letter. I know, Sister Xian, it's all me. Yan Lu covered her face. I've caused him harm. Sister Xian supported her. Wait, don't panic yet, what exactly happened? Yan Lu bit her lip and didn't speak, only asking the hotel staff to copy that segment of the video. Back in the room, Yan Lu began to sort through all of her assets from the time she debuted. As a minor 18th-tier celebrity, who had only been briefly popular in the beginning, most of the time she had been cold, and she didn't have much in terms of assets. She opened WeChat and transferred back the money for buying a graveyard plot. Next to her, Sister Xian was making a call to Manxi. Hey, yes, it's me, Manxi, can you contact Secretary Lu for me? On the other end of the phone, Manxi had just finished work and taken a call when she glanced at her agent. Agent Yan Lu contacted me to get in touch with President Liu's people. Yan Lu. Manzai's agent had extensive connections in the industry. Ever since Manzai's rise to fame, he had been guiding her career. He racked his brain for a moment before he remembered who Yan Lu was. The person Wang Xian manages, the one who introduced you to Xianming Mountain? Manxi had become famous because of the fantasy drama Xianming Mountain. A connection made by Yan Lu. Sister Xian also knew about this, which is why she reached out to Manxi. He made a phone call and came back with a not-so-good look on his face. Manxi, delete all contact information you have for Yan Lu, the agent sneered. He had been arch-enemies with Wang Xian, but now, with Wang Xian managing the lukewarm Yan Lu, they were not even comparable. I was wondering why Wang Xian came to you. She offended the Lu family and still wants to drag you down with her. You'd better stay out of this and not stick your neck out. Despite Manzai's current rise to list status, she still had a 10-year contract with Time Media. If she offended the higher-ups over this incident and got put on ice, her career would be over. Manxi had not expected the situation to be so serious. But she never questioned her agent's judgment. She took out her smartphone and unfollowed Yan Lu's Weibo, blocked the phone number, and deleted WeChat contacts. The next day, Ji Heng woke up early to find Bai Lian crouching and waiting for him. Ji Heng recited with no emotion. Isoamylene undergoes ozonolysis, followed by hydrolysis in the presence of zinc. Perfect. Ji Heng went to the bathroom like a wandering soul. In the outside bathroom, Jiang He had already prepared his toothpaste and handed him the toothbrush, staring at Ji Heng with shiny black eyes without saying a word. Ji Heng. He took the toothbrush expressionlessly. I didn't say I wouldn't make clothes for you. Jiang He blinked, cabbage. Got it. Ji Heng lowered his head, brushing his teeth very dispassionately. If it had to be cabbage, then let it be cabbage. Ji Heng had learned to resign himself to his fate, and to comfort himself. Compared to the floral pattern Lance insisted on adding, cabbage at least had a bit of charm. Bai Lian went to school as usual, and in the morning, most of the class still had no clue about Zhang Shi's whereabouts. I climbed over the wall into his yard last night. Wang Qi sat on Zhang Shi's desk, seriously analyzing. No one was in the yard, I don't know where they went. That day, while playing games with me, he suddenly disappeared. Wang Qi remembered this incident. Suddenly disappeared? Bai Lian stopped writing, turned her head slightly, and squinted her eyes. Be more specific. Wang Qi recounted everything about Zhang Shi's return home, and then tagging him in the group chat. Oh, before that, he went to deliver food to his sister Yan. Wang Qi shrugged. Bai Lian's fingers tapped unconsciously on the desk, pondering. Not very familiar with the internet. She asked Pu Xiaohan to check Yan Lu's recent activities. Pu Xiaohan investigated while suggesting, ask Aunt Lu as well. That's what everyone else thought too. But Aunt Lu didn't come today. She had one class and had taken leave for it. Class 15 people went to Zhang's flower shop again at noon, still no one. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan went together with others. Jiang Fulai had freed up some time today and waited at the milk tea shop entrance with Jiang He. Bai Lian saw them from a distance and was just about to go over when the window of a nearby car lowered. Alien. It was Su En. Seeing this, Pu Xiaohan beside her said, Alien, well go check at the Zhang family first. The few from class 15 didn't interrupt and left first. Bai Lian paused and glanced inside the car. Ji Mulan wasn't in the passenger seat. She didn't leave but politely asked, do you need something? It's like this. Su En got out of the car from the other side. Knowing Bai Lian was busy with studies, he didn't waste his words. I have a business partner with a condition similar to your aunt's, and now hospitals in Beijing and Xiangqing are afraid to perform the surgery. Could you help me contact the doctor from last time? Chapter 233. Chapter 087. Jiangjing University, Alien makes a move. Second update. _1 Bai Lian sized up Su En. Her gaze was indifferent, her face showing little emotion. But Su En felt inexplicably nervous. He's a philanthropist named Lu Xinming, Su En explained to her. My business partner for this deal. But he was attacked by an enemy for some unknown reason. And now he's in the ICU. Lu Xinming. Bai Lian remembered the banner that had been hanging in the cafeteria before. She had some impression of him. Wang Qi had also mentioned before that this person was indeed a philanthropist. With her excellent memory, she recalled that Lu Ximing was not just a philanthropist, but also a shareholder of Time Media, as mentioned by Wang Qi. He was also Yan Lu's boss. Are you too close? She asked. Su En shook his head. Not really, just business partners. Okay, I'll ask Dr. Lance for you. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, thinking for a moment. You ask Yan Lu about her recent whereabouts and news for me. And it's best if you can give me her phone number too. Yan Lu. Su En found the name somewhat familiar. In just a second, he remembered that she was the new artist he had recruited to promote Xiangqing. I know her. I'll look it up for you right away. Su En had recruited her casually. Nobody knew that this public welfare activity was initiated by the Su family. Very few artists would take on such public welfare activities. Yan Lu was from Xiangqing, and was the first one to accept this public welfare activity. Su En had a good impression of her. Later, when his assistant told him that Yan Lu had been blacklisted online for being obsessive-compulsive, he still didn't replace her. This was the first time Bai Lian had asked him for a favor. Su En took it very seriously. Without saying much more, he got back into the car and had his assistant start investigating what Yan Lu had been up to recently. Bai Lian had asked casually, but Su En could tell, so he added, when you're checking, be polite to people. Be polite to her? The assistant was somewhat confused. The chairman of Time Entertainment had to be respectful towards Su En, but did they need to be polite to Yan Lu, a small 18-tier artist under Time Media? The assistant had to be clear about her status to know what level of politeness was appropriate. It's Alien who asked me to check. She's very interested in this artist. Su En drove into the crowd. With that said, the assistant understood immediately. Outside the milk tea shop, Jiang Fulai stood with a stern face, his left hand tucked into his coat pocket, his right hand disdainfully holding a large cabbage plush pillow with 2 fingers. The frost on his face was almost visible to the naked eye. The sunlight reflecting off his face had the cold gleam of ice and snow. Haughty, unapproachable, and threatening to grind anyone who came close. Jiang He hugged his own cabbage backpack. Standing 2 meters away from him, passers-by dared not look directly at Jiang Fulai, but couldn't help glancing at the cabbage in the cool guy's hand. Without looking, Bai Lian knew how much Jiang Fulai disdained Jiang He's pillow. You brought the pillow for him? Bai Lian walked over and couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the pillow and then at his expression, while stroking her chin. Jiang Fulai glanced coldly at Jiang He, his light eyes throwing daggers. Not too pleased. Hey, he brought it back to mine. Bai Lian walked on, explaining for Jiang He, my grandfather is making clothes for him, and he wants them to be like this. She pointed to the cabbage pillow in Jiang Fulai's hand. Jiang He had his own ideas. He wanted Ji Heng to embroider the cabbage he was holding. Since Jiang He went home with Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai had lately been staying in the lab. This morning, Jiang He had specifically sent several voice messages to Jiang Fulai, asking him to bring his cabbage pillow when he came to school in the evening. Jiang Fulai brought it to him with a cold face, despite his disdain. Jiang He didn't dare make a sound. But once Bai Lian arrived, he cautiously began inching toward her step by step. Finally, he took hold of the hem of Bai Lian's school uniform. Your grandfather is making clothes for him? Jiang Fulai flicked the wind chime, its crisp sound mixing with his icy voice. Cabbage clothes? He glanced at Jiang He dismissively, with a merciless sneer. Jiang He tilted his head, refusing to look at Jiang Fulai at all. Don't worry about it, Bai Lian told Jiang Fulai to get in line. Since you're so chatty, you go stand in line. Jiang Fulai glanced at the long queue and walked over coldly. Then suddenly, the line in front of him became crowded. The people lining up behind him kept a distance of 1 meter from him. Bai Lian glanced over and suddenly felt Jiang Fulai was well suited for queuing. Because no matter where he queued, there would definitely be no one daring to cut in front of him. Unlike Pu Xiaohan, who often had people cut in line before her, she dared not speak up, at most mumbling softly about the lack of manners. Chapter 234. Chapter 087. Jiangjing University, Alien makes a move, second update, _2 not far away. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao's admiration for Bai Lian had increased 100-fold, as they had been waiting obediently for the two. Such bravery. It was actually someone who dared to make young Master Jiang go queue up. Did you guys solve that question last night? Bai Lian sat across from them and tapped her fingers on the table. Both were silent. Understood. Bai Lian found it difficult to comprehend for a moment and, feeling helpless, said, Then you two are done for. When Jiang Fulai returned with the sheet to check the work of the two opposite him, Ning Xiao was somewhat okay. He hadn't solved it, but his process and general direction were right, just didn't know how to use the last formula. Tang Ming was more difficult to evaluate, because halfway into solving the problem, due to one wrong number, he veered completely off course. Ever since finding out that both of them had managed to score 110 on a joint exam, Jiang Fulai had now managed to face the two calmly. He glanced at the question. With a snap, he put it down. Which university do you two want to attend? Jiang Fulai only asked. Ning Xiao thought seriously for a moment. Beijing University. Jiang Fulai didn't speak, just looked at him coldly, with an expression that said, Try continuing that sentence. Ning Xiao paused, then suddenly found his courage. People. Yet another sharp rebuke. This was already a university ranked within the top 3 in the nation. Ning Xiao was very hesitant. He looked at Jiang Fulai and suddenly got it. Do I have to apply for Jiangjing University? Is it me asking you or you asking me? Jiang Fulai laughed at his exasperation. Ning Xiao quickly said, I want to apply for Jiangjing University. Jiang Fulai glanced toward Tang Ming beside him. Tang Ming pointed to himself, a confused expression on his face. Can I even apply? No, listen to my explanation. I also want to apply. Yes, I want to apply too. Bai Lian looked down at her problems, not wanting to watch the spectacle unfolding before her. Right in the middle of it, her phone lit up. It was a message from Su En, who had found some information about Yen Lu. Bai Lian directly opened it. Meanwhile, in the hotel where Yen Lu was staying, Zhang Ma had already taken out a bank card. This was the money their family had saved up over the years, and Yen Lu also gave her his card. On the side, Sister Xian received a phone call. Then she looked at Yen Lu in surprise. Xiaolu, are you very close to Director Zu's assistant? Director Zu's assistant? Yen Lu furrowed her brows, unable to recall this person. That was strange. However, there was no time for Sister Xian to think further. She directly said, "Yes, he gave me the phone number of Director Liu's executive assistant." In the hospital ICU. Director Liu had just finished a call with Suan. Okay, thank you, Director Su. Director Liu's hand was trembling as he ended the call, looking into the ICU at his son. Xinming, don't worry, Dad will avenge you. Chairman, the executive assistant by his side handed over a document and a photo to Director Liu. This is the photo from the scene, not found by the police, and there are several dozen videos on young Director Liu's phone. We suspect that person came for these. Director Liu glanced at the photo. He sneered. Delete them all. Also, is there any news about Zhao Jingzhou? The assistant already knew how to handle these matters, but it involved several artists. We made contact. He has been dealing with an economic dispute case recently and mentioned that you don't need him for this case. His apprentice can handle it. It has to be him. Director Liu said, looking at the assistant, his gaze icy. I want him to be sentenced to death. The executive assistant nodded. All right, I'll contact lawyer Zhao again. As he spoke, the assistant's phone rang. It was a call from Sister Xian. She said that Zhang Shi's mother and Yin Lu came to visit Lu Xinming and to apologize. The assistant didn't know how they had found his phone number, and without answering, he looked questioningly at Director Liu. Director Liu's gaze was fixed on the ICU, his face showing a crazed and bloodthirsty expression. You let them come over. After hearing the news, Yin Lu didn't tell Zhang's mother about this and came over by herself. She couldn't guarantee the state of these two women. At this time, she should be like Manshi, looking out for her own safety, but she still gritted her teeth and followed. Outside the cold ICU doors, Yin Lu, accompanied by Zhang's mother, faced the old man who stood with his back to them in front of the glass door. Director Liu. Yin Lu's face was somewhat pale, her hairstyle extremely disheveled. As she bowed and offered 2 bank cards. We are here to apologize to Mr. Liu on behalf of Zhang Shi's. Zhang's mother kept apologizing to Director Liu, mouthing him sorry. On the dimly lit corridor, the cigarette in Director Liu's hand flickered on and off. The pungent smell of tobacco drifted away as Director Liu turned around. He snatched the 2 bank cards from Yin Lu's hands, threw them onto the ground, and fiercely grasped Yin Lu's neck. Apology? You all can go to hell and apologize to my son. Director Liu. Yin Lu tugged at the corner of her mouth, attempting a smile, hatred evident in her eyes. You should know why Lu Xian was beaten, don't you? You think, do I have evidence? Zhang's mother and Miss Xian hurried over to help support Yin Lu's arm. Xiaolu. Director Liu suddenly let go. He just stood there, looking down at Yin Lu, who was bent over, coughing hard. And he laughed. Fine. Director Liu took a drag of his cigarette, flicked the ash, and eyed the few people before him. You want to settle this privately, eh? It's not impossible. If you kneel for my son all night and apologize, I'll consider a private settlement with you. It wasn't easy for Yin Lu and the others to find Director Liu. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, no matter the condition, both she and Zhang's mother did not hesitate. It was just a matter of kneeling down. The two of them did not hesitate at all. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Bai Lian had asked Lu Lingxi about the news she received from Suan, and Lu Lingxi told her about Zhang Shi's being at the police station. She also found out that Yin Lu and Zhang's mother were at the ICU. The moment the elevator doors opened, she overheard Director Liu's words. Kneel to him. Bai Lian stretched out her hand, irritably opening her uniform, slowly walking closer. Her voice was very cold. Everyone in the corridor turned to look in their direction. Zhang's mother's face changed. She had learned these past 2 days that Zhang Shi's had hit an important figure, and Miss Xian had also instructed them not to involve any students. This has nothing to do with you, hurry along. She didn't call out Bai Lian by name. Hey student. Miss Xian also recognized Bai Lian. She was startled, then caught Bai Lian's sleeve, shaking her head at her. You're just a student. This matter is complicated. The Lu family is among the top 100 enterprises in the country, a major taxpayer. Bai Lian took off her uniform and handed it to Miss Xian, methodically saying, "Hold this." She slowly walked towards Zhang's mother and Yin Lu, grabbing Zhang's mother's hand with one hand and clutching Yin Lu's wrist with the other. "How did you find this place?" Zhang's mother came back to her senses, her voice lowered, much more rational. "Don't concern yourself with this matter." Director Lu was their last straw. Bai Lian let go, and she straightened Zhang's mother's disheveled clothes, her tone casual and light. "Auntie, if you don't have faith in me, you should at least have faith in Zhang Xiai's. Do you think Zhang Xiai's would have done what he did?" She tilted her head slightly, looking at the person on the ICU bed. The corners of her mouth lifted in a smile, like a blood flower blooming in the depths of hell. "Just to have you kneel before him here?" Zhang Xiai's wasn't here, but she was still present. She was right here, and no one was going to break his bones without getting past her. Zhang's mother and Yin Lu were stunned. Especially Yin Lu. "Let's go." Bai Lian held Zhang's mother again, leading her away. Zhang's mother took heavy steps, looking back frequently, her voice choked. "Xiao Zihe." Director Lu watched Bai Lian appear and glanced toward Yin Lu and Zhang's mother with a sinister look. "You two better think this through." After today, if you want a private settlement, there won't be another chance. Zhang's mother paused her steps. She turned around. "Auntie," Bai Lian pressed the elevator button, soothing her. "Do you really think he would settle privately with you just because you kneel? It's fine, we'll find a lawyer and sue him above board." "Find a lawyer?" Director Lu watched their retreating figures and sneered coldly. "Did you really think you could still find any lawyer?" You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.